Chapter 3262. Xiao Hong Tianliang was sent flying. Even though their fists did not directly collide, Ling Han's strength was too great. The remaining force was still enough to strike Hong Tianliang's body and easily send him flying. Peng Hong Tianliang fell heavily onto the ground. However, even a force of around 200,000 jin wasn't enough to cause much harm to him. After all, his body refinement art had reached the small success realm. This little bit of damage wasn't a drizzle, but it wasn't very severe. He immediately got up, but his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Ling Han. "A million jin of strength," he said in shock. "You actually cultivated 1,000,000 jin of strength." Ling Han came back to his senses. It turned out that he had accidentally used too much strength. He smiled. "Are you hurt?" This kind of concern was simply a great humiliation. Hong Tianliang's chest heaved violently. Among those of the same level, other than his brother, who was so monstrous that he shouldn't exist in the world, he never thought that anyone could defeat him. But now there was such a young man standing in front of him. A force of 1,000,000 jin. The meridian opening realm had two extremes. The first was 1,000,000 pounds of force. He hadn't reached that yet, but he was confident that as long as he obtained the Yuan nourishing gourd and nourished it for a year, he would definitely be able to reach that limit. As far as he knew, there were quite a few people in the capital who had reached this limit. For example, there were some monstrously talented princes and a few descendants of the four great commanders. However, the majority of them had already reached the blood transformation realm or even higher. The second limit was the strength of 1,000,000 jin. This was too terrifying because an ordinary fifth blood transformation only had this much power. It was impossible to reach such a height just by relying on arcane power. It was said that the limit of arcane power was 1,000,000 kilograms of force. One must also undergo body cultivation to obtain 1,000,000 kilograms of force. Moreover, one must perfectly fuse the two together. Only then would one be able to reach the second limit of 1,000,000 kilograms. This was something that almost no one could achieve. Except for one person. His unearthly brother Ling Han shouldn't be able to reach 1,000,000 kilograms of force, but breaking that boundary was already extremely shocking. He could even be called the number one person in the meridian opening realm. To think that I would meet a genius here. Hong Tianliang calmed down. "Just SOSO. Ling Han was very humble. "You're just SOSO. How can you call yourself a genius?" Hong Tianliang had already controlled his emotions. He stared at Ling Han and said, "If this was another situation, you might still be able to befriend me. But for the sake of this essence-nurturing gourd, I must fight for it." Energy-cultivating gourd. Ling Han nodded. That was the name of the green gourd. He smiled faintly and said, "What makes you think you can defeat me? Battle strength doesn't just depend on strength. Otherwise there wouldn't be a need for everyone to fight. Wouldn't it just be a competition of strength?" said Hong Tianliang. This was indeed reasonable. Power was only one aspect of battle prowess. Of course, it was also a very important aspect. It could even be said to be the most important aspect. "Furthermore, my strength might not necessarily lose to yours," Hong Tianliang added. Ling Han was surprised. "You haven't done your best." Hong Tianliang's face was filled with arrogance. He didn't reply to Ling Han's question. Instead, a red light surged on his body, and his veins bulged, instantly destroying his handsome appearance. Ling Han gave an "oh," and said, "So you've activated your cultivation technique to unleash an outburst." Just like when he activated the Monkey King's cultivation technique, his strength would welcome a small outburst in a short period of time. His strength could even overlap to the 20th level. Of course, the time was very short. Hong Tianliang should be the same. "That's right." Hong Tianliang humphed. "I cultivate the Tiger King technique. It focuses on killing and can destroy everything." That was quite a nice way of putting it. "Come, let me experience it," Ling Han said with a smile. "You will," Hong Tianliang said. Then he suddenly pounced forward. Peng, his feet stomped on the ground. Under the outburst of strength, his speed instantly broke through the speed of sound. From Ling Han's perspective, it was very strange. Because Hong Tianliang's outburst was terrifying, but there was only silence on his side. He couldn't hear anything. The two of them were only separated by 3 or 4 feet. How long would it take to travel at the speed of sound? In just the blink of an eye, Hong Tianliang had already arrived. He struck out with his palm, drawing out a strange path. Somewhat interesting. Ling Han smiled lightly. He didn't use the demon monkey fist. It was just an ordinary punch, but it increased his strength by a lot. In addition to his physical strength, it should be at least 1.5 million jin. Ping 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 ping. Hong Tianliang clearly only struck out with his palm, but it formed more than 10 attacks. However, even so, he only barely dissipated the power of Ling Han's one punch. What? Hong Qinliang's mouth opened wide. Under the activation of his cultivation technique, the strength just now had already rushed to the first limit of 1,000,000 jin. In addition to the stacking of the 14 layers of strength, even a third blood transfusion cultivator could be smashed to death by him. However, Ling Han only used one punch to dissipate it. Simple, ordinary, without the slightest bit of deliberate. Heavens, how strong was this guy's strength? 5,000,000 jin. 5,000,000 jin. This is your limit? Hong Tianliang panted. Ling Han thought about it. Although he hadn't activated the Monkey King's cultivation technique, he had indeed activated his original strength to the limit. As a result, he nodded. Not bad. Hong Tianliang was speechless. He had the confidence to charge to the first limit, but that was all. It was impossible for him to reach 5,000,000 jin. I've lost, he said dejectedly. Although he had just said that being stronger did not mean that one's battle prowess was stronger, when one's strength reached a certain level, it would be a crushing advantage. For example, that attack just now. Ling Han didn't even need to use any techniques. Just a casual strike was enough to dissipate his explosive power. What else could he do? In terms of strength, there are only 3 or 4 people in the Meridian Opening realm who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you, he said. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that Ling Han's strength was too exaggerated. However, compared to that person, you are far inferior, Hong Tianliang added. This was a shadow in his heart, but it was also his pride. Oh. Ling Han's interest was piqued. That person reached 1,000,000 jin of strength before stepping into the blood transformation realm, Hong Tianliang said word by word. His expression was extremely strange. There was admiration, jealousy, and disappointment. Even the Saint Emperor evaluated him as a heavenly genius when he found out. Ling Han smiled and asked, "Is that person your brother?" Hong Tianliang nodded and didn't say anything. Interesting. He was clearly his brother, but he even avoided mentioning his name. Ling Han could understand how much pressure he felt to have such a monstrous brother. That was because no matter how good or outstanding you were, you would pale in comparison to that person. What's your brother's name? Chapter 3264. Hong Qinliang's martial prowess was definitely one of the best in the Meridian Opening realm. No one doubted that. But now, he was actually being used as a cushion by someone else. How shocking was that? It could be said that defeating Hong Tianliang was already inconceivable. But he still dared to use Grand Tutor Hong's grandson, that person's brother, as a cushion. That was even more shocking. This was a peerless, ferocious person. But they actually wanted to rob such a peerless, ferocious person? They must be tired of living. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right, come and try robbing me. All right, let's fight." Quite a few of them still hadn't recognized Hong Tianliang. After all, who would believe that he would be used as a cushion? They were all eager to try. Bastards. That big brother immediately flipped out, kicking and stomping on his subordinates. Only then did he turn to Ling Han. "Master, it's my subordinates who don't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." Why did Big Brother change from arrogance to deference? Understood. It had to be Big Brother's scheme. He was first careless and then waiting for a chance to strike. Damn, as expected of their Big Brother. All the lackeys thought this way in their hearts, and their admiration for their boss immediately rose like a torrential river, unending and unending. Ling Han looked at this boss and said indifferently, "Then you mean you won't rob me?" No, how would I dare?" That boss hurriedly shook his head, cold sweat pouring down his face. Boss's acting skills were amazing. All the subordinates thought this, feeling even more reverence for their boss. Ling Han shook his head. "How can that be? We have to keep our word. We said we were going to rob, so we can't give up halfway." "Master, I was wrong." That boss knelt down. He really couldn't provoke someone who dared to use Hong Tianliang as a cushion. Even if they couldn't kill people here, it wasn't like they were going to stay here forever. A boss's sacrifice was a bit too great. Did he have to do this to confuse his opponent? They looked at each other, seeing the difficulty in each other's eyes. If it was them, they definitely wouldn't make such a sacrifice. "Boss, you're so great." They were all prepared to attack and were just waiting for their boss to suddenly attack. Ling Han laughed. "Are you really not going to rob me anymore?" The boss shook his head like a rattle drum. "I don't dare." "Absolutely not." Ling Han nodded. "Since you're not going to rob me, then let's go. You're not going to extort money from me, are you? Let's go. Let's go." The boss let out a sigh of relief. It would be great if they could escape unscathed like this. He crawled to his feet, waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and scram." All the lackeys were at a loss. Didn't they say that they would first confuse the opponent before attacking? The delusion was successful, but why didn't he do it? "What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and scram," shouted the boss. Were they trying to make trouble for him? It had been so difficult for this peerless expert to let them leave. Although the subordinates didn't understand, they had to listen to their boss, so they left with him. Ling Han could not help smiling. He did not expect that Hong Tianliang still had some use. If Hong Tianliang were to learn of this, he would probably vomit blood. Was the value of his life just to intimidate a few hooligans? The night passed, and the next day Ling Han and Huan Xue continued on their way. The unlucky Hong Tianliang was still lying there. With his physique, he wouldn't catch a cold even if he stayed in the cold for a night. Ling Han studied the gourd again and found that the mysterious energy had returned, and it had reached a rather dense level. He understood that as long as there were no living things, the gourd would produce nourishing energy. But as soon as there were living things, the energy would begin to nourish them until it was exhausted. No wonder it was called the Qi-nurturing gourd. Unfortunately, Ling Han was not Hong Tianliang. His photon computer could not connect to the internet, so he could not find any more information about the gourd. The two of them continued to wander. This region was very large, and it was inevitable that they would be robbed. In the end, they were the ones who robbed others, and Ling Han was able to obtain more and more red cloud gems. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. Time passed quickly, and as it gradually approached the end of the selection, the participants became more and more frenzied, and there were more and more cases of attacks between each other. Ling Han naturally did not care. He was now absolutely invincible in the illuminating pulse realm. Even if Hong Tianliang and Gu Qiuling, who had opened 20 meridians, worked together, he would not be afraid. Even 10 of them would not be enough. He was studying the gourd, and he would enter it to cultivate every day. He found that although the energy within could be used for cultivation, it was actually more beneficial to the improvement of spiritual power. Qi-nurturing qi was to nurture the primordial spirit. Ling Han could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Up until now, there were many methods to improve secret power and temper the physique. There was no lack of pills and natural treasures. The only difference was that they were a little more expensive. However, were there any cultivation techniques to improve spiritual power? Treasure fruits were even more priceless. He had only been able to obtain a mystical cloud fruit after obtaining first place in the Hidden Tiger City competition. The gourd could strengthen spiritual power. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Hong Tianliang probably did not know much about it. He only thought that the gourd could nourish the body and raise the level of life. He had no idea that it was targeted at the consciousness. There was no need to tell him. Ling Han was very satisfied. Currently, spiritual power could only be used in alchemy and formation Dao, but he had a feeling that martial art had just begun to sprout. In the future, there would definitely be more widespread uses for it. On the 7th day, the 8th day, and on the 9th day, the people became even more frenzied, completely losing their reason. Originally, the weak did not dare to attack the strong, but now such things were happening all the time. Some used ambushes, some weak teamed up. In short, there were battles everywhere. Ling Han and Huan Xue came to the foot of a mountain. There was a sign erected here which said, "Danger ahead, no entry." "Young master, let's turn back." Huan Xue was very timid. This was determined by her birth, and her horizons had not been broadened. Ling Han, however, was very interested. He said, "It's fine. The rules of the selection didn't say that we can't go anywhere, so there's no harm in going in and taking a look." "But young master, it's very dangerous inside," Huan Xue said in a low voice. She was worried about safety, but she did not dare to disobey her young master. "If there is danger, we can still hide in the gourd. There's no need to be afraid." Since Ling Han was interested, how could he be dissuaded by a few words? Huan Xue could only nod. She had never had her own opinions. The two of them stepped over the sign and walked up the mountain. They did not see anything strange along the way, which made Huan Xue gradually feel relieved. That could be someone's prank. However, Ling Han revealed a solemn expression. Chapter 3265. Ling Han sensed a very obscure aura that was extremely powerful. It should be the ultimate bone realm, he thought. "Wait here first," he said in a low voice. The best thing about Snow Collar was that she wouldn't ask too many questions and only nodded obediently. Ling Han extended his body and walked up the mountain. His footsteps were light and almost didn't make a single sound. After a short while he arrived at the top of the mountain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A loud snoring sound traveled over like thunder. Ling Han slowed down his steps. He knew that the ultimate bone realm was too powerful. Even though it was sleeping so soundly now, it would immediately wake up at the slightest movement. He looked over and couldn't help but be surprised because the existence that was snoring was actually a dog. The fat dog's entire body was almost perfectly round. Its fur was so black that it glowed as if it had been smeared with oil. This dog's body was very big, but it wasn't at the level of a giant. It was about the size of a water buffalo. Now it was snoring loudly. A tongue was sticking out, and as it breathed, there was actually a bubble above its nostrils that continuously expanded and shrunk. One couldn't help but be curious when this bubble would explode. Such a fat dog, could it be at least in the ultimate bone realm? If this was a female dog, could he let the big black dog tempt it? This thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. However, he immediately laughed in spite of himself. Even if the large black dog could be released, and even if it really was a female dog with the large black dog's despicable nature, which female dog would be interested in it? Forget it. He scanned again. He found a tree beside this fat dog. This tree was very short, only half a person's height, but it grew very well. The crown of the tree was shaped like a hemisphere. The most important thing was that the leaves on it were actually all different. Some were like swords, some like knives, some like spears. There were all kinds of them. When the wind blew, these leaves even made a clanking sound, as if there were really weapons colliding with each other. Instinctively, Ling Han thought that this was a treasure tree. That was why there was a powerful demon dog guarding it. The warning sign at the bottom clearly indicated that the Emperor Capital Academy knew of the existence of this fat dog. Of course, they wouldn't have missed this strange treasure tree. Perhaps this demon dog was raised by the Academy. Although the relationship between demonic beasts and humans was not very good, it was still possible for human experts to tame demonic beasts as battle pets to guard their homes. The problem was, the watchdog was just lying there. How could he get close? Ling Han did not think that he would be able to get close to a paramount bone demon dog without being discovered, even if it was sleeping soundly. I got it. He retreated and explained the plan to the little maid. Young master, isn't this too dangerous? Summon Snow's face was pale. That was a paramount bone realm demonic beast. It could easily bite her young master to death. Don't worry. Ling Han comforted her. The little pink pig grinned coldly. It actually hoped that Ling Han would be eaten by a demonic beast. Before it could gloat for long, it felt a weight on its neck and was lifted up by Ling Han. You're coming with me. Go. The perverted pig squealed. Naturally, it was unwilling. How could Ling Han pay any attention to it? He first hid the origin nurturing bottle gourd in a secluded place, and then carried out the test. When he ran close to it, he used his mind to communicate with it. His body immediately disappeared from where it was. If anyone were to see this, they would definitely scream out loud. In reality, Ling Han had entered the inner space of the essence nurturing gourd. Perverted pig, cooperate. Otherwise, I'll throw you outside to be eaten by a dog, Ling Han said to perverted pig as he came out of the gourd. It didn't enter the gourd with him. Perverted pig nodded unwillingly. It wasn't that it was afraid of being eaten by a demonic beast, but if it was taken away by a demonic beast, where could it find a pretty sister? Done. Ling Han nodded. He brought perverted pig just in case. This could intimidate demonic beasts, although he didn't know if it would have any effect on paramount bone realm beasts. After arranging Summon Snow, Ling Han prepared to act. His plan was very simple. He would use himself as bait to attract the demonic dog to chase him. Summon Snow would take the opportunity to pluck the leaves. As for Ling Han, he ran near the essence nurturing gourd and directly entered it. If the fat dog caught up to him in advance, he would use perverted pig to threaten it. Hopefully this fat pig would be able to show its might. He threw out a stone. It heavily smashed into the ground, causing a loud sound. That fat dog didn't even move. If not for the bubbles still coming out of its nose, people would really suspect that it was dead. It's fine if a pig is this lazy. After all, it's a pig. But how can a dog be this lazy? Ling Han muttered. Perverted pig was indignant and bared its fangs at him. You're not allowed to look down on pigs like this. Again. Ling Han threw another stone. This time he directly aimed at the demonic dog. The stone smashed over, but when it touched the demonic dog's body, it suddenly exploded into pieces. So powerful. Ling Han was shocked. The blood chi of the blood transformation realm soared to the heavens. This ultimate bone realm was even more awesome. The aura that seeped out of their bodies was so terrifying that even rocks could be shattered. No wonder this demonic dog was sleeping so soundly. Then could he walk over and pluck the leaves? Ling Han considered this tempting thought. His feet involuntarily moved and he quietly approached that fat dog. Very good, this fellow didn't react at all. Summoned Snow watched from afar in astonishment. This wasn't going according to their plan. Ling Han was already less than 10 feet away from the fat dog, but the dog was still snoring loudly. Very good. Keep it up, good dog. Ling Han walked to the side of the tree and carefully examined it. In just an instant he could determine that there were a total of 999 leaves on this tree. And each leaf was in the shape of a weapon. They were all swords, but there were also short swords, long swords, curved swords, hooked swords, and so on. Ling Han had a strange feeling. Why did these leaves really seem to be able to grow into weapons? What a curious tree. He was just about to pluck a leaf to study when he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Where was the snoring sound? He abruptly turned around, but he was shocked because the fat dog had actually stood up at some point and was staring at him. When it saw him turn around, it opened its mouth and spat out a long tongue, saliva flowing out of it. Fuck, so embarrassing. Ling Han chuckled and then suddenly made a move. Goo. The pig let out a miserable cry. Because it had been forcefully stuffed into the big dog's mouth by Ling Han. Then Ling Han broke into a run. Using the flying shuttle steps, he instantly exploded with terrifying speed. Ping, a sonic boom exploded, forming a terrifying shock wave that caused the dog's fur to dance wildly. That fat dog was startled. This kind of change had also greatly exceeded its expectations. But it also immediately turned around and ran in pursuit of Ling Han. Goo. The pig let out a miserable cry. It was still in the dog's mouth, bastard. Chapter 3266. After running a few steps, the fat dog also realized that it was somewhat uncomfortable to stuff a pig in its mouth. Although the suckling pig wasn't big, its body wasn't that big either. After stuffing a small suckling pig into its mouth, its upper jaw was stuck up high, almost blocking its eyes. It bit down hard, wanting to bite the small pig into pieces and use it as a snack. However, when it bit down hard, it found that the pig was surprisingly flexible. Although its teeth bit down, they didn't penetrate the pig's body. Instead, they immediately bounced back. What was going on? The fat dog was a little confused. It was a ultimate bone realm existence, but it couldn't bite a small suckling pig to pieces. It bit again, but it was still useless. After a few bites, it had to admit that it really couldn't bite through this guy in its mouth. How could it chase like this? It hurriedly coughed and spat out the small suckling pig. The little lascivious pig immediately began to whine, its fury overflowing. On one hand it scolded Ling Han for not being loyal, and on the other hand it scolded this stupid dog for being blind, even daring to bite it. Just wait, after it left it would eat dog meat every day until it vomited. The big fat dog stared at the pig. It was actually full of interest in this pig, but after thinking about it, it was better to capture the guy who wanted to steal the leaves first. After all, this was the Academy's territory and this guy actually dared to steal things. It had to capture him. When it thought of a certain person's leather whip, it couldn't help but tremble. It didn't want to be beaten. Chase. It spread its 4 legs and chased after Ling Han. Call Snow was dumbfounded. This seemed to be going according to plan. The big fat dog went to chase the young master, but she still felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly ran out, first to pick up a few leaves, then ran over to pick up the small suckling pig and ran away. This big fat dog would be back soon. They had to leave as soon as possible or they would definitely be in big trouble. Ling Han ran. Although he started first and the big dog was delayed for a moment, its speed was still very fast, even faster than when he used the shuttle steps. Looking back, he saw that it was rapidly approaching. This was almost twice the speed of sound. Seeing that half a minute was almost up, Ling Han realized that he was far from reaching his limit. Otherwise, he would have felt his whole body heating up, especially his legs, as if they were about to explode. This was the result of his body tempering. His physique had become stronger, and the limits of what he could endure had naturally risen as well. Even so, the big fat dog was getting closer and closer. It wouldn't be long before it caught up to him. Fuck, weren't you so lazy that you couldn't even wake up from being hit by a rock? How did you suddenly wake up? You're obviously so lazy, so why are you running so fast? Speaking of which, is all your fat for show? How can you still run so fast? Ling Han cursed in his heart. He was about to be caught, but he was only a short distance away from the essence-nourishing gourd. He activated the Monkey King's technique, and his speed suddenly increased. Ping, he reached about 1.5 times the speed of sound, and the big fat dog's approaching speed immediately slowed down. The big fat dog let out a snort. There was no way it would let this thief escape. It stretched out its claws and slapped at Ling Han. The distance was close enough. However, right at this moment, swoosh, the dog's eyes blurred, and Ling Han's figure was already nowhere to be seen. What was going on? The big fat dog hurriedly stopped and arched its nose to search everywhere. However, the little thief's aura was cut off and disappeared in front of it. This was too strange. It searched around but found nothing. Returning to its original spot, it sat down on its butt and scratched its neck with its claws. Its heart was full of confusion. Forget it, so be it. In any case, nothing was stolen by that little thief. As long as it didn't say anything, it would pretend that nothing had happened. As the saying went, it was better to have less trouble. Going home and sleeping was the most convenient. This fat dog's lazy attribute had the upper hand. Moreover, it also wanted to study that little suckling pig. It clearly sensed any energy fluctuations, and how its skin was so thick that it could even block its sharp teeth. It trotted all the way back. Ah, where's the pig? Looking at that short tree again, it couldn't help but be dumbfounded. 13 leaves were missing. Looking at the traces of plucking, they were still very fresh. Obviously they had been plucked away after it left. Not good, it had fallen into the trap of luring the tiger, no, luring the dog away from the mountain. When it thought of a certain person's whip, it couldn't help but tuck its tail between its legs. Should it consider digging a hole and hiding for a few days? After the big fat dog left, Ling Han hurriedly came out of the vitality-nurturing gourd and immediately ran down the mountain to meet up with Huan Shui. If that fat dog suddenly became intelligent and squatted at the place where he had disappeared, things would be very bad. Young master. When she saw Ling Han, Huan Shui finally heaved a sigh of relief. She hurriedly took out 13 leaves and handed them to Ling Han. Because time was tight, she had only plucked these few. Ling Han put the 12 leaves into the gourd and only took out one to study. The Academy had sent a paramount bone realm demonic beast to guard this tree, so it definitely couldn't be an ordinary item. However, in a short period of time, Ling Han could only come to one conclusion, and that was that the leaves themselves were extremely tough and he couldn't tear them. Just this point alone was enough to prove that these leaves were extraordinary. I'd better wait until I get out and connect to the internet before I investigate. He kept the leaves and began his robbery plan. With his luck attribute at work, he could always meet people who were blind enough to take the initiative to rob him. He didn't even need to look for them himself. Then the number of red cloud gems he had increased, almost reaching 100. Finally, the 10-day deadline was up. Everyone was sent out by the array and appeared on the square again. Most of them sighed. They didn't get a single red cloud gem, and obviously had no fate to enter Emperor Capital Academy. Those who have red cloud gems stay. The rest of you leave immediately. An extremely dignified old man from the academy said loudly. His voice was loud and clear, so loud that it hurt people's ears. The crowd started to leave, leaving only a few people behind. The people from the academy counted and couldn't help but have strange expressions. Their original intention was to pick out the 100 people who had the most red cloud gems, but there were only 79 people in front of them. Then as long as they verified whether they all had red cloud gems, they would be able to pass and enter Emperor Capital Academy. Take out your red cloud gems, the old man said. According to those who knew him, his name was Pan Tianyu, a senior instructor of the academy. He was famous for his fiery temper, and he was a paramount bone realm cultivator. Therefore, don't make him angry or you would definitely be beaten up for nothing. Everyone took out their respective red cloud gems, ranging from 1 to 4 or 5. Even someone like Gu Qiuling, who had 20 veins, had only obtained 12 red cloud gems. Hong Tianliang had even less, with only 9. He had been robbed by Ling Han, so of course he wouldn't have a lot of red cloud gems. Pan Tianyu was surprised. This number wasn't right. This time, the academy had clearly put in 300 red cloud gems. Could it be that there were still more than half that hadn't been discovered? Chapter 3268. Ling Han believed that his halo of hatred would definitely take effect and bring him trouble, but he was not afraid. Instead, he treated it as a form of entertainment. However, before this could take effect, Ling Han was called out to him. On the first day of school for new students, there would be a lecture as usual. Everyone was summoned to the martial arts field. The ground here was made of sand. Even if a paramount bone realm cultivator fought, there was no need to worry about damage. At most, they could just fill in the sand after the battle. There were not only 79 new students but about 100. Because there were also blood transformation realm new students, they did not need to be screened and directly entered the academy. Flag Master Lien. Ling Han's eyes lit up when he saw Lien Xuerong. Lien Xuerong also saw him and nodded. I knew I would definitely see you here. Ling Han laughed. Although he believed in Lien Xuerong's strength, the beast tide was too terrifying. He was naturally worried. Only now did he finally relax after seeing Lien Xuerong. The two of them were probably the only two survivors of the black-green flags. They were very sad when they talked about the situation that day. Ling Han. Someone walked over. It was Tuoba Tianhuang. He had not been screened, but he had appeared here. This could only mean one thing: he had broken through to the blood transformation realm. Ling Han nodded. Long time no see. Tuoba Tianhuang was silent for a moment. You have to break through to the blood transformation realm as soon as possible. I want to fight with you again. At the same age and realm, he had only lost to Ling Han. This was a stain on his record that he wanted to erase. Ling Han smiled. The capital is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many geniuses. There's no need to target me, right? He was not afraid to fight. Instead, he wanted to give face to the other party since they were both from Hidden Tiger City. He did not want to be traumatized by 2 defeats and never be able to recover. Tuoba Tianhuang smirked coldly and said, Ling Han, could it be that you are afraid? Ling Han sighed. Why didn't he accept his good intentions? All right. Since you want to fight, why don't we do it today? He said lightly. I won't bully you. I'll let you use only one hand. Tuoba Tianhuang almost lost his breath. You, a meridian opening expert, wanted to fight me, but you wanted to use a single hand? Although he had just entered the blood transformation realm, because he had cultivated 20 meridians in the illuminating pulse realm, his first transformation's battle strength was comparable to that of an ordinary third transformation. This is something Ling Han can compare to. You're too arrogant, he said coldly. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson first. I'll let you know the difference in cultivation levels. Defeating Ling Han by suppressing him in terms of cultivation level would naturally not make him happy, but he was truly enraged and wanted to teach Ling Han a lesson. Just as the two of them were about to make their move, they saw someone from the academy arrive. This time a vice dean had come. His name was Sui Tang and he was at the Extreme Bone Realm. However, it was unclear which stage he was at. With this, Ling Han and Tuoba Tianhuang naturally could not fight anymore. The two of them returned to their own teams. Sui Tang gave a speech, the gist of which was to welcome the arrival of the new students. He hoped that they would work hard in their cultivation in the following period of time, because if the illuminating pulse realm could not break through to the blood transformation realm within 5 years, they would be expelled from the academy. The blood transformation realm had a 10-year deadline. If they did not break through to the extreme bone realm, they would have to leave. Therefore, the academy's disciples could not be over 40 years old. Sui Tang spoke a lot. At the beginning, everyone listened attentively, but because there were too many meaningless things, most of them became absent-minded. Only Gu Qiuling straightened his back from the beginning to the end, and did not make any small movements. All right, dismissed. Sui Tang finally announced that the lecture was over. He waved his hand and left. The students did not leave immediately because for many of them, it was their first time meeting. Naturally, they had to get to know each other. After all, they would be living together for a long time in the future. It was fine if they could not become friends, but they could not become enemies. Some people were smooth and slick like fish in water, while others were wooden and did not know how to socialize. Ling Han was just about to leave with Huan Shui when he saw Tuoba Tianhuang blocking his path. Want to run? Tuoba Tianhuang said disdainfully. Ling Han shook his head. He had not placed Tuoba Tianhuang in his eyes at all. So after the gathering ended, he had naturally left to focus on tempering his body. He wanted to quickly raise his physical strength to the level of 1,000,000 kilograms and then break through to the blood transformation realm. He hadn't expected Tuoba Tianhuang to insist on coming over to be slapped in the face. Fine, I'll help you. Make your move. Ling Han placed his right hand behind his back. If you can force me to use my right hand, then I'll consider it your win. Tuoba Tianhuang couldn't help exploding with rage. His eyes glared as if they were about to spit fire. You're too arrogant. He clenched his teeth. Is that so? Ling Han laughed. You've already been defeated by me, so it's not too much for me to use only one hand. Damn it. Tuoba Tianhuang roared in fury as he charged toward Ling Han. Bang. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere and block this attack for Ling Han? However, that person was clearly not a match for Tuoba Tianhuang, and he was sent flying. It was Gu Qiuling. If you want to exchange blows with my big brother, you'll first have to pass me. He crawled up, not the slightest cowardice. With this fight, the others all looked over. After knowing the situation, they all laughed and watched the show from the side. The academy didn't prohibit fighting as long as you didn't kill or cripple someone. But for a meridian opening expert to take the initiative to attack a blood transformation expert was strange. Was he asking for a beating? Furthermore, the other meridian opening expert was also arrogant enough. He actually said he would only use one hand. That was even more shocking. Where did his courage come from? One was arrogant, one was foolish. These two had actually passed the selection and entered the Imperial Capital Academy. That was practically lowering the academy's standard. Tuoba Tianhuang snorted, "You're not my match. Break through to the blood transformation realm first." Gu Qiuling still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ling Han. "He wants to challenge me. Don't steal his business." Ling Han smiled. Gu Qiuling didn't understand. "Whose business am I stealing? Who's doing business?" He was starting to get serious again. Ling Han ignored him. Instead, he looked at Tuoba Tianhuang and said, "Come. Don't tell me you're getting someone to help you again?" Tuoba Tianhuang's expression was disdainful. Before Ling Han could reply, someone really did interfere. It was Lian Xuerong. She raised her hand and said, "We're all from Hidden Tiger City. We should work together and not fight amongst ourselves." Tuoba Tianhuang was still a bit wary of Lian Xuerong. She was already at the third transformation at such a young age. Although she wasn't as talented as him, she could still be considered a genius. He explained, "Flag Master Lian, I just want to teach him a lesson so he won't be too arrogant. Otherwise, with his flamboyant nature, he'll cause trouble sooner or later. At that time, he'll lose face for Hidden Tiger City." Reading on the phone. Chapter 3269. With Lian Xuerong's intervention, the fight did not happen. Tuoba Tianhuang left hatefully and even gave Ling Han a disdainful look. He would teach Ling Han a lesson sooner or later. In his eyes, Ling Han was just a flash in the pan. He had already opened all 20 meridians and broken through to the blood transformation realm, but Ling Han was still in the illuminating pulse realm. It should be known that the two of them were about the same level previously, both having opened 3 hidden meridians. The difference was already obvious. Thus, Tuoba Tianhuang no longer saw Ling Han as a competitor. All he wanted was to defeat Ling Han at the same level and completely erase the humiliation from before. Ling Han smiled faintly, not minding it at all. However, he had thought that it would be difficult for the two of them to cross paths again. In the end, they actually lived in the same district. They really would meet frequently. Forget it. At most, I'll just beat him up. He'll be obedient after that. The academy arranged accommodation based on the time of entry. Thus, those living in the same district were both at the blood transformation realm and the illuminating pulse realm. Nanxing District. Those who lived here were basically the older students who had entered 3 years ago. "Brother Yang, the new students have arrived today. Should we quickly absorb them into the gang?" A green-robed man asked. The person he was asking about was Hu Yang, the boss of the Hu family gang. This Hu family corresponded to one of the 3 dukes of the imperial court, Hu Yunfeng. Although he was not as powerful as the 4 marshals, senior tutor Hong, or the chief of staff, he belonged to the second tier and could not be underestimated. Thus, the Hu family had formed their own faction and did not rely on the 4 marshals or senior tutor Hong. They had strong ambitions and wanted to compete with these strong people in the future. Hu Yang nodded and said, "Although these people do not have any background, being able to enter the academy means that their talent in martial art is not bad. They have a bright future. After all, we can't compare to the King Kong gang and Hengtian gang. Let's not consider quality for now. Later we'll first give the new students a show of strength and scare them. Then we'll absorb them into the gang. No one should dare to say no." "However, Brother Yang, there's someone from the Hong family among the newcomers," the man in green reminded. A hint of fear flashed in Hu Yang's eyes. He thought of that frightening fellow. He had entered the academy at the age of 13, and by the age of 15, he had already become a celebrity in the academy. By the age of 19, he had already become the #1 expert in the academy, and had also allowed the Hong family to become so strong that they occupied half of the academy. Fortunately, this monstrous genius had long since stepped into the ultimate bone realm and left the academy. Otherwise, the academy would have been the Hong family gang's domain, and no one would be able to compete with them. "It's fine. As long as we don't touch Hong Tianliang, it will be fine," Hu Yang said. He paused for a moment, then said, "Call all the brothers. Let's go." Compared to the 4 great marshals, Grand Tutor Hong, and the elders, the Hu clan could only be considered a rising power. Hu Yunfeng was still at the 5th stage of the extreme bone realm and was working hard to break through to the engravement realm. He wanted to enter the first echelon as soon as possible. Correspondingly, Hu Yang was also working hard to expand the influence of the Hu family in the academy. This was because the disciples that came out of the academy in the future would play a role in various corners of the imperial court. The role of middle-level officials was actually very important. Hu Yang quickly gathered over 10 people. Most of them were at the blood transformation realm, and Hu Yang himself was at the 5th blood transformation. He was already 35 years old. Originally, if he had used his full strength to break through to the ultimate bone realm, he would have already broken through. But after him, there was currently no one in the Hu family who could carry the banner. So he had temporarily slowed down the speed of his breakthrough, doing his best to stay in the academy for a few more days. Under his lead, the 10 people swaggered into the Qingyun region. This was where the new students lived. In the future, there would be many more new students living here until this place was full. "Newcomers, come out," shouted the azure-robed man. He was Hu Yang's capable subordinate, and his name was Su Yuliang. His father was also Hu Yunfeng's trusted aide, and he was a few years younger than Hu Yang. If Hu Yang was unable to suppress his realm and had to break through, then he would temporarily hold up the banner of the Hu family gang. Su Yuliang had a cultivation base of 3 meridians. His roar shook the entire Qingyun region. "Who is it?" The new students all walked out. They thought the academy was summoning them for some sort of meeting. 10, 30, 70. More and more people came out. Most of them were completely dumbfounded. Had something happened? Su Yuliang looked over and didn't wait for everyone to arrive. He loudly said, "This is Brother Hu Yang. Those who don't know, listen carefully. Brother Hu Yang's father is one of the 3 dukes, Hu Yunfeng." Everyone was shocked by his words. They might not have heard of Hu Yang before, but it was impossible for Hu Yunfeng, one of the 3 ducal ministers, to not know of him. He was an important official of the imperial court, and an ultimate bone realm expert. "Newcomers, there are rules you must follow upon entering the academy." Su Yuliang swept his gaze over the crowd. Seeing everyone's faces were filled with reverence, he smiled, enjoying this kind of reverence. "Everyone sit down." He suddenly roared, and the aura of the 3rd transformation surged out, causing the majority of people's faces to turn pale. Everyone sat down, but there were still quite a few who didn't listen. For example, Tuoba Tianhuang and Lien Shuerong. They were both blood transformation existences, so who was afraid of who? As for the meridian opening realm, there were only Hong Tianliang and Gu Qiuling. Because Ling Han was still cultivating in his room, he acted as if he hadn't heard them. On the other hand, it was Huan Xue who came out with the little pink pig. With her personality, she naturally wouldn't resist. Hong Tianliang disdainfully smiled. Compared to the Hong family, the Hu family wasn't even worth a fart, and the Hu family gang was nothing in front of the Hong family gang. He turned and left. Seeing Hong Tianliang leave, someone else also tried to imitate him, but he was immediately beaten back. That person was unwilling to accept this. "Why can he leave but I can't?" "Because he's Hong Tianliang." That one sentence was enough to force him back. "Oh, looks like my words don't work. Some people don't listen," sneered Su Yuliang. His gaze swept over Lien Shuerong, Tuoba Tianhuang and the others, but he didn't get angry. He just so happened to need a troublemaker to establish his might. That way, once he flattened these troublemakers, others would naturally feel reverence, and his might would be established. "Boring." Tuoba Tianhuang sneered and turned his head. Su Yuliang immediately leaped forward, pouncing at Tuoba Tianhuang. When he arrived behind him, he spread his fingers, grabbing at his shoulder. Scram. Tuoba Tianhuang snorted and fiercely turned his head. Boom. A terrifying power exploded out. This palm was both fast and fierce. Bang. Su Yuliang was immediately pushed back, and Tuoba Tianhuang was also pushed back. He staggered a few times. "Oh." Hu Yang's eyes brightened. He had the information of every new student. With his ability, it naturally wasn't hard for him to obtain it, so he knew that Tuoba Tianhuang was only at the 1st transformation, and had just broken through. A 1st transformation could match a 3rd transformation. That wasn't simple. A genius? He was definitely going to have this genius. Chapter 3270. Tuoba Tianhuang had been the top genius in Hidden Tiger City for many years. It was only when Ling Han appeared that he was pushed down. However, it had only been a mere 2 months. He had never lost confidence because of this and was still as proud as ever. After entering the Emperor Capital Academy, He swore that he would become the second Hong Tianbu and let all the geniuses regret being born in the same generation as him. Therefore, how could he be afraid of Su Yuliang? The two of them fought fiercely. One was at the third transformation while the other was at the first transformation. Originally, the gap between them should have been extremely large. Even if victory wasn't decided immediately, it wouldn't take more than 100 moves. But now, more than 100 moves had passed, and the two of them were still fighting fiercely. In fact, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Tuoba Tianhuang's talent could be seen at a glance. After all, even though there wasn't a single person that had opened up the hidden meridian, there would surely be no more than 20 in the younger generation, and this was sufficient to allow Tuoba Tianhuang to stand proudly at the peak of the younger generation. Hu Yang waited for a while before finally opening his mouth and saying, "Yuliang, you can withdraw first." Although Su Yuliang was unwilling, he knew that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Tuoba Tianhuang in a short period of time. Although he hadn't activated his blood qi to release a powerful attack, Tuoba Tianhuang was the same as him. He was also in the blood transformation realm and had an explosive period. At worst, the two of them would just be equal. Furthermore, seeing how monstrous Tuoba Tianhuang was, his eruption might be even more powerful than his own. At that time, he might even be at a disadvantage. Therefore, although he was indignant, he could only step back. Tuoba Tianhuang said proudly. Even though he did not defeat Su Yuliang, he was able to fight to a draw with someone at the third transformation. This was enough to show how powerful he was. As expected, the surrounding new students all looked at him with admiration. Even the members of the Hu clan looked at him in a new light. This young man was really strong. His talent could probably be ranked in the top 10 in the blood transformation realm. Clap, clap, clap. Hu Yang applauded and said, "Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Junior apprentice brother Tuoba is truly a genius in martial art." Tuoba Tianhuang smiled faintly. The Tuoba clan had already been destroyed, and he was the only young man of the Tuoba clan. He shouldered the mission of bringing the clan to greater heights. This put him under great pressure, but at the same time he did not lose his pride, thinking that he could dominate even in the capital. In his opinion, Hu Yang's praise was a matter of course. It was naturally impossible for it to move him. This caused the corner of Hu Yang's mouth to slightly curl up. It looked like he had to first sharpen this brat's spirit. Otherwise, he would not obediently listen to him. However, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the academy. Junior apprentice brother Tuoba, you are too arrogant. He walked out. I will suppress my cultivation to transformation 1 and spar with you. Tuoba Tianhuang cast him a sideways glance and said, "Don't regret it." Hu Yang smiled and shook his head. "Come, let's spar." Of course, he could not suppress his cultivation to 1 transformation. Even though he had opened 20 meridians, he had no chance of victory. Therefore, he could only suppress his cultivation to the 2nd transformation. No one would be able to tell anyway. "Make your move." He beckoned at Tuoba Tianhuang. Tuoba Tianhuang was extremely arrogant. How could he possibly be afraid? He immediately rushed forward. He had some understanding of the academy's situation, so he had his own ambitions. He wanted to make a name for himself. That way, when he left the academy in the future, the lackeys he had subdued here would be able to play a role and contribute to the Tuoba family's resurgence. Hu Yang was a stepping stone for him. The two battled, but Hu Yang's advantage was immediately displayed. He suppressed Tuoba Tianhuang and did not give the other any chance to retaliate. This was an absolute suppression of strength. The new students who had been excited because Tuoba Tianhuang had fought to a draw with a transformation 3 transformation senior brother immediately wilted. So, the true senior brother was so powerful, but he did not suspect that Hu Yang had only suppressed his cultivation to transformation 2. Tuoba Tianhuang also did not expect the other to set a trap for him. He roared angrily and used his ultimate moves, but he was unable to turn the tables. He was defeated in less than 50 moves. Hu Yang did not win easily. He had the advantage of transformation 1, but he still spent more than 50 moves to defeat the other. This made him think even more highly of this young man. "I lost," Tuoba Tianhuang said in a low voice. His expression was very ugly. He had thought that he could sweep through all those of the same cultivation level. He did not expect to be defeated so quickly. "You are already very good. After all, even though I have suppressed my cultivation, my insight and battle experience are much higher than yours." After Hu Yang beat him, he also began to feed honey. "Follow me." He extended an olive branch. "Join my Hu family gang. Not only will no one dare to bully you in the institute, you will also have a vast space for development in the future." Tuoba Tianhuang thought about it and slowly nodded. Firstly, he had indeed lost to Hu Yang. Secondly, he also realized that to rebuild the Tuoba family he needed to borrow external power. Hu Yang's father was one of the 3 dukes of the court. This backer was strong enough. He might as well borrow power now. When his strength became absolute in the future, the Hu family would naturally suck up to him. Seeing that Tuoba Tianhuang had agreed to join the Hu family gang, Hu Yang was overjoyed. He looked at the other new students and said, "Are you all willing to join the Hu family gang?" Everyone looked at each other. Hu Yang was clearly putting on an expression that said if they did not join he would beat them up. How could they choose? I am willing. I am willing as well. I am willing. Many people agreed after some consideration. Among the new students this time, other than Hong Tianliang, the others were all born in poverty. Otherwise they would not have participated in the selection. To them they really did need to find a backer in the institute, and the Hu family gang was a good choice. But not everyone was willing to be coerced. Lian Shuerong immediately shook her head and said, "I have no interest in joining any gang." She turned to leave. "Beauty, what's the hurry?" Su Yuliang immediately jumped out and blocked Lian Shuerong's path. "Move," Lian Shuerong said coldly. She had been a banner master for many years and naturally had an intimidating aura, causing Su Yuliang to choke. But Su Yuliang was also a 3rd transformation expert, and would not be intimidated by another 3rd transformation expert's aura. He revealed a frivolous expression and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Lian, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there a lover waiting for you inside?" Whoosh, a whip lashed out. Su Yuliang retreated and dodged the whip. He licked his lips and said, "Oh, it's a rose with thorns." Lian Shuerong held a long whip in her hand and her expression was solemn. But when matched with her figure and seductive face, this style was incomparably alluring, causing everyone's eyes to stare. Even Hu Yang was no exception. He had not paid much attention to Lian Shuerong in the beginning, but only now did he discover that this delicate flower was extraordinarily enchanting. And it looked like his gains this time were not just a few subordinates. Scram! Lian Shuerong shouted coldly. Chapter 3272. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Tuoba Tianhuang's attack had been blocked by a meridian opening brat? Who could believe it? Only Lian Shuerong, Gu Qiuling and Huan Xue's expressions were normal. They had long since known of Ling Han's strength, so they were naturally not surprised. Hu Yang's eyes also brightened. It seemed there really were a few treasures hidden among the new students this time. He was going to have a great harvest. Tuoba Tianhuang, on the other hand, did not feel too shocked. He had only used the power of 400,000 kilograms in this punch, which was slightly more than the power of 150,000 kilograms that he had when he was at 20 meridians. Considering that Ling Han had stopped at 20 meridians for such a long time, it was not impossible that his power had increased a little more. However, 400,000 gene of strength was just a drizzle to him. Ling Han had been able to block his first attack, but could he block a second and a third? "At least you didn't make me look down on you too much," said Tuoba Tianhuang indifferently. This time he looked down on Ling Han from a higher position. Ling Han snorted, "You've learned to be a lackey so quickly?" Tuoba Tianhuang's expression couldn't help but change. Although he consoled himself by saying that joining the Hu clan gang was only a temporary measure to temporarily borrow the power and reputation of the Hu clan, it couldn't change the fact that it was called the Hu clan gang, not the Tuoba gang. "You're still as sharp-tongued as ever," he said coldly. "You've spent all your energy on talking. No wonder you haven't broken through to the blood transformation realm. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't talk to yourself." Ling Han shook his head. "Come, make your move. I want to see just how much of my strength you can force out of me." Tuoba Tianhuang almost went crazy from anger. He was only in the blood transformation realm. He was the stronger one. Those words should have been said by him. Truly arrogant. He snorted coldly and power surged from his feet. Bang, he charged out, punching out. 500,000 gene of strength. He knew that 500,000 gene of strength was the limit of the meridian opening realm. He did not believe that Ling Han could reach such a height. Ling Han casually punched back. He planned to properly teach this Tuoba Tianhuang a lesson today, so he played with him for a bit. Peng, the fist force of the two collided, but once again it was a draw. Tuoba Tianhuang was truly shocked this time. "You've actually reached the peak of the meridian opening realm." Ling Han was flabbergasted. When had 500,000 pounds of force been the limit of the meridian opening realm? Where had he heard that from? He shook his head, disinclined to continue explaining. Come again. Today I'll make you feel despair. When Hu Yang saw this, he was also a bit astonished. This meridian opening realm really gave him a pleasant surprise. To be able to possess 250,000 pounds of force, not only had he opened all the hidden meridians in his body, he had even cultivated his body. It was really hard to imagine that a person from a remote town could actually be a physique cultivator. In reality, it wasn't that body cultivators were impossible. Families at the ultimate bone realm could also afford to buy several packets of medicinal bath materials. The key was that several packets weren't enough. They needed to invest in them endlessly. If one counted this, then those who could truly be called body cultivators were all in the engravement realm. He was also a body cultivator, but in the meridian opening realm, he had only been able to push his strength to 100,000 kilograms. There was no way around it. If he wanted to go any higher, the materials he needed would be far too expensive. Even the Hu family was unable to afford it. Arrogant, I'll let you be arrogant. Tuoba Tianhuang sneered. His physical strength had reached 1,000,000 kilograms, comparable to an ordinary third transformation expert. That was a level that meridian opening experts could only look up to. Who told you to be stubborn? He attacked for the third time, slapping out with his palm. Hong power whistled through the air. This time he raised his strength to 800,000 jin. He didn't need to use any techniques, he just used his strength to crush his opponent. This kind of victory was the most satisfying. Bamling Han also met it with a palm. When their palms collided, a powerful shockwave was created. At the same time, a thunderous sound rang out. It's still a tie. When? Lose. Yes. It wasn't just Tuoba Tianhuang. Even Hu Yang and the others were startled. Although they didn't know exactly how much strength Tuoba Tianhuang had used, they knew it had definitely surpassed 200,000 jin. Hu Yang's heart shook. Was he going to encounter a little monster who had reached the peak of meridian opening? Tuoba Tianhuang's expression finally became solemn. That was because 400,000 jin was already close to his limit. But from how Ling Han was acting, it seemed he was still holding back. This was the first time he felt uncertain. It couldn't be that his opponent really could compare to him, right? Just how did this fellow cultivate? Only now did he realize that it wasn't that Ling Han was weaker than him, but that Ling Han had walked even further in the meridian opening realm, reaching a height that he couldn't even imagine. Then let me see just what level you've reached. Tuoba Tianhuang once more charged out. This time he didn't hold back at all and he completely unleashed his power. His speed had also reached the speed of sound, and his entire body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of air. Ling Han only unleashed 1,000,000 jin of power to clash with Tuoba Tianhuang. Everyone was dazzled. So the meridian opening realm could be this powerful. As for Hu Yang, he was able to see even more things. Normally, the blood transformation realm needed to reach the third transformation before they could reach the speed of sound. From this, it could be seen that Tuoba Tianhuang was truly a genius. But Ling Han was clearly only in the meridian opening realm, but his speed had also reached the speed of sound. Now that was terrifying. He definitely had to recruit him. Hu Yang thought inside. He had originally thought that he could raise Tuoba Tianhuang into his #1 subordinate. But now it seemed he would have to change that person. Ling Han, I take back my words. You haven't disappointed me. Tuoba Tianhuang laughed, battle intent blazing. He had always wanted to have another fight with Ling Han. Now his wish had finally been fulfilled. Ling Han smiled inside. If he had truly used his full strength, then how could Tuoba Tianhuang have been able to say such grand words? He would have already been beaten to the ground. But his target was Hu Yang. Right now, he naturally wouldn't reveal all his trump cards. The two of them exchanged blows, but their strength was equal. They were both geniuses in martial art, and it was unrealistic for them to rely on techniques to suppress the other. Their battle was incomparably intense, but it was difficult to determine a victor. Hu Yang was incomparably excited. This fellow had reached the peak of the meridian opening realm. Even if his physical strength and secret energy had combined to reach such a height, it was still shocking. He had picked up a treasure, he had picked up a treasure. Receive my cold ice blade again. Tuoba Tianhuang roared. When he once more attacked with his palm, dense white chi coiled around it. The surrounding temperature immediately plummeted. He had used this technique in the Battle of Hidden Tiger City. But now its power had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that this kind of cold would definitely have a huge effect on Ling Han's body. Even if he only shivered from the cold, it would still be a huge opening in this kind of exchange. Ling Han felt the cold attack, but when it touched his body, it didn't affect him at all. That was because his body was too powerful. Reading on the phone was much more refreshing. Chapter 3273. Though Ling Han hadn't tested his strength for a long time, he believed that his physical strength definitely surpassed 500,000 kilograms. The medicinal bath before and the red cloud rock afterwards caused his physique strength to soar rapidly. Of course, without the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, he couldn't possibly be so fast, but who asked him to be once an invincible paragon, grasping who knew how many techniques and having broad horizons? Improving cultivation techniques was a small matter. With a stronger physique, his qi and blood would naturally flourish, so how could it be frozen by Tuoba Tianhuang's cold air? You still haven't improved. Ling Han shook his head, swinging his fists continuously, his battle prowess not affected at all. What? Tuoba Tianhuang couldn't accept it. The current cold ice saber was propelled by him with his blood transformation tier cultivation level, and was more than 10 times stronger than before. This couldn't affect Ling Han at all. Looks like you don't have any new moves. Ling Han revealed a bored expression. Then I won't play with you anymore. Tuoba Tianhuang almost roared, play with you? Are you playing with me? This was a great humiliation to him. You're still so arrogant, he said darkly, but you've forgotten, what's the strongest point of the blood transformation tier? Hong, his qi and blood surged and instantly, a terrifying aura surged out of his body, his power skyrocketing. Eat another palm. He propelled his cold ice palm forward. He originally had the strength of 500,000 kilograms, and now with a great burst, it surpassed 2,500,000 kilograms. This was extremely terrifying. Ling Han didn't take it head-on. Though he had already grasped Tuoba Tianhuang's attack frequency, and could completely nullify the other's attack, it really wasn't worth it. This wasn't his ultimate opponent. Thus, Ling Han only used the flying shuttle steps, continuously dodging. No one laughed at Ling Han because most people would choose to dodge when facing the burst of a blood transformation tier, and not face it head-on, unless they had overwhelming power. On the other hand, if Ling Han clearly wasn't a match for Tuoba Tianhuang in terms of power, and still chose to face it head-on, that would really be too stupid. Ling Han did not push the flying shuttle steps to the limit. Instead, he stopped for a moment with each step. He only needed to ensure that he was not struck by Tuoba Tianhuang's attack. Otherwise, even if his physique had improved, it would be impossible for him to last 10 minutes. Yes, he needed a stronger physique. Ling Han thought so. Everyone felt their scalps turn numb as they watched him dodge so easily. So the Meridian Opening Realm could be this powerful. It should be known that Tuoba Tianhuang's current battle prowess was comparable to an ordinary 5th transformation expert. In other words, Ling Han would be able to withstand a few blows from a true 5 changes expert. It must only be a few moves, everyone thought. With his current speed, it was impossible for him to maintain it for too long. However, Ling Han's tenacity exceeded everyone's expectations. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 7 minutes he was still dodging. Hiss, in another 3 minutes Tuoba Tianhuang would fall from his berserk state. Tuoba Tianhuang's expression became more and more miserable. His berserk period was not just 10 minutes but 11 minutes. But the problem was, so what if there was an extra minute? He still had a glimmer of hope, and that was to make use of everyone's mentality to think that a blood transformation realm expert's berserk period was only 10 minutes. Perhaps Ling Han would relax and he would be able to succeed in one strike. All right. Fight, fight, fight. The 10 minutes passed very quickly. However, to Tuoba Tianhuang's disappointment, Ling Han did not launch a counterattack. Instead, he continued to pull away. Aren't you being too careful? Tuoba Tianhuang was speechless. Facing such a cautious opponent, his plan would only fail. He was speechless. How could this kid have so much battle experience? He did not seem like an 18 or 19-year-old youth at all. He was simply a veteran warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. This was natural. Ling Han had experienced countless battles in the Yuan world. Scheming against him? Once Tuoba Tianhuang's berserk period was over, Ling Han launched a counterattack. He still did not use too much power. He was only slightly stronger than Tuoba Tianhuang. He seized the opportunity and gave Tuoba Tianhuang a blow. This did not affect Tuoba Tianhuang's ability to continue fighting. But after being hit by a Meridian Opening Realm expert, did he still have the face to continue fighting? His face was filled with disappointment. His confidence had been shattered into pieces. He had the advantage of a major realm and his blood qi was boiling. If he still could not take down Ling Han after such a great explosion, would he still have the face to appear in front of Ling Han? Clap, clap, clap. Hu Yang began to applaud. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Ling Han looked at him and said, "You were the one who injured Flag Lord Lien, right?" Lien Xuerong was at the third transformation. Even in the entire academy, there were not many who could defeat her. "Just a spar," Hu Yang said indifferently. "Ling Han, right? I have high hopes for you. Among the younger generation of the Imperial City, there are not many who have reached the first limit of the opening pulse tier, and you are probably the only one who has not broken through to the blood transformation tier. Even if you flatter me, you won't be able to escape the result of being beaten up by me," Ling Han indifferently said. He only fought with Tuoba Tianhuang because he hated him for not fighting for himself and helping outsiders bully his own people. But it was different against Hu Yang. He had injured Lien Xuerong. With Ling Han's protective nature, there was no way he would let him off. Hu Yang's expression darkened. He had high hopes for Ling Han, but that did not mean he could let Ling Han walk all over his head and behave atrociously. This thorn definitely had to be ground. Otherwise, even if he was lured into the Hu clan with benefits, he would still become a source of trouble in the future. "Ling Han, you really are too arrogant," he said indifferently. "Only those who don't have strength are arrogant. Those who have strength are confident." Ling Han smiled. "Come, do you also want to suppress your realm and fight with me? Fine, I'll let you lose wholeheartedly," Hu Yang said casually. "I'll also fight with you at the first transformation." Bang. Ling Han stomped down and instantly exploded with astonishing speed. He punched out at Hu Yang. Hu Yang also punched out. His realm was so high and there was no way he could dodge Ling Han's attack. Bam. The sound was like thunder and energy shot out. Hu Yang was pushed back 7 steps, his face full of shock. What? Hu Yang was actually not a match for Ling Han? Although everyone knew that Hu Yang had suppressed his cultivation, he was so strong. As long as his realm was above Ling Han's, he should not have been a match for him. Only Hu Yang himself knew just how much power he had used in that punch. He had actually suppressed his power to the second transformation, and his second transformation's power was enough to reach about 1,200,000 kilograms. But against Ling Han, he was completely no match for him. This guy had been holding back when he was fighting with Tuoba Tianhuang. Fuck, he had purposely set a trap for him. Hu Yang's expression was dark. Was this really a young man who had walked out from a remote and desolate place? This scheming was too deep. Simply black-bellied. He took a deep breath and said, "So, your true power has surpassed the first limit, and even far surpassed it." "What first limit?" Tuoba Tianhuang was puzzled, and so he asked the Hu clan members beside him for guidance. When the other simply explained the 2 limits of 5 million kilograms and 2 million kilograms, he could not help but be shocked and sink into even deeper despair. So, he really was a frog at the bottom of a well. To think that he had thought that he was only slightly inferior to Ling Han. Chapter 3274. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "If I didn't have some ability, wouldn't I be eaten up by you scum until not even my bones were left? How would I be able to beat a vicious dog?" He did not show any mercy with his words, and his words were truly vicious. Save face for what? The other had come to bully them and had even beaten Lien Xuerong. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. Hu Yang's expression became even uglier. Although he also knew that geniuses were all arrogant, but arrogance was arrogance. Which one had such a vicious mouth like Ling Han? Too inconsiderate. Your mouth doesn't have a filter. Let me properly discipline you." He leapt out, attacking towards Ling Han. This time, his strength had increased to 1,500,000 jin. What suppression to a cultivation level of 1 change pay? Ling Han met him head-on. Peng, the two of them once again collided, and a wave of power transformed into a ripple visible to the naked eye, shaking out in all directions. Hu Yang's figure swayed and he retreated another 3 steps, while Ling Han stood steadily, not moving. This time Hu Yang was truly moved. Fuck, 1,500,000 jin of strength was still not enough to suppress Ling Han? This brat's strength had most likely reached 1,600,000. Too terrifying. He suddenly had a thought. Would this person become the second Hong Tianbu? Back then, that person had reached a mighty strength of 1 million jin in the opening pulse tier, and thus began his legend, becoming the nightmare of everyone who had been in the same period as him. Fortunately, because that person was too monstrous, he had only stayed in the academy for a few years. If Ling Han became the second Hong Tianbu, then wouldn't he have to live under an endless shadow once more? No, a monster like Hong Tianbu could only appear once in this world. There would not be a second, or else it would really be too hard for people to live. The second limit of the opening pulse tier, only Hong Tianbu could reach it. Hu Yang gave a loud roar and once again increased his strength. 2 million gene of strength. This would definitely be enough to suppress him. The two of them clashed again. This time Ling Han was indeed no match for him. His figure swayed and he retreated again and again, but he was not injured at all. Ling Han's strength was about 1,600,000 kilograms. Then, in the exchange of blows, he would have to suffer a force of 400,000 kilograms. However, to his current physique, this was already not too much of a burden. He could completely endure it. At the very least, a few attacks would not be a problem. Brother Yang, good job. Compared to our brother Yang, you're just trash. The people of the Hu family gang all waved their flags and shouted, cheering for Hu Yang. Previously, Hu Yang had suffered losses again and again, causing them to feel very depressed. Now they could finally cheer to their heart's content. Gu Qiuling found it strange and said, "What's there to be proud of when a fifth blood transformation cultivator suppresses a meridian opening cultivator?" He was a straightforward young man. If he had any questions, he would naturally ask them immediately. All of a sudden, all the shouting stopped. Yeah, so what if he had the upper hand? What was there to be proud of? A fifth transformation realm cultivator bullying a meridian opening realm cultivator. Hu Yang gritted his teeth. In any case, he was already shameless. What else was there to worry about? He no longer held back and went all out. When he was in the meridian opening realm, he had opened 20 meridians. His secret strength was as high as 400,000 kilograms. Coupled with the body technique that he cultivated, his limit was 600,000 kilograms. It was not easy at all. Now that he had entered the fifth blood transformation, his secret strength was as high as 2.5 million kilograms. Although his physical strength did not increase much because the materials needed for body cultivation were too expensive, it had reached 600,000 kilograms. Although the two could not reach a perfect state, it was still as high as 2.5 million kilograms. It was almost 50% more than an ordinary fifth blood transformation. And this was still under the condition that his blood and qi were not boiling. Otherwise, his physical strength could reach around 3 million kilograms, but his physical strength could not be doubled by his blood and qi. However, under the pressure of 3 million kilograms of force, a punch from him would definitely cause Ling Han to explode. Of course, he did not dare to kill Ling Han. Firstly, the two of them did not have such a deep hatred. Secondly, he wanted to recruit Ling Han. Thirdly, if he killed him, the academy would punish him severely. 1 million kilograms of force was more than enough. Brat, don't be too arrogant. You have to know that there are always people stronger than you. He laughed and punched out at Ling Han. Ling Han did not clash head-on with him. His feet shifted as he tried to familiarize himself with Hu Yang's strength. Occasionally he would send out a punch. Even Hu Yang did not dare to take 1 million kilograms of force head-on. Seeing that Ling Han and Hu Yang were exchanging blows, and then thinking about how he himself had been defeated by Hu Yang after only 50 moves, Tuoba Tianhuang's expression was extremely dark. With every extra glance he took, he felt as if his confidence was being sapped away a little more. 100 exchanges, 200 exchanges. The two of them were still fighting and Hu Yang gradually lost his patience. He was a fifth blood transformation expert. If he was unable to defeat a meridian opening expert after so long, he would lose all face. He began to increase his power to 2.5 million kilograms. Ling Han instantly felt pressured. Such a violent blast of power brought about an incredibly terrifying gust of wind, which affected his movements. He planned to counterattack. After fighting for so long, he had already grasped Hu Yang's attack frequency. Just as he was about to punch, a light suddenly flashed through his mind. This was related to the flying shuttle steps. He had long since grasped this footwork technique, but there were a few mantras that he had always felt were a bit strange. They seemed a bit inappropriate or even redundant. But now he had grasped the inspiration. So that was how it was. He suddenly laughed loudly. He was like a willow in the wind, swaying gently. His entire body even seemed to fly, stepping on the air like a flying immortal. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a battle before. Someone could actually fly in the air. Hu Yang was also stunned. Ling Han could fly. Fuck, then how was he supposed to fight? If he couldn't win, he could just fly into the air. How was he supposed to chase him? But he was still a fifth blood transformation expert, and he immediately grasped the subtleties. So Ling Han did not really know how to fly. Instead, he was like a kite, borrowing the power of his attacks to fly. The power of 2.5 million kilograms was, of course, large enough to completely support the weight of a person. This was like a violent wave that could even capsize a large ship, but humans could conquer the huge wave and steer it forward with only a surfboard. Now Ling Han was stepping on his force wave and had achieved soaring success. But the problem was, even if he knew this, he could not imitate it. Because the force was chaotic, it was like many waves were crashing over, and it was very easy to be knocked over. Therefore, it was possible for him to borrow one stream of energy, but it was impossible for him to borrow 10 or 100 streams of energy. Come down. Hu Yang shouted. His punches became irregular. He wanted to disrupt Ling Han's rhythm and make him fall from the sky. However, Ling Han moved with the wind, and was still as light as a feather. It was as if he had become a piece of paper. No matter how strong the wind was, it could blow away houses, but it could not tear a piece of paper. Ling Han's control over his power had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Chapter 3276. What did Ling Han mean by saying that out of the blue? The eruption of the blood transformation realm only lasted for 10 minutes. It turned out that Ling Han had only been talking to him to stall for time. His intention was to waste the explosive period of his blood chi boiling. Fuck, how can you be so treacherous? How can you be so careless, shameless, too shameless? Hu Yang was so angry that he was completely speechless. You are a genius and we are from the same academy, yet you actually use such a dirty trick. However, aren't you a little too confident? Even if I can't boil my blood chi, how can you be my opponent? Shameless bastard, do you really think that I can't deal with you just because I don't have my explosive power? He said in a sinister voice. He still possessed nearly 1 million kilograms of strength, which was almost twice as much as Ling Han. This doubling of strength was not as simple as two people joining hands. Although Ling Han's movement technique was light, he did not have to use his strength. It was not like he could not afford to waste time. If you don't apologize to senior apprentice Sister Lien, I'll beat you until you do. Ling Han attacked Hu Yang. Only now did everyone understand what Ling Han meant with his words just now. All of them thought to themselves that this person was truly black-bellied. He actually thought of using such a method to exhaust Hu Yang's trump card. But thinking about it again, Ling Han was only in the meridian opening realm. It was not fair for him to fight Hu Yang. Was he really going to stupidly fight him head-on? He was forced to use such a move. Besides, Hu Yang was the one who stopped. Who could he blame? Boom boom boom. Ling Han and Hu Yang battled fiercely. This time Hu Yang did not explode with power. Although he still held an absolute advantage in terms of power, against Ling Han's lightning-quick movement technique, this excess power could not play a decisive role. In other words, if Hu Yang did not use his ultimate move, he would never be able to defeat Ling Han. Of course, it was the same the other way around. The initiative was still in Hu Yang's hands. Soon that would not be the case. Ling Han said in his heart. He grasped Hu Yang's attack frequency, then activated the Monkey King's cultivation method and fiercely punched out. This was the Demon Monkey Fist. When executed in the hands of the current Ling Han, it was as if he had transformed into an ancient demon monkey, capable of destroying the heavens and suppressing the earth. In addition to the stacking of 20 layers of strength, it possessed an incomparably terrifying destructive prowess. Moreover, this strength overlay was adjusted according to Hu Yang's attack frequency. Hu Yang's attack met it head-on, but the power disintegrated layer by layer as if it existed in name only. Bam! Ling Han punched, and Hu Yang's entire body was sent flying. At that moment, the whole place fell silent. In a head-on confrontation, an opening meridian had sent a fifth transformation expert flying. Even though Hu Yang had not used boiling blood chi, this was still an unbelievable miracle. Hu Yang was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground, but he immediately got up. His expression changed drastically. He had actually been sent flying by Ling Han. This was not because he had underestimated his opponent, but in a head-on confrontation. There was no doubt that by tomorrow, this matter would spread throughout the institute, and he would become a complete laughingstock. In the future, he would also become the first supporting character in Ling Han's legend. No, he could not be defeated. He did not want to be this kind of antagonist. He spat out a mouthful of blood. That attack just now had indeed injured him, but he was after all in the fifth transformation. This kind of attack was not enough to seriously injure him. Hu Yang's arms spread open, and both of his hands turned into claws. Black light flashed on his fingertips. Ling Han shuddered. His opponent had used a martial technique. Just think of the Demon Monkey Fist. This could stack up to 108 layers of strength. How shocking was its power. You should be proud to be able to force me to use the Claw of Annihilation, Hu Yang said darkly. Ling Han cracked his knuckles, making crisp cracking sounds. He was not afraid of this battle. Annihilation Myriad. Hu Yang leapt forward and pressed out with his claw. It formed multiple shadows that pressed towards Ling Han. Ling Han used the demon monkey fist to meet Hu Yang's attack. Bang! Fist and palm collided, and a thunderous sound exploded. Ling Han's body shook and he staggered backwards. He raised his hand and saw that there were a few bloody holes on his fist. Although they did not penetrate deep into his flesh, they had already touched his bones. The power of this claw was shocking. Ling Han shook his hand. Luckily his bones were hard. Otherwise it was very likely that his bones would have been broken. As expected, it was very powerful. Humph, you have no idea what price I paid to learn the Claw of Annihilation. Hu Yang said proudly. Starting from the age of 5, I stuck my fingers into a box filled with metal spikes every day. Do you know how painful that was? After each time, I soaked my fingers in medicine to quickly heal the wounds. But although the wounds healed, the pain remained. Just like that, day after day, year after year, I practiced for a total of 22 years. Ling Han smiled faintly. Not bad, your perseverance is not bad. From his perspective, in the origin world, who would not spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years to practice a martial art? Hu Yang only used 22 years and it was actually not that bad. It could not be helped. In this world, martial art had just begun to flourish, and the lifespan of the blood-changing realm was only about 200 years. Hu Yang was very displeased with Ling Han's reply. He snorted and said, "You seem to think otherwise. Then let me show you the true power of the Claw of Annihilation." He charged over, his claws dancing, and launched a fierce attack towards Ling Han. Since he knew the power of the Claw of Annihilation, Ling Han of course would not take it head-on. Instead, he used the flying shuttle steps, and his figure floated as he continuously dodged. He sighed inwardly. His body refinement had not reached perfection. Otherwise, why would he be afraid of the Claw of Annihilation? Do you think that I will not be able to do anything to you just because you have increased the distance between us? Hu Yang smirked coldly. Shwa shwa shwa, he continued to strike out with his claws. His chi shot out, forming multiple claws that could be seen with the naked eye. This was the Claw of Annihilation. Even if it was just the energy it sent out, it was filled with destructive power. Ling Han's figure swayed as he dodged his opponent's attacks. He punched out with his demon monkey fist, taking advantage of the openings his opponent had revealed to counterattack. However, the two of them had already pulled away. With their speed, the chances of their attacks hitting each other were extremely low. The two of them continued to clash like this. It looked like neither of them could do anything to the other, but both of them were clear that this battle had now become a battle of endurance. Whoever could last longer would obtain victory. Who could have imagined this? A meridian opening realm could actually force a 5 transformation expert to this extent. Speaking of which, Hu Yang really was wronged. If he had used the Claw of Annihilation when his blood chi was boiling, then it would have been impossible for Ling Han to dodge. That attack speed was just too fast. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but say that Ling Han was two-faced. However, there was no way the secret energy reserves of a meridian opening realm expert could compare to a 5 transformation expert. The final result would definitely be Hu Yang's victory. Chapter 3277. A Beautiful Romance. However, the result greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Ling Han could endure very well, to the point that a certain person started to despair. Hu Yang found that he was the first to be unable to endure. Activating the Claw of Destruction took a great toll on him. Normally speaking, he had to succeed in 10 minutes, which was about the same as the blood energy boil. But now, Ling Han had already lasted for 15 minutes. Hu Yang instantly felt great pressure. He was almost unable to maintain the activation of the Claw of Destruction. If this continued, he would lose. He was shocked. Before this, how could he have thought that he would lose to an opening pulse realm? Only one person had ever accomplished such a feat, Hong Tianbu. Was he really going to become a supporting character in contrast to Ling Han? One had to know that the 5 transformations that had lost to Hong Tianbu was a great joke. Even though Hong Tianbu was like the sun in the sky right now, no one thought highly of him. He did not want to be the second. But what great move could he use? This time, he had come to trample on the spirit of the new students, and also to take in some subordinates. He naturally could not make any preparations and bring along seal soldiers or talismans. Due to this, he did not even have a trump card to turn the tables. What to do? Lightning flashed through Hu Yang's mind, but he could not think of any way to turn defeat into victory. "Stop," he shouted loudly. But Ling Han would not pay attention to him. His figure continued to move, his fists swinging, giving Hu Yang great pressure. "This brat, how could he not have any face?" Hu Yang shouted loudly and said, "This young master is not feeling well today, I will fight you again in the future." He had used the blood energy boil, so if he could use it again, it would be easy to suppress Ling Han. A gentleman's revenge was never too late. Moreover, if they continued to fight, it was possible that he would be beaten up by Ling Han. He believed that Ling Han was capable of doing such a thing. He turned and ran. Using the speed of sound, he instantly disappeared. Ran. The people of the Hu family gang were all gaping. Their boss had abandoned the battle and run. That was too inconceivable. His opponent was just a meridian opening expert. The expressions of those who knew about Hong Tianbu changed drastically. They thought of a possibility. Perhaps, a second Hong Tianbu would appear in the academy, covering the sky with one hand, causing everyone to only be able to look up to him. Tuoba Tianhuang gritted his teeth, and his expression was very ferocious. He had been easily defeated by Hu Yang, but Ling Han had been able to force Hu Yang to flee. Although it was because Ling Han had used a scheme, it was still undeniable that there was a huge gap between the two of them. Did he deserve to be called a genius in front of Ling Han? No, he was not satisfied. He wanted to become stronger. If he couldn't defeat Ling Han at the 5 transformations, then he would rush to the ultimate bone realm. If the ultimate bone realm still wasn't enough, then he would go to the engravement realm. He believed that as long as he had a suppressive advantage in terms of cultivation base, no matter how strong Ling Han's battle prowess was, he would eventually lose. After Hu Yang left, the members of the Hu family gang paused for a moment, then naturally left one after another. Who still dared to provoke Ling Han? Ling Han didn't take advantage of his victory to chase after Hu Yang. He didn't even look at Tuoba Tianhuang. Instead, he walked to Lian Shuerong's side and said, "Flag Master Lian, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lian Shuerong nodded. Hu Yang had seen that she was beautiful to the bone, and some sort of evil thought had been aroused in him. He naturally couldn't bear to heavily injure her. "Thank you, Ling Han," she said seriously. She really hadn't expected that in such a short period of time, the youth she had brought from a truly remote and desolate place had already blossomed with limitless brilliance, even leaving her in the dust. It had to be known that Ling Han was only at the meridian opening realm. If he stepped into the blood transformation realm, just how strong would he be? Could it be that he really could stand shoulder to shoulder with that white-robed, omnipotent person? Lian Shuerong was a little absent-minded. There had always been a person in her heart who was like a deity, but now this person was becoming dim. After all, she had only seen him from afar and had mostly only heard of his legends. He wasn't like Ling Han, who was alive and well and had even stood up for her. "Flag Master Lian, rest well," Ling Han said. He had to continue refining his body. This was the most important matter. A day later, the news of Hu Yang being beaten to the point of fleeing by Ling Han had already spread throughout the academy, instantly causing a huge uproar. Hu Yang was not an ordinary person at the 5 transformations, but was a genius who had once cultivated to the limits of the meridian opening realm. He had also cultivated in body techniques, and now possessed a mighty strength of nearly 3 million jin. Yet he had actually been defeated by Ling Han. Why did this sound so familiar? Hong Tian's steps, a figure flashed across everyone's heart. This was a miracle that only Hong Tian's steps could create. In just one day, Ling Han's reputation had risen, while Hu Yang's had fallen to the bottom of the valley. However, in the eyes of the true overlords of the academy, Ling Han could only be considered to have just risen. The rumors are too exaggerated. What Hong Tian steps number 2 he. Shenyuan Dinghua laughed. He was the son of one of the 4 great commanders, Great Commander Shenyuan. Great Commander Shenyuan was also the only one of the 4 great commanders with a surname as his title. Beside him, a young man stood solemnly. Hearing this, he also laughed and said, "Although Hu Yang can't be called a peak expert, his strength isn't weak either. To be able to beat him away, that junior brother surnamed Ling does have some ability. And he's very black-bellied." Shenyuan Dinghua laughed loudly. To actually let Hu Yang waste the opportunity of his blood chi boil in a muddle-headed manner. This matter is what will make Hu Yang a joke for the rest of his life. Another young man also laughed. Fortunately, it wasn't a battle of life and death. Otherwise Hu Yang's name would go down in history. His name was Bei Hegi, and he was Shenyuan Dinghua's right-hand man. The old man of the Bei family was also a general under Great Commander Shenyuan, and he was extremely brave. Shenyuan Dingwa tapped his fingers and said seriously, however, to be able to beat someone at the 5 blood transformations at the illuminating pulse realm, no matter how you look at it, our junior brother Ling is very powerful. His potential is astonishing and he's worth nurturing. You think highly of him? Bei Hegi asked. The Hong Tian steps has been invincible for too long. If there's a second Hong Tian steps, wouldn't that be a little more interesting? Shenyuan Dingwa laughed. Bei Hegi was surprised. Although our junior brother has already displayed extremely monstrous strength, there's only one Hong Tian steps. In the entire world there was only one Hong Tian steps. This was because his talent could no longer be described as genius or monstrous. It could suppress the heavens and there could only be one such person. It's fine. Let's make friends first and we'll see in the future, Shenyuan Dingwa said. Make a trip on my behalf and convey the goodwill of the Shenyuan family. Okay. Bei Hegi didn't say anything else. Since Shenyuan Dingwa had already made his decision, he could only carry it out. This was how a qualified subordinate should be. His eyes were filled with respect. Actually, Shenyuan Dingwa was also an amazing genius, but the people of this generation had been suppressed too badly by the Hong Tian steps. No matter how brilliant you were in front of the Hong Tian steps, you were like the light of a firefly. How could you compete with the brilliance of the sun? He sighed in his heart. Even that junior brother Ling was the same. Now that the Hong Tian steps was in power, any genius could only be overshadowed. Chapter 3278. After a night, Hu Yang had completely recovered to his peak condition. In other words, he could boil his blood energy at any time and explode with his strongest battle prowess. He immediately wanted to find Ling Han and teach Ling Han a lesson to vent his anger. But he quickly received news that many people had come to visit Ling Han this morning, such as Bei Hegi and Lu Shiming. Who was Bei Hegi? He was Shenyuan Dingwa's right-hand man. Him going to see Ling Han was definitely not a private matter, but a representation of Shenyuan Dingwa's will. And Lu Shiming? He was Qin Shingho's subordinate, and Qin Shingho was the 7th grandson of the Vajra general. Hu Yang immediately had misgivings. If he went to Ling Han's residence to beat someone up, it would be a slap to Shenyuan Dingwa and Qin Shingho's faces. Although Hu Yang's expansion of the Hu clan would inevitably cause conflict with the Shenyuan gang and Qin Shingho, that was just a small conflict between his subordinates. It wouldn't reach their level. If they really fought head-on, both the Shenyuan gang and the Qin gang could easily beat the Hu clan into a sorry state. Offending both at the same time? Therefore, impulsively running over and directly attacking was not feasible. However, it was absolutely impossible for Hu Yang to swallow this insult. Then I'll issue him a challenge. Hu Yang had an idea. If Ling Han accepted the challenge, then he could beat up Ling Han during the fight. Even Shenyuan Dingwa and Qin Shingho couldn't say anything. If Ling Han didn't accept, then he could naturally recover his fallen reputation. Look, beating Hu Yang away. It was all nonsense. Yes, this idea was not bad. He immediately sent someone to send a letter to challenge Ling Han. Ling Han was in the middle of body tempering when Summon Snow received the letter of challenge. Hu Yang wants to challenge me. He couldn't help but laugh. What kind of joke was this? A 5 transformation expert wanted to challenge a mere illuminating pulse cultivator like him? He only needed to think for a moment to understand Hu Yang's intentions. To respond or not to respond. Ling Han glanced at the letter of challenge and couldn't help but reveal a wisp of surprise. Because it said that for the sake of fairness, Ling Han was allowed to use any immortal artifact or talisman soldier. But the problem was, with Ling Han's current status, what kind of Dharma artifact or talisman soldier could he get that could unleash the power of the 5th transformation and above? This was naturally Hu Yang pretending to be generous. Ling Han connected his photon computer to the Academy's main photon computer and searched for some information. This was the Academy's internal network, and only the Academy's students had the qualifications to access it. They could search for information about the Academy, including cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Ling Han was looking for the weapon nurturing tree. Have his eyes lit up. The weapon nurturing tree grew in the Academy, and there was a beast watching it. It was obvious that the Academy owned it, so there was a high chance that it would have the relevant information. When the weapon nurturing leaf was fully grown, it could be used as an engravement realm talisman soldier. However, it could still be used if it was not fully grown, but its power would be slightly weaker. How to tell? Lu Sheng looked at the veins on the weapon nurturing leaf. 4 veins meant that it had fully grown and was an engravement realm talisman soldier. 3 veins meant the extreme of the extreme bone realm. 2 veins meant the blood transformation realm, and one vein meant the illuminating pulse realm. Ling Han took out his 13 leaves and examined them. He found that 9 of them had 3 veins and the remaining 4 had 2 veins. He couldn't help but smile. This was going to be interesting. Ling Han told Huan Xue to send a reply. They could spar, but they needed to add a stake, in other words, a bet. He took out the pills that he had refined over the past few days. There were hundreds of them and their value was shocking. Since he had to use up a weapon-nurturing leaf, it was not worth it to just beat someone up. Ling Han was not such a wasteful person. He was not afraid of the academy finding out because this matter could not be hidden. However, no one from the academy had come looking for him over the past 2 days, which was probably a tacit approval of his success. He had stolen it with his ability. Now this ball was thrown back to Hu Yang. This brat actually agreed. Hu Yang was shocked. He had thought that Ling Han would admit defeat. Did he want to embarrass himself in front of everyone? He understood now. The problem was with the stakes. This brat wanted to use the stakes to scare him off. Indeed, the value of a few hundred pulse-probing pills was shocking, but he was the son of one of the 3 dukes, Hu Yunfeng. He could still afford this bit of wealth. He agreed. When the news spread that Ling Han was going to fight Hu Yang in 3 days, it immediately caused another uproar in the academy. Of course, Hu Yang was going to fight. He had lost so much face that he definitely had to get it back. But why did Ling Han accept the challenge? He already had a huge amount of glory. What was the point of fighting Hu Yang again? Furthermore, most people knew that Hu Yang had lost because he had wasted the opportunity to use his blood qi to boil. If they fought again, Ling Han's chances of winning were pitifully small. No, it should be 0. Everyone was puzzled. Lien Xuerong had specially come to find Ling Han and asked him to cancel the fight, but Ling Han had already decided to use the weapon-nurturing leaf to fix Hu Yang. Naturally, he would not agree. Last time he had only beaten Hu Yang away. He had not yet fulfilled his promise to beat him up. In these 3 days, Ling Han diligently cultivated. Now he only lacked physical arts, and because of the large amount of red cloud stones, he was confident that he could reach the limit of physical arts in 10 days. 10 days later he would reach the blood-changing tier. He was filled with anticipation. After reaching the blood-changing tier, he might not be able to send the Empress and the others out, but at least he would be able to communicate with them. 2 days later, Ling Han went to the academy's training field to test his strength. There was a strength measuring machine here. The limit was as high as 10 million kilograms, and this was also the limit of all the strength measuring machines. Any stronger than that could not be measured. Ling Han did not want others to know his background, so he was very low-key. He did not even bring his little servant girl. Let's test my secret power first. He had originally thought that the limit of his secret power was 1,000,000 kilograms, but after the fight at the Hu clan, he found out that his secret power limit had actually exceeded 1,000,000 kilograms. And Hu Yang's surname was also Hu. Did he have a grudge with someone with the surname Hu? Peng He punched the strength measuring machine, and the number immediately appeared. 1,500,000 kilograms. Ling Han was shocked. It was said that the limit of the illuminating meridian was 1,000,000 kilograms of secret power and 1,000,000 kilograms of physical strength. After the two were perfectly combined, the limit could reach 2,000,000 kilograms. This was the second extreme of the illuminating meridian. Currently, only Hong Tian Steps had reached it. But his secret power had reached 1,500,000 kilograms. Although it was not much, only 10%, but in a fight between experts, would they be able to afford a difference of 10%? He tested his physical strength again. Peng, the strength measuring machine trembled and the number changed again. 6,000,000 kilograms. And the total value was 1,500,000 kilograms. In other words, the secret power and physical strength had not been perfectly combined, and there was a huge waste. It could not be helped. These few days he had been focused on cultivating his physical arts. Naturally, he did not have time to combine the secret power. This is not urgent. Now I just need to increase my strength. Ling Han's improvement in his physical arts was very obvious. Although the increase in his physique could not be seen directly, the increase in physical strength was real. He could almost increase his strength by 100,000 kilograms in a day. A night passed and the day of the battle arrived. Chapter 3280. Ling Han returned to his residence and continued his seclusion. For him, the conflict with Hu Yang was only a small interlude. His journey was the sea of stars, so how could he keep an eye on such a small character? He focused on refining his body, striving to reach the consummate level of illuminating pulse as soon as possible and break through to blood-changing tier. The Academy's evaluation of him, on top of being powerful, added the word two-faced. He really cheated too much, defeating Hu Yang with a seal soldier, causing him to lose face and wealth. Ling Han was also displeased. He wasted a ultimate bone tier seal soldier for this? Was that something 5 million Shanbei coins could be exchanged for? However, severely injuring Hu Yang finally helped Lien Xuerong vent her anger, and Ling Han still felt it was worth it. He closed the door and refused to meet guests, focusing on refining his body. The little female attendant didn't waste the Academy's resources, attending classes every day, and was rapidly improving her cultivation. Ling Han's physique was rapidly improving, and the indestructible Heaven Scroll was displaying an astonishing effect. Limited by Ling Han's cultivation level, he could not possibly think of cultivation techniques for the blood transformation tier and the extreme bone tier out of thin air, but for those in the illuminating meridian tier, this was definitely a rare and valuable body refining technique. After all, this was the product of billions of years. Another 6 days passed, and Ling Han's physique reached its limit, unable to improve any further. Reaching a bottleneck, no matter how he bathed in medicine or used Red Cloud Rock, his power wouldn't improve, and his physique didn't change at all. He tested it with the strength measuring machine, and his physical strength similarly reached 1,100,000 kilograms. If the two were combined, it would reach 2 million kilograms. The second limit of illuminating pulse tier. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry to break through to blood-changing tier, as he still hadn't perfectly combined the two powers. Since he was already late for so many days, a few more days wouldn't make a difference. His foundation had to be solid. For a great master of martial art like him, combining powers was naturally a small matter. In just 2 days he had perfectly combined the two powers. 2,200,000 kilograms. Ling Han was very satisfied with himself. This shouldn't be weaker than Hong Tian's step. However, it was said that Hong Tian's step had 2 million kilograms of power in illuminating pulse tier, but was it a round number? Perhaps it was 2,100,000, or even 2,200,000. I shouldn't be arrogant and complacent. Ling Han was just about to break through to the blood transformation realm when he received another challenge from Hu Yang. He couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Was this guy getting braver with each setback, or was he addicted to beating him up? This time Hu Yang's challenge was very clear. In the battle between the two of them, they were not allowed to use any talisman weapons or talismans. He couldn't help but laugh. This Hu Yang was really shameless. Someone at the 5 changes of blood transformation actually wanted a fair battle in the meridian opening realm. Just how thick-skinned was he? Fine, I'll beat him into submission this time. Ling Han had Huanxue reply. Battle. However, the time was set for 3 days later. 3 days should be enough for him to reach the blood transformation realm. When the news spread, the Academy was in an uproar. This Hu Yang was really thick-skinned. The first time he fled, the second time he was directly knocked down. Now that he had just recovered from his injuries, he wanted to challenge again. No matter who won or lost, Hu Yang's reputation would definitely be ruined. Of course, if he just endured it like this, then it would definitely be even worse. The Hu family gang might instantly disband. Who would be willing to follow such a cowardly boss? So, no matter how shameless people scolded him, Hu Yang had to fight with Ling Han again and obtain victory. If he were to lose for the 3rd time, he would lose all his face and everything else. Looking at Hu Yang's restrictions, everyone agreed that this time he definitely could not lose. Not being able to use talisman weapons, then they could only rely on true battle power. It had to be said that both times Ling Han won, he had used tricks and could even be said to be treacherous and two-faced. So, after learning his lesson, Hu Yang definitely would not repeat the same mistake. Ling Han ignored the opinions of the crowd. He focused on breaking through to the blood transformation realm. 3 days later he would fairly defeat Hu Yang. He went into seclusion to break through to the blood transformation realm. In reality, he had already comprehended this long ago. It was just that deep in his heart, he had an obsession for perfection, so he had always stopped himself from taking this step. Now that his heart was no longer obstructed, he naturally succeeded. His body was undergoing a complete change. His meridians were widening, his cells were strengthening, and his bones were becoming stronger. The blood transformation realm was not just a change in the blood. That was just a sign, a characteristic. However, these changes had only been going on for a while before Ling Han felt a strong sense of weakness. The essence of his life was increasing, but without external replenishment he could only burn his own life source. Naturally, this was a kind of great injury. Ling Han hurriedly took out the Phoenix King jade fruit he had prepared and ate one. Immediately his body felt warm. His life source had been replenished, and he could continue to evolve without worrying about his life source being damaged or even exhausted. This time he had accumulated a lot of experience, so his evolution was incomparably fast. There was no way around it. How many people only broke through after reaching the second limit? This was equivalent to an ordinary fifth transformation. Evolving on such a foundation was naturally incomparably terrifying. It was not just his body. Ling Han discovered that his mystic energy had also become purer. If it was 100% in the past, now it had been suppressed to 10% or even a little less. This gave him a strong feeling of powerlessness and emptiness. Because he could not absorb the mystic energy of heaven and earth, he could not stop to set up a nouveau riche formation. If he was powerless, then so be it. In any case, it did not harm his life source. An hour later, Ling Han felt that his life source was showing signs of being damaged again. He hurriedly ate another Phoenix King Jade fruit. His evolution was both fierce and lasting. After another hour he ate the third Phoenix King Jade fruit, and on the fourth hour he ate another one. Ling Han could not help but grit his teeth. If he continued to evolve even after he ate the last Phoenix King Jade fruit, what would he do? It would harm his life source. Even if he had peerless treasured medicine to heal it in the future, an injury was an injury. Perhaps it would cause a big problem later. Hopefully it would not. However, 4 Phoenix King Jade fruits were not enough. Ling Han had no choice but to eat a fifth one. The changes in his body continued to shake like a mountain, as if it had no intention of stopping. Ling Han wanted to cry. The longer it took to break through, the greater his potential. But without the treasured fruit to replenish his life source, this was a little like courting death. Half an hour later, the speed of evolution suddenly slowed down. It was finally going to stop. Ling Han let out a long sigh. He was really scared to death. Sure enough, after another 20 minutes, the evolution of this life source had almost completely stopped. If it could be said to be a violent storm before, then the rain had stopped now. Only the eaves were still dripping water. Another 7 minutes later, everything came to a halt. Ling Han opened his eyes. Shua, his gaze was like lightning flashing across the room with a dazzling light. But he quickly recovered. Blood Transformation Realm. Chapter 3281. The next day the sun rose as usual. Ling Han had a good night's sleep. When the sun rose he seized the time to cultivate, quickly filling up his meridians. In the remaining time he continued to raise the intrinsic quality of his life. His meridians were still expanding, but the vitality factor in his body was increasing. This was increasing the intrinsic quality of Ling Han's body, advancing towards a higher level. Let's go and beat up Hu Yang again. I'll completely convince him. Ling Han actually didn't have an overbearing personality, but he had never provoked Hu Yang. However, Hu Yang had come time and time again to step on him. Did Ling Han still need to be polite? Today he definitely had to beat him up, beat him so hard that even his parents wouldn't be able to recognize him. Ling Han brought along the little maid, but to his surprise Huanshua's meridians had actually risen to 12. He had really underestimated this maid. She was pretty awesome. Work hard. Break through to the blood transformation realm as soon as possible. Ling Han smiled. Huanshua nodded vigorously. Young Master had given her such good conditions. She definitely had to work hard and then help Young Master. She couldn't always let Young Master block in front of her because she was the maid. She carried the little pink pig, and the two of them walked unhurriedly to the training grounds. This time Hu Yang had finally learned his lesson. He had set a time for the final battle, so he didn't have to wait from morning to noon and be ignored by Ling Han for half a day. There were still many onlookers. It was a sea of people. Ling Han pushed through the crowd and walked in. He saw Hu Yang standing proudly like a javelin. Seeing Ling Han and Huanshua walk over, Su Yuliang immediately revealed a look of hatred. Because of that bastard Ling Han, not only had Hu Yang's reputation plummeted, but the Hu family gang had also become a huge joke. Apart from a few hardcore supporters who were the direct descendants of Hu Yunfeng and couldn't change sides, the other lackeys already had thoughts of finding other backers. This was all Ling Han's fault. Ling Han looked again. The academy's teacher this time was actually Tu Yun. This senior instructor's face was a little dark. He didn't want to come at all, but he was usually not very popular, so this time he was pushed forward again. Damn, the wounds on his body hadn't healed from the great battle with the seal soldier last time. He glanced at Ling Han with some resentment in his eyes. Ling Han couldn't help but shiver. Why did Tu Yun's gaze resemble that of a resentful woman? In today's battle, You are not allowed to use any Dharma artifacts or seal soldiers. Tuyin said seriously. Then he looked at Ling Han and emphasized, you are not allowed to use any seal soldiers. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. Your expression and tone are very hurtful, okay? I'm not deaf or stupid. I don't need you to say it twice. Tuyin rambled on and on about the rules of the duel. It was basically the same as what he had said a few days ago. Then he said, let's begin. This time Hu Yang was not in a hurry to make his move. He had suffered 2 consecutive losses at the hands of Ling Han. He must avenge this grudge. Therefore he would not defeat Ling Han in one blow. He would slowly torment him. Ling Han, I have to admit that you are very courageous. You dare to agree to fight me, he said coolly. Ling Han grinned. You, a loser? No, a loser who has lost to me twice still has the courage to challenge me. What reason do I have to refuse? No, let me say those words. You, a person who has lost twice, still want to fall at the same place a third time. I admire your courage. This was a lie. Hu Yang's face instantly became as red as a pig's liver and even turned black. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter, his knuckles cracking. He gritted his teeth and said, Ling Han, you shameless guy. The first time you tricked me out of the chance to use my blood energy boil. The second time, you used the ultimate Bone Realm Seal Soldier to wound me. You still have the nerve to say this. Hearing this, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of this guy was really quite pitiful. He had been tricked. Logically, Ling Han was not an idiot. He specialized in tricking people. Would he obediently allow Hu Yang to take revenge this time? Impossible. Therefore, Ling Han definitely had already prepared a dirty move. Everyone was puzzled and expectant. Under the precondition that the rules had been set, what kind of dirty move would he use? This was the deepest impression that Ling Han had left in everyone's hearts. Tricking people. Ling Han smiled slightly. So, you want to be tricked a third time? Hu Yang panicked. Originally, he did not need to be afraid of a opening pulse junior sect brother, but he had been tricked twice by Ling Han. The second time he had not even used a single move. How could he not have a shadow in his heart? Had Ling Han set a trap for him again? This boy was extremely cunning. How could he accept the challenge knowing that he would lose? Therefore there had to be something fishy going on. Hu Yang and the majority of the people thought that Ling Han definitely had some dirty trick up his sleeve. Ling Han smiled slightly. If you still do not act, then I will not be polite. Hu Yang decided to use an action to counterattack, and gain the upper hand by striking later. In any case, he definitely had the upper hand in terms of raw power, and it was an overwhelming advantage. As long as his mind was not in a mess, what could Ling Han do? Yes, that was it. Ling Han took a deep breath. Then with a bang he dashed out, exploding out at 1.3 times the speed of sound. Head on. In the past he had schemed in every possible way, but that was because he had no other choice. He was not as strong as his opponent. Head-on was an idiotic action that was seeking death. But now that he had enough strength, of course he would go head-on. Boom, he punched out. Previously, he had been fine when he did not circulate his power. Now that he circulated his secret power, a faint purple blood chi surged out of his body. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in a layer of purple mist. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but open their mouths. Then they could not close them. Purple blood chi. First blood transformation. So it turned out that Ling Han had quietly advanced into the blood transformation realm. A few days ago he was only at the opening pulse realm. In just a few days he had advanced into the blood transformation realm. What a monster. Who would not go into seclusion to advance into the blood transformation realm for a year or so? How could he succeed in just a few days? Before they had time to exclaim in surprise, Ling Han had already rushed in front of Hu Yang and punched out. In reality, Ling Han was also very displeased. Who the hell did you think you were? Just because you were a senior student and had strong strength, you came to bully us freshmen. Not only did you suffer a loss, you actually wanted to challenge me. Challenge, I'll beat you to death. This punch was surrounded by a faint purple aura. Ling Han had already used the demon monkey fist. However, he did not use too much power to stack it. It was only 15 layers. Hu Yang similarly did not have time to be shocked. He could only counterattack with a claw. Otherwise, if he was hit by this punch, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Ping, the two of them collided. Their fist and claw almost collided together. A terrifying force transformed into waves that could be seen by the naked eye, surging out continuously. Then both of their figures shook and they retreated at the same time. One retreated by half a step while the other retreated by half a step. Could almost be said that they were evenly matched. Chapter 3282. Ling Han retreated a bit more. After all, his primordial strength was slightly inferior to Hu Yang's, but it was really just a slight difference. The crowd was silent at first, but in an instant, it exploded into a huge uproar. With just one punch they were really shocked. Ling Han had entered the blood transformation realm, and had the power to face off against someone at the 5 transformations. One had to know that although Hu Yang had made a fool of himself, and his popularity and reputation had fallen to rock bottom, his strength could not be denied. He was a genius, and had once cultivated to 20 meridians in the illuminating pulse realm. But Ling Han was still at the first transformation, and yet he could match him. How could they believe it? Could it be that Ling Han's blood qi was already boiling? Impossible. Boiling blood qi had incomparably obvious characteristics, and Ling Han did not look like it. Damn it. Hu Yang himself was even more shocked. Only now did he know why Ling Han dared to accept the challenge a second time. This time there was no scheme, no trap, just a head-on clash. The others also realized it, but they had a strong feeling of discomfort. Ling Han, who did not fight head-on, was so awkward. They could not accept it. After the shock, Hu Yang actually calmed down. The illuminating pulse realm had a limit. At most, one could reach the second limit, which was 1,000,000 kilograms of mystic power and 1,000,000 kilograms of physique. After entering the blood transformation realm, mystic power would greatly increase, so it was not strange that Ling Han had over 1,000,000 kilograms of primordial strength. The second limit. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Before this, only one person had reached it. Logically speaking, there definitely would not be a second Hong Tian steps. But now, he could not help but believe that another heaven-suppressing monster had appeared. But even if this kid had 1,500,000 kilograms of mystic power, after his blood qi boiled, he could only reach 4,000,000 kilograms of strength. Adding in physique, he could at most reach 5,000,000 kilograms. And him? 7,000,000 kilograms. This was still a crushing defeat. Hu Yang nodded. He had never expected to defeat Ling Han in his normal state. Then he would directly enter the battle of the strongest. He roared, his blood qi boiling. A crystal-like aura enveloped him as if it was jumping. Come! He roared and attacked with the claw of destruction. Just the force alone was enough to tear apart steel. Ling Han snorted and also boiled his blood qi. His blood qi immediately circulated 10 times faster in his body, surging with an incomparably powerful force. He still used the demon monkey fist, facing Hu Yang's claw. Bam! The fist and palm collided again. This time the fist blocked the claw. No way. Hu Yang's face was filled with disbelief. His calculations were very accurate. Ling Han's explosive power should be far inferior to his, but with this claw strike, Ling Han was not knocked down by him as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and his hand was not injured at all. How could this be? Putting aside the matter of strength, he had trained in the destruction claw for more than 20 years. Now he couldn't even break through his opponent's skin. Not only Hu Yang but everyone else was the same. They had clearly seen Hu Yang use blood qi boil, but why was it that not only was Ling Han not inferior, he was even able to match it? It was very simple. Ling Han had grasped his opponent's attack frequency. The rhythm of the 15 stacks of strength was incomparably ingenious, completely dispersing the power of Hu Yang's attack. This had been named by Ling Han as the frequency technique. As long as he could grasp the pulse of the frequency, he would be able to use the weak to defeat the strong. Of course, there was a limit to this strength. Hu Yang, I don't know you, but you first relied on your seniority to come to the new student area to trample on me. After I chased you away, you didn't care about bullying the weak and challenged me to a battle. I taught you a lesson, but you still haven't learned your lesson. Now you're doing it again. Ling Han snorted. Another punch exploded out. Bang! Hu Yang blocked it. His face was somewhat pale. It wasn't because he had been injured, but rather because Ling Han's words had stabbed at his sore spot. You really are despicable. Do you really want me to beat you until I'm satisfied? Ling Han continuously punched out. Bang. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Bang. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Bang. With each sentence, Ling Han threw out a punch. Punch after punch, it was like a thunderbolt or a storm. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Having come to this foreign world, the Empress and the others could only stay in his body, and he didn't know when they would be able to come out. He already had a stomach full of anger, but Hu Yang just had to provoke him again and again. Good, now he had a place to vent his anger. Peng 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 peng. Ling Han's attack speed became faster and faster. Even the majority of blood transformation cultivators could only see his fists flying through the air. It was as if the entire sky was filled with his fists. They couldn't help being shocked. How were they supposed to block such an attack? The more Hu Yang fought, the more panicked he became. He felt that his power had the upper hand, but his opponent's power was incomparably solid. It was as if his attack was a mountain of mud that was easily punched through by his opponent's stone fists. He was unable to cause the slightest bit of damage. He once again regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have restricted the use of magic tools and talisman soldiers. That was because he also had an ultimate bone tier talisman soldier that had been forged by his father. Was this a trap of his own making? When he had the upper hand in terms of power, he had been defeated by a single blow from Ling Han's talisman soldier. Good, now that he had restricted the use of talisman soldiers, Ling Han's power had risen. It was enough to match him and even faintly showed signs of suppressing him. Why was he so tragic? Ling Han gave a long whistle and continued to increase his battle prowess. If 15 stacks of power could not deal with him, then he would use 20 stacks. Ling Han suddenly increased his power. Ping, with a single strike, Hu Yang was instantly sent flying. He could only strike out with 15 stacks of power. Previously he had just managed to fight to a draw with Ling Han. Now that Ling Han had increased his power, he naturally was no match for him. Peng Ling Han took advantage of his victory to pursue his attack, and once again punched out. Hu Yang barely managed to parry it, but he was once again sent flying by this punch. Feels good, right? Ling Han shot forward like an arrow, practically exploding out at twice the speed of sound. Anyone who saw it would stare in awe. Twice the speed of sound. That was a speed that only someone in the ultimate bone realm could reach. But someone who had just entered the blood transformation realm was able to do so. It had to be known that the majority of people in the blood transformation realm would only be able to reach the speed of sound at the third transformation. The main reason was that their physical bodies were unable to bear it, and once they reached the speed of sound, their bodies would first collapse. Peng Ping Peng Hu Yang became a punching bag, being bombarded by Ling Han as much as he wanted. He had dissolved the majority of Ling Han's attacks, but there was still some left over that landed on his body, causing him pain. If this continued for a long time, he might even be heavily injured and die. Everyone could see that although Hu Yang was still barely holding on, he had already been defeated. It was just that he hadn't admitted it yet. This time, no one doubted Ling Han's strength any longer. This fellow was not only shameless and had set traps for others, his true strength was also heaven-defying. Ling Han won battle to restore his reputation. But Hu Yang was miserable. He had been defeated 3 times by Ling Han. Whether it was in intelligence or strength, he had been completely suppressed. He was fated to become a huge joke. "Stop," said Tu Yun. He couldn't continue watching. This was no longer a decisive battle, but a one-sided beating. Everyone looked at Ling Han with incomparably complicated gazes. A new star had already been born and it could not be suppressed. Chapter 3284. Students who see repeated chapters, please delete the book from the shelf, including the local cache. Make sure to tick it and then add another bookshelf. That's all. In order to make it up to everyone, there will be 1 more chapter today. 4 chapters in the morning and 3 chapters in the afternoon. Ling Han became famous after one battle. Indeed, he had been famous before. He had defeated Hu Yang twice, but there had been factors other than his strength. Naturally, he could not convince the public. But this time it was completely different. Ling Han had defeated Hu Yang directly, without a trace of exaggeration. This world worshipped the strong, and although Ling Han could not be called a strong person now, he was already showing signs of being one. A considerable number of people were analyzing Ling Han's abilities, researching why he could be so strong, but from the perspective of power, no matter how they thought about it, they could not come up with a reasonable explanation that Ling Han could rival Hu Yang. In the end, everyone concluded that Ling Han must have mastered a powerful martial technique that made up for the difference in strength. Because Ling Han had come from Crouching Tiger City, and Crouching Tiger City had now disappeared, a considerable number of forces had the intention of recruiting him, and offered all kinds of conditions. Some used money, some tempted him with techniques, martial techniques, and some directly sent beautiful women. Naturally, none of them could move Ling Han. He did not lack money and he had no interest in beautiful women. As for techniques, how many people could offer better than Monkey Kings? Martial techniques could be used for reference, but he would have to sell his body to exchange for them. Ling Han returned to his residence, not planning to see anyone. Since he had entered the blood transformation realm, he needed blood transformation pills and cultivation formations. He also had to prepare more precious fruits that could replenish qi and blood. Otherwise, when he reached the peak of the first transformation realm, he would not be able to advance due to lack of supplements. That night, just as Ling Han was about to concoct pills, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. He hurriedly turned around only to see a figure sitting in the shadows. Kid, your senses are getting more and more sensitive," the figure said with a smile. Ling Han's eyesight had improved a lot, and his pupils quickly adapted to the darkness. He could vaguely see that it was a short old man. His pupils immediately contracted. This little old man was the one who had fed him the poison. "Kid, I've really underestimated you." The old man laughed. "In such a short amount of time, you've already reached the blood transformation realm and even defeated that brat from the Hu family." Ling Han carefully observed this old man, but he still gave off an unfathomable feeling. He was definitely an ultimate bone stage powerhouse. He believed that if he were to unleash his full strength, he would be able to match the first level of the extreme bone realm. However, he would only be able to do so for a short 10 minutes. Once the blood chi boil ended, he would definitely be killed by the extreme bone realm. This little old man was definitely not the first of the extreme bones. Soldier raising leaf, Ling Han shook his head in his heart. Even though he had 3 meridians of leaves, the 3rd meridian had only just been formed. It was still quite a distance away from complete mastery. He could only unleash the power of the 1st or 2nd level of the extreme bone realm, but it still wouldn't be enough to threaten this old man. "Kid, are you planning on using the armament nourishing leaf to deal with me?" asked the old man with a smile. This old man knows I have the weapon nurturing leaf. As expected, this matter couldn't be hidden. It was just that the academy didn't settle the score with him, which meant that they had acknowledged his strength and luck. The question was, how did the little old man know? What did he have to do with the academy? Thoughts flashed through Ling Han's mind, but a smile appeared on his face. He said calmly, "Even if I used it, I wouldn't be able to hurt you." "Ha kid, you're getting more and more likable," said the little old man with a smile. He pointed at Ling Han and said, "I spared your life back then because I saw that you had some attainments in the Tao of Alchemy. I didn't expect that your talent in martial art would be even more shocking." He nodded and said, "It looks like my decision back then was very correct. You just have to work hard in your cultivation and I'll fight for the missions for you. Complete them well and you'll slowly gain my trust. In the future you'll have the chance to take part in promoting and laying the foundations for the world." Ling Han laughed coldly in his heart. Using poison to control others and still wanting to work for him? This was the imperial capital, where all the resources in the world were gathered. As long as he had enough money, he would definitely be able to find the remaining few medicinal ingredients and concoct the antidote for the soul-separating pill. "Senior, can you tell me your name?" he asked. The little old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "My surname is Cheng. As for my name, I've already forgotten." He turned around and leaped out of the window, instantly disappearing into the moonlight. Ling Han thought to himself. He could also move at twice the speed of sound. If they really fell out, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape from the hands of an ultimate bone realm expert. However, it would be a dream for him to win the battle now. However, once I reach the 3rd transformation or even the 2nd transformation, I should have the qualifications to truly match the 1st level of the ultimate bone realm. Ling Han thought to himself. Old man Cheng's appearance gave him a wake-up call, reminding him that there was still a rope around his neck that could strangle him to death at any time. This kind of feeling made Ling Han extremely unhappy. Hence his first step was to earn money. Only with a lot of money would he be able to buy the medicinal ingredients he needed to concoct the antidote. However, before he could start concocting the pills, someone else came. This time the other party didn't barge in unannounced. Instead they asked to see him through Huanxue. It was Butler Mu. If it was anyone else, Ling Han wouldn't be in the mood to meet them. However, since it was Butler Mu, he still had to give him some face. "Ling Han, you're really amazing." Butler Mu had long since recovered from his injuries. His face was full of emotion. "After defeating Hu Yang, I'm guessing that anyone with a bit of power has heard of your name." Ling Han sighed in his heart. That's right, this old man whose surname wasn't Cheng had already come. He smiled and said, "Is Miss Feng doing well now?" "Miss is doing very well now." Butler Mu revealed a smile like a kind father, full of comfort. Ling Han shook his head in his heart. This Butler Mu had really fallen for her completely, treating Feng Ruoxian like his own daughter. Whatever, this was someone else's choice. As long as you're happy. Although His Majesty the Saint Emperor has yet to come out of seclusion, Miss is the representative of Hidden Tiger City. Her significance is extraordinary, and she will definitely be favored by the Saint Emperor in the future. Butler Mu continued, but his expression suddenly darkened. Miss is very close to the princess. In his opinion, Feng Ruoxian shouldn't have married into the imperial family. Although she could obtain a great position, she wouldn't be able to obtain happiness. Moreover, the imperial family was fighting for the throne. In the future, once the Saint Emperor passed away, no matter which prince ascended the throne, there would definitely be a big settlement. Therefore, it was better to marry into an ordinary family. Although it would be ordinary, it would be safe. Ling Han didn't interrupt. He and Feng Ruoxian didn't have much of a relationship. What she decided was her business. This time I came. Butler Mu wanted to say something but stopped. He paused for a moment before saying, Miss has just arrived in the capital and is unfamiliar with the people in the place. She also doesn't have anyone she can use. Therefore, I'd like to ask for your help. Ling Han was surprised. Help. It sounded nice, but didn't she actually want to take him in as a servant? With Ling Han's current reputation, if Feng Ruoxian could take him in as a servant, then her status in the capital would suddenly rise by a large amount. However, where did Feng Ruoxian get the confidence to want him as a servant? Her skin is too thick, I owe you. Chapter 3285. Ling Han did not owe Feng Ruoxian anything at all. On the contrary, he had saved her once. Otherwise, she might have already gone to help who can reproduce. Fine, it's fine if you're not grateful. Seeing that Feng Zixing had died for the city, Ling Han did not want to make a fuss about it. But now she actually wanted to take him as a slave. This was intolerable to Ling Han. Even if you're the young miss of Hidden Tiger City, you don't have this right. You're an ingrate. Housekeeper Mu saw the change in his expression and hurriedly advised, Ling Han, the young miss needs help right now. Please help her for my sake. Ling Han shook his head and said, Housekeeper Mu, this request is too much. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Housekeeper Mu had actually guessed that Ling Han would not agree. Which peerless genius would be willing to be someone's servant? It was just that he had been entrusted by Feng Ruoxian and had no choice but to make this trip. Ling Han, if you have any conditions you can state them. I will do my best to satisfy you, he said. Ling Han shook his head, this is a matter of principle. Housekeeper Mu sighed and said, fine, pretend I never said anything about this. He quickly took his leave. Actually, Feng Ruoxian wanted him to first use peaceful means before resorting to force. If Ling Han was easy to talk to, then he would talk nicely. If Ling Han was unwilling to listen, then he would directly threaten him. Feng Ruoxian could say these words, but Housekeeper Mu could not do it. His life was saved by Ling Han. How could he accept kindness with enmity? To be honest, he really felt that he did not know Feng Ruoxian anymore. He had watched this child grow up. How did she become like this? But he did not know that although Feng Ruoxian looked bright and beautiful and had a halo around her, how long could the good fortune of a dead person last? When the matter of Hidden Tiger City came to an end and no one mentioned it again, what would she, Feng Ruoxian, amount to? She would only be a plaything even if she had beauty. So, Feng Ruoxian wanted to find a way to raise her strength, and walked on this crooked path. Ling Han sent Steward Mu off and shook his head. He had already blacklisted Feng Ruoxian. Otherwise, with his protective personality, as long as Feng Ruoxian had any difficulties since they both came from Crouching Tiger City, he would definitely not hesitate to help her. Now that Feng Ruoxian had come, it was equivalent to closing this door. Ling Han stopped thinking about this matter. There was no need to waste time on this kind of rich young lady who didn't know what was good for her. However, this was bound to be a busy night. There was a third guest that he couldn't refuse. Niu Huaqin, the owner of an array formation shop, the uncle master of Gu Tianhe of the Array Formation Association in Hidden Tiger City. His title was rather long and scary. Ling Han was indebted to this person, so Ling Han naturally wouldn't ignore him. However, Ling Han was not at all restrained towards him. He smiled and said, Old man Niu, you've escaped death. Niu Huaqing snorted and said, It's just a small beast tied. What can it do to me? Blow. Ling Han said in his heart. If Niu Huaqing could really ignore the beast tied, why would the Array Formation Association be completely annihilated? Oh wait, there was still Yen Jun who had escaped and he hadn't been dealt with yet. He didn't rub salt on the wound and smiled, Are you planning to open another array shop in the capital? Niu Huaqing revealed a complicated expression and said, I originally thought that I would never return here in this lifetime. He paused for a moment. Seeing that Ling Han didn't reply, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and said, Why don't you ask me why I won't return here? Ling Han gave an "oh" and said, If you are willing to tell me, there is naturally no need for me to ask. If you are not willing to tell me, I will only make you sad if I ask. So, it is better not to ask. Damn, why does this brat not look like a 20-year-old youth at all? Niu Huaqing sighed and said, Back then I was also a person who stirred up a storm in the capital and was known as an array genius. I entered the Tao through arrays. Although I was only at the extreme bone realm, I could fight against those at the engravement realm. Because of this, I was very arrogant when I was young and looked down on everyone. Ling Han interrupted, You are also like this now. The corner of Niu Huaqing's mouth twitched. He had the urge to hit someone but he suppressed it. Later, I fell in love with a woman and started to pursue her. However, there was still someone competing with me at that time. He closed his eyes and seemed to be reminiscing. After a while, he said, In the end, I arranged a battle with that person. The loser would automatically withdraw. In the end, I lost. Didn't you say that you could even fight against those at the engravement realm with arrays? Ling Han painfully poked at his scars. Niu Huaqing sighed and said, That guy was a freak. His physique was shocking and naturally restrained me. Ling Han's heart stirred and he said, The Vajra General. If one had to say that his physique was the most tyrannical and was at the engravement realm, then only the Vajra General would fit that description. Niu Huaqing glanced at Ling Han and nodded. It's that bastard. I don't know how he cultivates, but his body is even harder than iron. No matter what methods I used, he just charged over without any care. There was no technique involved at all. When he said that, he was clearly indignant. In his eyes, the Vajra General's formation-breaking methods were incomparably crude and shameless. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Formation masters were indeed afraid of this kind of high defense. They could only trap it, but if they couldn't trap it, then they could only watch helplessly as their opponent crushed them. Not only did I lose this battle, but I was also heavily injured, leaving behind a wound that can never be healed. Niu Huaqing continued, That's why my current combat strength is only at the blood transformation realm. My spiritual force has been severely depleted, and I can barely activate a middle-rank formation. So that's how it was. Ling Han nodded. Otherwise, if this old man still had the strength of an engravement realm, he wouldn't have been able to escape alone. I've always been unwilling. Niu Huaqing clenched his fists. Could it be that you still want to snatch back the person you love? Ling Han looked at Niu Huaqing in shock. How old were you? You should be in your 70s or 80s or even 100 years old. Niu Huaqing glared at him. I'm unwilling to lose to that iron lump. Do you think the Grand Formation Tao can't do anything to someone who's only trained in martial arts? Ling Han patted Niu Huaqing's shoulder and smiled. Old Niu, I almost misunderstood you. You already misunderstood? Niu Huaqing was speechless. Talking to this brat really required good self-restraint, or he would want to kill him at any moment. Brat, I need you to do something for me, said Niu Huaqing. You really are impolite. Ling Han smiled. Tell me, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help. I want you to participate in the Formation Tao competition at the beginning of the year and obtain first place. Use that as an opportunity to enter the Formation Tao Association and become the strongest formation master. In the future, you can defeat that iron lump and prove the Formation Tao's name. Ling Han smiled. Old Niu, even you weren't able to defeat the Vajra General back then. What makes you think I can? Because back then it was just me. Now with my wisdom and experience as well as your talent, you'll definitely win, said Niu Huaqing with absolute certainty. Cell phone reading is refreshing. Chapter 3286. Ling Han didn't think it was reliable, but he didn't want to shatter the other party's confidence because he firmly believed that his strength would surpass the Guardian General one day. If his thoughts were known by others, they would definitely say that he was delusional. Although the Guardian General wasn't the strongest in the engravement realm, he had never tasted defeat. This was because no one could break through his defense. However, Ling Han didn't think so. If the Guardian General's defense was invincible, he wouldn't have succumbed to the current emperor. Therefore, there was no such thing as an invincible defense. It was just a matter of whether one's attack power was high enough. All right. Ling Han nodded. He was quite interested in array formations anyway. Niu Huaqing was a little excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "From today onwards, this old man will give you special training. One day, you will use the array formations that this old man has researched to beat that iron lump to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy." Ling Han couldn't bear to spoil his fun, so he nodded and smiled. "I want to take you as my master." Niu Huaqing shook his head. "You're a monster and your future is limitless. This old man can only give you a few temporary pointers on array formations. There's no need for you to take me as your master, lest the future generations say that this old man is shameless." Ling Han only smiled. His respect for Niu Huaqing was more of a kind of friendship despite the difference in age. Moreover, in this world, whether it's martial art, array Dao or alchemy Dao, they're all in the early stages. We've only glimpsed the edge of the great Dao. Who is qualified to be called a master? Niu Huaqing said with great emotion. Ling Han was surprised. He didn't expect Niu Huaqing to have this kind of understanding. "Old man Niu, why do you think so?" Niu Huaqing thought about it and said, "This old man once entered a historical site when he was young. Could be said to be magical. I clearly entered from the wilderness, but after I passed through a door, I found myself in a vast swamp. That was definitely not an illusion." He emphasized. It was spatial technology. A door is equivalent to a spatial wormhole. It's incomparably magical. His face was full of excitement. This kind of technology is something that even an array grandmaster like me can't understand at all. It seems like the world we have touched is just the tip of the iceberg. Ling Han's interest was piqued as well, and he said, "The Vajra General and the others have been in the engravement realm for at least 60 to 70 years, and we are only in the early stages of a great era. Why haven't the Vajra General and the others taken another step forward?" This was very unreasonable. Those who could stand out now must be geniuses in martial art, so why was it that they were still progressing so slowly in the early stages of martial art? Good question. Niu Huaqing nodded, revealing a hint of admiration. "I've also researched this question. Around 90 years ago, Iron Lump and the others had already stepped into the engravement realm. But after all these years they've only reached 5 veins at most." What? According to this old man's speculation, it's because of the environment. Ling Han's eyes lit up. "Please elaborate." "We'll have to start from 120 years ago." Niu Huaqing cleared his throat. "Before this point in time, there had never been a single cultivator on Heavenly Ocean Planet. But in fact, some cultivation techniques and even arrays had already been passed down." Ling Han was surprised. There had been cultivation techniques passed down, and there had been arrays in the world, but no one had mastered them. Wasn't this strange? However, after the time node, beasts began to rapidly evolve, and so did humans, Niu Huaqing said solemnly. So, this old man speculated that this was because the environment of the world had changed. If you want to cultivate, you have to sense the power of heaven and earth, right? But in the past, this didn't exist at all, so how could you sense it and cultivate? It's the same with arrays. You need to borrow the power of heaven and earth, but there is no power to borrow. The array base is just a few broken stones and broken iron rods. This explanation was very reasonable. Just like in the Yuan world, there were only cultivation techniques, but there was no spiritual power, so how could one cultivate? Ling Han drew inferences and said, "Old man, what you mean is that although we are still at the beginning of the myriad Daos, because the changes in the environment of the world have not caught up, the emergence of higher-level martial artists is limited, and the number of high-level martial artists is also very small." That's right. Niu Huaqing nodded, full of admiration. It was comfortable to talk to smart people because they could understand with a hint, and Ling Han could draw inferences, which made it even more pleasant. "So this is your chance to catch up quickly." The old man said, "Iron Lump and the others have nowhere to go, so it's equivalent to waiting for you in place." Ling Han nodded, then smiled and said, "I'm afraid that when I reach their level, the environment of the world will still not change, and that will be depressing. The path of martial art was clearly very long, but it was limited by the environment of the world and could not move forward. Just thinking about it made people feel depressed." "It won't." Niu Huaqing shook his head. "Since the world has already recovered, then this process cannot stop. It is only a temporary pause now, like the calm before a storm, but once it starts again, it will definitely be incomparably fierce. So, now is the best time to catch up." Indeed. Ling Han agreed. At this time, if he could not catch up quickly, it would be like when he first entered the celestial realm. Any random person would be much stronger than him, and the time needed to reach the 9 heavens would be calculated in hundreds of millions of years. So, now, every minute and every second was incomparably precious. If he was not careful, he would fall behind. When the environment of the world changed again and a great era rolled in, then the people behind would be left further and further behind. That's right, old man, how did you come in? Ling Han was surprised. Entering the academy required fingerprints. Niu Huaqing sneered, and with a look of disdain he said, "This academy's formation was set up by this old man." Oh, no wonder. The old man could completely not take the normal path, and the defensive formation would not even be activated, so it would be like walking on flat ground. "Come, kid, this old man will teach you formations," said Niu Huaqing. Originally, he did not intend to personally teach Ling Han formations, but wanted to let Ling Han first mix around in the Hidden Tiger City's Formation Association for a period of time. Only when he became a mid-level or even a high-level formation master would he personally teach him. But who would have thought that Hidden Tiger City would actually encounter such a catastrophe? There were many things that Ling Han had to focus on, but since Niu Huaqing was so excited, Ling Han did not want to disappoint him. Anyway, it did not matter what he learned, so he would first learn formations for a few days. Niu Huaqing was a genius in formations, but being a genius did not mean that he was a qualified teacher. He did not care whether Ling Han understood or not, and simply explained all his understanding of formations to Ling Han, so that Ling Han could remember it by heart and then put it into practice. If there was anything he did not understand, Ling Han could ask him. Fortunately, Ling Han was really monstrous. How many years had he stayed in the Divine Stone? Martial art, pill Dao, formation Dao, which one was he not proficient in? So all he needed to do was to absorb knowledge. After opening a door, he would be able to grow quickly, and at an astonishing speed. Chapter 3288. Ling Han nodded. To be more precise, it's an 11-fold increase in effect. Xinyuan Dinghua felt his scalp turn numb. What did that mean? A martial artist's secret energy was stored in their meridians. Meridians were only so wide, and the amount they could store was naturally effective. But once it was used up, it was gone. So martial artists would run into a very awkward problem as they fought. Their strength would suddenly disappear, and even if they had the upper hand, they would instantly lose the advantage. Losing or even dying was very normal. At that time, the Qi returning pill would come in handy. It was equivalent to prolonging one's life. Although there was no limit to how many Qi returning pills one could consume, there was a problem with the conversion rate. Even if you ate 1 or 10 at the same time, the amount that could be converted into secret energy was basically the same. So if this 11-fold increase in effect was taken out, blood transformation experts would fight to the death over it. "Ling Han, do you still have more of these Qi returning pills?" asked Xinyuan Dinghua. He could smell the immense value within them. Ling Han nodded. "I still have a few. Can you sell them to me?" asked Xinyuan Dinghua expectantly. Ling Han smiled slightly. "I won't sell them, but we can work together to do business." "How?" asked Xinyuan Dinghua. "I have 10 improved versions of return Qi pills here. You can take them to the auction and hire an alchemist to concoct improved versions of return Qi pills at the same time. When it becomes a hit, we'll set up a limited sale or something like that," Ling Han said, smiling. Xinyuan Dinghua was startled. "You mean you'll take out the pill formula?" This was even more shocking than Ling Han possessing an improved Qi returning pill. Who wouldn't hide a pill formula? As a secret technique of their sect, who would take it out for others to learn? Ling Han didn't care at all. The Grand Dao had just begun to flourish, and the Qi returning pill was only worth a bit of money now. In the future, no one would care about it. Therefore, he naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Aside from the Qi returning pill, there were also the secret power pill and the pulse probing pill, which he had improved. He had originally given them to Mo Guahao, but Mo Guahao had hung them up in Hidden Tiger City. You really have to be willing. Xinyuan Dinghua's eyes lit up. To him, selling an improved version of the Qi recovery pill wasn't just a matter of making money. It would also increase his standing with the Grand Marshal Xinyuan, and perhaps even gain the favor of the Sage Emperor. The significance of this was completely different. Ling Han nodded and said, "If you're not willing, then why should I say so much to you?" "Ah ha ha, good." Xinyuan Dinghua was overjoyed. He had only come to see Ling Han to show his respect. He hadn't expected to reap such unexpected rewards. "Then how should we split it?" He looked at Ling Han. In this matter, Ling Han was the leader. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Not only will I provide the method to refine the Qi replenishing pill, I will also provide the secret power pill and the meridian probing pill, which are all improved versions. You can send someone to test their effects. As for the split, how about half and half? He would only provide 3 pill recipes and take half of the profits. That wasn't a low ratio. Shenyuan Dingwa thought about it and immediately nodded. All right. If it was anyone else in any other business, wouldn't it be a joke if they didn't put in a bit of effort and took half of the profits? But this was different. Aside from making money, there was also a greater political significance. So even if he didn't make a single cent, Shenyuan Dingwa was actually willing to do it. Moreover, the improved qi recovery pill would definitely dominate the pill market. It would sell for several times the original price, and even a tenth of the profit would be a considerable amount. Thinking of this, the last bit of unwillingness in Shenyuan Dingwa's heart dissipated. Money, fame, and prestige. This was practically a gold ingot that had fallen from the sky. Ling Han directly handed the 3 pill recipes to Shenyuan Dingwa. Don't doubt the people you use and don't use the people you doubt. This was his principle. Shenyuan Dingwa naturally had a higher opinion of Ling Han. This young man really knew how to conduct himself. Such trust made him a little excited and he wanted to dig his heart out with Ling Han. Ling Han, there's a place I'm not sure if you're interested in going, he suddenly said, deciding to return the favor. Oh, what place? Ling Han asked, a strange expression on his face. This guy couldn't be thinking of inviting him to a brothel to celebrate, could he? A catacomb that was discovered not long ago, Shenyuan Dingwa said. Relics of the previous civilization? Ling Han asked. Probably not. Shenyuan Dingwa shook his head. There are 3 levels to the catacomb, and a large number of purple wasps live there. Ling Han had never heard of purple wasps. Shenyuan Dingwa laughed and said, the purple wasps are a type of demonic beast. At most, they are at the blood transformation realm, but because they live in groups, their numbers are enormous. Let alone the bone pinnacle realm, even the engravement realm would have a headache. However, the honey brewed by the purple wasps is an incomparably precious material for body tempering. Shenyuan Dingwa continued, we've sent a mini drone into the catacomb to investigate. There's a lot of honey inside, a lot. Furthermore, there's a vermilion fruit on the 3rd level of the catacomb. According to our estimations, it's at least 1,000 years old. Ling Han was delighted. The vermilion fruit was a miraculous medicine that could strengthen one's life force. If he wanted to break through to the 2nd transformation, the vermilion fruit would be a timely help. What's the result? He asked. Shenyuan Dingwa nodded. If you break through to the 2nd transformation in the future, the 1,000-year vermilion fruit will be of great use. All right. Ling Han immediately agreed, then asked, when do we leave? Shenyuan Dingwa could not help but laugh. Why are you even more anxious than me? He did not keep Ling Han in suspense. We'll leave in 10 days. We need to be fully prepared. There were millions of purple wasps in the catacomb, and they were at least at the illuminating pulse realm. There were also quite a number at the blood transformation realm, and their venom was fatal. Thus, even an engravement realm cultivator would be in trouble if he entered. The only one who could force his way through was the Vajra general. His physique was incomparably strong, and no matter how many attacks came, it would be like a light breeze. However, the Vajra general was guarding the borders, so how could he leave everything behind just to get some honey? Thus, a few blood transformation realm cultivators had to be fully prepared before entering the catacomb. Otherwise they might lose their lives. Ling Han was not afraid. He had the spirit-nurturing gourd. At most he could hide inside. He believed that the purple wasps were not intelligent enough to discover the secrets of the spirit-nurturing gourd. Of course, he would not reveal the secret of the spirit-nurturing gourd. Just its spatial attribute alone made it incomparably valuable, not to mention its ability to nurture one's consciousness. Let's wait. Taking advantage of these few days, Ling Han actively refined pills. These were not for sale and he would only use them for himself. He calculated the time. There was still a month before he passed the test. Thus, he would return from the catacomb and get certified as an array master. It would be just in time for him to participate in the array Dao competition. In just 7 days, the auction for the improved qi returning pill began. An ordinary qi returning pill was sold for 10,000 Shenbei coins, which was already very expensive. After all, it was a consumable item. However, the highest price for the improved qi returning pill was 230,000, and the lowest was 200,000. After Ling Han found out, he smiled slightly. He could happily earn money again. Chapter 3289. The improved version of the qi recovery pill was sold at such a high price because of its low quantity. However, once it could be mass-produced, the price would definitely drop, but it wouldn't be difficult to sell it for 100,000. The key was the cost. In terms of ingredients, it would cost about 17,000 Xianbei coins per furnace, and the finished product would be 3 to 4 pills. In theory, the cost of one pill would be around 5,000, but considering that only Ling Han could achieve a 100% success rate in pill formation, the cost would definitely rise. According to the 50% success rate, the cost of the ingredients would be 10,000, and the labor would be another 10,000, so the net profit would be 80,000. Ling Han would get 40,000 for half of it. The key was that Ling Han didn't need to move a finger, and he could earn 40,000 for every pill he sold. Naturally, it would be great. Moreover, there was the improved version of the Mystic Power Pill and the Pulse Exploring Pill. Although the price of each pill was lower, the demand was greater, and he believed that the profit would not be small. This was just the beginning, and he could improve more pill recipes in the future. Alright, the problem of money was not to be considered for now. The problem now was spending money. He was looking for the remaining 7 main ingredients to concoct the soul separation pill. He already had an idea. As expected of the imperial capital, as long as you had money, there was nothing you couldn't buy. After another 3 days, Xianyuan Dinghua came to find him and he could set off. Ling Han asked Lien Shuerong to take care of Summon Snow on his behalf, and he set off alone. After some thought, he did not bring that little lecherous pig with him. Though bringing this little lecherous pig would increase his safety factor, it would also increase the factor of instability at the same time. Forget it, it would be better to let it continue to harm the female students and take advantage of them. Ling Han and Xianyuan Dinghua first arrived at the entrance of the academy to meet up with the others. Not long after, a tall and sturdy young man appeared, looking about 24 or 25 years old. "Come, let me introduce you." Xianyuan Dinghua said, "This is the 7th grandson of the Vajra general, Qin Xingho." Ling Han nodded and said, "Brother Qin." No wonder his physique was so shocking. As the descendant of the Vajra general, he must be an expert in body refinement. Qin Xingho didn't have any dissatisfaction. Although Ling Han didn't have much status, his potential was too great. He was known as the second Hong Budian, and his future was limitless, so it was normal for him to be arrogant. He also nodded at Ling Han and did not say anything else. Ling Han knew that Xianyuan Dinghua must have paid a certain price for him to be able to squeeze his way into the cave. Otherwise, who would dare bring so many people? He looked at Xianyuan Dinghua and Xianyuan Dinghua smiled at him. There was no need for words. "Stop flirting in front of me, you two. If you want to be gay, hurry up and get a room." Qin Xingho laughed. "That mouth of yours." Xianyuan Dinghua shook his head. Logically speaking, Qin Xingho and Xianyuan Dinghua were from different generations, but they didn't seem to care about seniority. Not long after, another person arrived. However, this time it was a charming woman. Xianyuan Dinghua immediately whispered into Ling Han's ear, "This is Eclipse Moon's granddaughter, Yin Xiujing." Ling Han nodded inwardly. Eclipse Moon was the only female of the 4 marshals, and she had the fewest offspring. After all, she couldn't just give birth for no reason. However, although she only had one son, this son had countless wives and concubines, giving her many grandchildren. This Yin Xiujing was one of the most outstanding. Try not to talk to her. This Poison Rose's favorite thing to do is to seduce people until they're speechless, and then stomp them into the ground, Xianyuan Dinghua added. "What, are you saying bad things about me?" Yin Xiujing walked over, twisting her slender waist. Her figure was extremely hot and she was small in all the right places. Her waist was so small that it could only be grasped with one hand. However, she also had a plump butt that was like a honey peach, twisting and turning in a flirtatious manner. Xianyuan Dinghua and Qin Xingho purposely turned their faces away. This was called out of sight, out of mind. Only Ling Han maintained a calm smile, and didn't even avert his gaze. Yin Xiujing's beautiful eyes lit up. Xianyuan Dinghua and Qin Xingho could be considered her old friends. They already knew of her personality, so she couldn't play around with them. She was just feeling bored, and now there was a newcomer. Now she didn't have to worry about the long journey, and how hard it would be to pass the time. "Oh, so this is Ling Han?" she said with a smile, revealing a set of snow-white teeth. There was a seductive charm to it. A natural foxy charm. Faced with this kind of charm, 9 out of 10 men would definitely not be able to control themselves. However, Ling Han was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Some were as cold as frost, some were as passionate as fire, and some were as cold as frost on the surface, but when they were aroused they would be as passionate as fire. How could he lose his composure in front of Yin Xiujing? Senior apprentice sister Yin. He smiled. Oh, why are you acting like an outsider? Call me big sister, Yin Xiujing said coquettishly, her voice full of temptation. Xinyuan Dingwa and Qin Xingho looked at each other, thinking that this female vixen was going to cause trouble again. However, they didn't want to attract trouble, so naturally, they didn't have the slightest intention of interrupting. In any case, Yin Xiujing had a sense of propriety. At most, she would make people burn and unable to vent, but she wouldn't kill or cripple them. Ling Han only smiled. What a joke. He was an old monster who had lived for more than an epoch in the Yuan world. How could he call a 20-year-old girl his big sister? Even if the flow of time was different, it was still impossible. The more Ling Han resisted, the more interested Yin Xiujing became. This was because after she conquered Ling Han, she would feel more accomplished. He looks like I'm the last one. Another young man appeared. He was carrying a thick bundle on his back. Tang Yu, you didn't manage to borrow a spatial artifact? Qin Xingho asked. Xianyuan Dingwa leaned over and introduced to Ling Han. That's the Tianqin Marshal's 21st grandson. Tang Yu shook her head. Don't say it. My old man won't lend me the spatial artifact. How can I steal it? Ling Han looked around. Xianyuan Dingwa, Qin Xingho, and Yin Xiujing didn't bring any luggage. Based on this, they should have borrowed a spatial artifact. Otherwise, even with their status, they wouldn't have been able to obtain such a treasure. With this comparison, he could see how lucky he was. Alright, let's go, Xianyuan Dingwa said. Xianyuan Dingwa said, also helping Ling Han out of the predicament, because Yin Xiujing was about to use all her weapons. 5 people set off. 4 of them were descendants of the 4 marshals. The others didn't even have the qualifications to be their companions. They attached great importance to this operation. They didn't even bring along their trusted aides, because they didn't want to share any of their gains. Also, it was a matter of strength. If they weren't strong enough, they would only be a burden. After all, there were millions of purple wasps in the cavern. How could they compete in numbers? From this, it could be seen that Xianyuan Dingwa had paid a hefty price to bring Ling Han along. He had sacrificed some of his own benefits. Ling Han nodded. Xianyuan Dingwa was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was worth befriending. Chapter 3290. Among Ling Han's group, there were 4 people of high status. Even though they were only one of the descendants of the 4 great marshals, they could easily get their hands on a small spaceship. Spaceships were fundamentally different from the spaceships of technological civilizations. They were powered by formations and consumed jade seeds, unlike spaceships that used various scientific principles. Without a doubt, spaceships were more suitable for this environment because the magnetic fields around the world were very chaotic. It was easy for the instruments of spaceships to malfunction and cause an air crash. However, even in the imperial capital there were only a few spaceships, and they were strictly controlled. If Xianyuan Dingwa and the others didn't have enough influence, it would be impossible to borrow a spaceship. This spaceship wasn't big. It was the same model as the one Ling Han used to come to the imperial capital. However, there were only 5 of them, so they didn't have to worry about not having enough rooms. The cave was quite far from the imperial capital. Even though they had a spaceship traversing the vast lakes and mountains, it still took them 7 days to reach the cave. On the way, they used their photon computers to watch the images taken by the drones, so they had a general understanding of the place. Ling Han had already gone on this kind of adventure countless times. Very soon, he had formed a complete picture of the cave in his mind. He believed that even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to walk from the beginning to the end, and would definitely not run into a wall. What he had lost was merely power. The spaceship stopped and they disembarked. The spaceship would wait for them there. They would have to walk the rest of the way by themselves. The spaceship wouldn't fly there. On the way, Yin Xiujing teased Ling Han in every possible way. She would even enter his room at night and put on a seductive pose, but Ling Han was always polite and courteous. He didn't lose his composure in the slightest, which made Yin Xiujing extremely depressed. If they continued, she would really have to take off her clothes. How could that be possible? She only liked to play, but she didn't have the intention to sacrifice her body or her body. She seriously suspected that Ling Han's sexual orientation was abnormal. Otherwise, why would he be so cold to her? After making up her mind, her sense of failure was greatly reduced. The 5 of them walked through the mountain. There was no path here because there were no signs of human habitation. There were only trees and weeds and the rocks were craggy. If they didn't have blood transformation strength, just this last step would have been enough to stop them from returning. The biggest problem for them was the speed of their journey. It took them half a day to travel 100 miles before they finally arrived at their destination. A gloomy cave appeared in front of them. "Is everyone ready?" Qin Xingho asked solemnly. "Yes." The other four nodded. Each of them had a bottle of oil in their hands, which was specially used to deal with the purple wasps. After rubbing it on their bodies, humans would not feel anything, but the purple wasps hated this kind of smell the most. It would make them smell it from afar and fly away early. "Go." After they closed the hole, they entered the cave. Because they had already seen the scenery, the five of them were very familiar with the situation inside. Even though it quickly turned pitch black, none of them panicked. As expected, the oil was very effective. They didn't encounter a single purple wasp along the way, as if there were no such beasts here. But they didn't dare to be careless. If they turned on the light function of their optical computer, the purple wasps would go crazy and attack them. They were getting closer and closer to the place where the honey was stored. To the purple wasps, that was their food. Birds died for food, and the purple wasps would definitely fight them to the death. The first layer of the cave wasn't big, and they quickly reached the end. The five of them put on their night vision goggles and saw that there were many round plates on the wall in front of them. The round plates were covered with a sticky, shiny liquid that looked like it would drip down at any moment. "Get ready," Xinyuan Dingwa said in a low voice. 1, 2, 3. The five of them jumped out at the same time, picking up the round plates one by one. Buzz. There were still purple wasps among the round plates. They flew out in alarm and immediately attacked the five of them. But the five of them acted decisively and killed the wasps without making a sound. In just 3 or 4 minutes they had picked all the round plates clean. These were all honey. In the meantime, more wasps returned, but they were all killed. "Let's go, we're not far from the beehive explosion." The five of them hurriedly turned back, each carrying 20 to 30 round plates. Their speed was astonishing. 10 minutes later they had run out of the cave. The five of them looked at each other, pleasantly surprised. This trip had gone surprisingly smoothly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A disturbing sound came from the cave. "Not good, the beehive has been alerted." "Let's go." The five of them hurriedly ran back. In just a few steps they saw a yellow and purple cloud fly out of the cave. In an instant, it covered the sky and circled around the mountain. That was the purple wasps. Because there were so many of them, they had all turned into a cloud. Fortunately, these wasps didn't discover Ling Han's group. After circling around the mountain for a while, they could only helplessly return. When night fell, they returned to the spaceship. According to Xinyuan Dingwa's group of 4, they planned to return here. Even if they still had some of that specially refined oil, how could these wasps not be on guard after being raided? Beasts were intelligent, especially those at the blood transformation realm. Their intelligence was definitely not low. Therefore it was enough to harvest once. "Don't be greedy." "I want to go back again," Ling Han said. "Ling Han, don't think we can go a second or a third time just because our first time went so smoothly," Tang Yu said seriously. She only said this because of Xinyuan Dingwa. Otherwise she wouldn't care if you lived or died. Ling Han smiled. "My goal isn't the honey, but the vermilion fruit on the 3rd level of the cave." "Right, you're only at the first transformation. You need this precious fruit that can increase your qi." Qin Xingho nodded. "I still think it's too dangerous." Tang Yu shook her head. "No worries, I'll be careful." Ling Han smiled. "I'm fully prepared for this. Let's meet again in the capital." He insisted, and the 4 of them couldn't do anything about it. They decided to wait for him for 5 days. After 5 days they would start the spaceship and return to the capital. Ling Han agreed and left by himself. Xinyuan Dingwa and the others didn't share the honey with him. That was understandable. If they gave it to him and he died in the beehive, wouldn't that be a great waste? This kind of physique training treasure was too precious. Money couldn't buy it. It was no wonder the 4 of them were so stingy. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He didn't plan on taking advantage of them in the first place. He didn't do anything, so why should he get a share? He could just go and get it himself. "Little brother Han, you have to come back safely." "I haven't gotten it yet," Yin Xiujing said sweetly on the spaceship after Ling Han took a few steps. Ling Han almost tripped and fell. Fuck, this woman was really too unreserved. Chapter 3292. Xiu Xiu Xiu. The queen bee's body trembled slightly, and 4 sharp stingers shot out from its body towards Ling Han. So fast. Ling Han hurriedly used the shuttle steps to dodge, and instantly burst out at twice the speed of sound, dodging the 4 stingers. He did not even try to see if he could block the attack of an ultimate bone-level warrior. Without hesitation he took out a weapon-nurturing leaf and threw it at the queen bee. Buzz, the leaf glowed and turned into a large halberd, beginning its attack. At the same time, the swarm of demonic bees, which had been silent all this while, also began to attack. They charged towards Ling Han, and the sheer number of them made him panic. Fuck, I'm bleeding a lot today. Ling Han threw out another weapon-nurturing leaf, wanting to carve out a path of blood. He snatched the honey first. Although most of the bees were blocked by the weapon-nurturing leaf, even a few that slipped through were enough to give him a headache. Pain, pain, pain. He clenched his teeth. His body was not strong enough against the attack of a blood transformation level, and he instantly felt a needle-like pain. Ignoring it, he snatched a lot of honey. After taking about a third of it, he hid in the spirit-nurturing gourd. He looked at his body and clenched his teeth. His clothes were full of holes, naturally caused by the stingers of the demonic bees. When he tore off his clothes, his body was also full of needle-like holes, leaving countless black spots. The stingers of the demonic bees were poisonous. Ling Han immediately felt dizzy. He had already taken 100 transformation pill before this, or he would not have lasted this long. He would have fainted long ago. He took out another 100 transformation pill, and at the same time used the Monkey King's technique to force out the poison. This time he was seriously injured. There was a large amount of bee poison left in his body, and it could even threaten his life. But luckily he had the 100 transformation pill, and he had healed himself in time, so there should be no problem. He suddenly realized that there was another force coming out of his body, and it was fighting with the bee poison. The two forces clashed and both were destroyed bit by bit. Ling Han suddenly realized that it was the poison of the soul-separating pill. Using poison to fight poison, the poison of the soul-separating pill was being destroyed. This was a pleasant surprise. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Presumably, the person who concocted the soul-separating pill also didn't expect that after being poisoned by such a strong poison, he would still seek death, and let the demonic bees bite him. He simply suppressed his mystic power and let the soul-separating pill's poison act as the vanguard to fight against the bee poison. He only protected his body to prevent the bee poison from spreading. In the eyes of the poison of the soul-separating pill, this was its territory. Now that there was a new poison, it did not care whether it was harmful or beneficial to Ling Han. In any case, Ling Han was invading its territory. Naturally, it treated it as an antidote and would fight back in full force. It had to be said that the poison of the soul-parting pill was very strong. It quickly dissolved the bee venom in his body while only a little bit of it was worn away. That's all. Ling Han smacked his lips. Let's do it again. He took out the essence-nourishing gourd and tried to snatch the honey again. However, the 2 seal soldier leaves had already used up their energy. When he appeared, no matter if it was the queen bee or the other demon bees, their target was him. Ling Han did not hesitate to throw out another seal soldier leaf. Then he protected his eyes, nose, and ears as he frantically snatched again. Pain, pain, pain. He wanted to cry out as he was stabbed countless times by the stinger. This time, after snatching a third of the honey, Ling Han entered the essence-nourishing gourd. He continued to use the poison of the soul-parting pill to fight against the bee venom. After spending 2 hours, the bee venom was finally completely dissolved, and the poison of the soul-parting pill was slightly dissolved. If this continued, there would be no need to concoct the antidote. Again, Ling Han came out of the gourd. This time he rushed towards the vermilion fruit tree. He was attacked crazily, but Ling Han completely ignored it. He just plucked the fruits. After all, there were only a dozen or so it was a piece of cake. Pluck. He entered the essence-nourishing gourd again and felt that the gourd was also attacked. From the hole above his head, he could see that the scenery was constantly changing, but there was no collision when he was in it. It was enough to show how amazing this spatial artifact was. The nurturing of heaven and earth was naturally even more amazing. These demon bees might have guessed that he was hiding in the gourd, or they might have just been venting their anger, so they began to attack the gourd. Ling Han could not help but worry. Could the gourd withstand it? Fortunately, the gourd showed no signs of breaking. From this point of view, it could withstand much more than Ling Han. After a long time, the swarm of bees stopped pestering the gourd and began to move. The queen bee moved away. The honey bee moved away. They were afraid of Ling Han. Although the vermilion fruit could not be moved away, there was no fruit left. At least they would not be able to think about it for many years. Ling Han could not help but feel depressed. he had not completely dissolved the poison of the soul-parting pill. Why were they in such a hurry to leave? He sat down and once again guided the two poisons to fight against each other. However, he immediately found that the soul-parting pill seemed to have analyzed the composition of the bee venom. At first, both sides were annihilated, but in the end, it was actually fusing with the bee venom to strengthen itself. Ling Han gritted his teeth and hurriedly swallowed the 100 transformation pill. Then he used his own secret power to attack the bee venom and quickly dissolve the bee venom. Even so, the soul-parting pill poison was still a tenth stronger. Thankfully he had stopped it in time. Otherwise, it was very possible that the soul-parting pill would return to its original peak strength. In fact, after fusing with the bee venom, its toxicity would mutate, and then it would be even more difficult to dissolve. He came out from the gourd. This place had already become incredibly quiet. Aside from some corpses of bees, there was nothing else. Ling Han walked over to the side of the vermilion fruit tree. He wanted to see if he could move the tree away. Although he could not hope to eat any more fruits for the time being, the Empress and the others still needed a large amount of treasured fruits to come out. When Ling Han was observing the vermilion fruit tree, he actually discovered that there were formation patterns on the mountain wall behind this tree. Could it be that there was an ancient ruin behind this tree? Ling Han was instantly moved. If he could obtain some ancient treasures, to say nothing of anything else, he only had to discover a medicinal garden, and he would have made a huge profit. This formation pattern was very complicated. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Ling Han to decipher it, but the problem was that too much time had passed, and more than 90% of the formation pattern had already been worn away, causing its might to no longer recover. Ancient formation patterns really are awesome. Even if they're broken, they can still display their might. Ling Han sighed emotionally. He began to deduce how he could break this formation pattern and open up a corner that would allow him to enter. Ling Han tried all sorts of methods, but he discovered that this formation pattern did not suppress him at all. It was as if he was a small shrimp, and the formation pattern was a net for a big fish. It was not targeted at him at all. This was easy to deal with. Because the formation pattern was broken, he could use some violent methods to forcefully break it down without worrying about any backlash. Just like that, after a day he finally completely destroyed this corner of the formation pattern. In fact, he had a feeling that this formation pattern itself was also being worn away. Because of the two forces working together, the speed at which it collapsed increased. Kikik, how many years has it been? Grandpa Shu has finally escaped. A voice suddenly rang out from within the mountain. End of chapter. Chapter 3293. Shio Shio Shio. The queen bee's body trembled slightly, and 4 sharp stingers shot out from its body towards Ling Han. So fast. Ling Han hurriedly used the shuttle steps to dodge, and instantly burst out at twice the speed of sound, dodging the 4 stingers. He did not even try to see if he could block the attack of an ultimate bone-level warrior. Without hesitation he took out a weapon-nurturing leaf and threw it at the queen bee. Buzz, the leaf glowed and turned into a large halberd, beginning its attack. At the same time, the swarm of demonic bees, which had been silent all this while, also began to attack. They charged towards Ling Han, and the sheer number of them made him panic. Fuck, I'm bleeding a lot today. Ling Han threw out another weapon-nurturing leaf, wanting to carve out a path of blood. He snatched the honey first. Although most of the bees were blocked by the weapon-nurturing leaf, even a few that slipped through were enough to give him a headache. Pain, pain, pain. He clenched his teeth. His body was not strong enough against the attack of a blood transformation level, and he instantly felt a needle-like pain. Ignoring it, he snatched a lot of honey. After taking about a third of it, he hid in the spirit-nurturing gourd. He looked at his body and clenched his teeth. His clothes were full of holes, naturally caused by the stingers of the demonic bees. When he tore off his clothes, his body was also full of needle-like holes, leaving countless black spots. The stingers of the demonic bees were poisonous. Ling Han immediately felt dizzy. This was because he had already taken 100 transformations pill beforehand. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on until now, and would have long since passed out. He took out another 100 transformation pill, and at the same time, used the Monkey King's technique to force out the poison. This time he was seriously injured. There was a large amount of bee venom left in his body, and it could even threaten his life. But luckily he had the 100 transformation pill, and he had healed himself in time, so there should be no problem. He suddenly realized that there was another force coming out of his body, and it was fighting with the bee venom. The two forces clashed and both were destroyed bit by bit. Ling Han suddenly realized that it was the poison of the soul-separating pill. Using poison to fight poison, the poison of the soul-separating pill was being destroyed. This was a pleasant surprise. Ling Han couldn't help but smile. Presumably, the person who concocted the soul-separating pill also didn't expect that after being poisoned by such a strong poison, he would still seek death, and let the demonic bees bite him. He simply suppressed his mystic power and let the soul-separating pill's poison act as the vanguard to fight against the bee poison. He only protected his body to prevent the bee poison from spreading. In the eyes of the poison of the soul-separating pill, this was its territory. Now that there was a new poison, it did not care whether it was harmful or beneficial to Ling Han. In any case, Ling Han was invading its territory. Naturally, it treated it as an antidote and would fight back in full force. It had to be said that the poison of the soul-parting pill was very strong. It quickly dissolved the bee venom in his body while only a little bit of it was worn away. Oh, that's all? Ling Han smacked his lips. Let's do it again. He took out the essence-nourishing gourd and tried to snatch the honey again. However, the two seal soldier leaves had already used up their energy. When he appeared, no matter if it was the queen bee or the other demon bees, their target was him. Ling Han did not hesitate to throw out another seal soldier leaf. Then he protected his eyes, nose, and ears as he frantically snatched again. Pain, pain, pain. He wanted to cry out as he was stabbed countless times by the stinger. This time, after snatching a third of the honey, Ling Han entered the essence-nourishing gourd. He continued to use the poison of the soul-parting pill to fight against the bee venom. After spending 2 hours, the bee venom was finally completely dissolved, and the poison of the soul-parting pill was slightly dissolved. If this continued, there was no need to concoct the antidote. Again, Ling Han came out of the gourd. This time he rushed towards the vermilion fruit tree. He was attacked crazily, but Ling Han ignored it completely. He just plucked the fruits. After all, there were only a dozen or so it was a piece of cake. Pluck. He entered the essence-nourishing gourd again and felt that the gourd was also attacked. From the hole above his head, he could see that the scenery was constantly changing, but there was no collision when he was in it. It was enough to show how amazing this spatial artifact was. The nurturing of heaven and earth was naturally even more amazing. These demon bees might have guessed that he was hiding in the gourd, or they might have just been venting their anger, so they began to attack the gourd. Ling Han could not help but worry. Could the gourd withstand it? Fortunately, the gourd showed no signs of breaking. From this point, it could withstand it much better than Ling Han. After a long time, the swarm of bees stopped pestering the gourd and began to move. The queen bee moved away. The honey bee moved away. They were afraid of Ling Han. Although the vermilion fruit could not be moved away, there was no fruit left. At least they would not be able to think about it for many years. Ling Han could not help but feel depressed. He had not completely dissolved the poison of the soul-parting pill. Why were they in such a hurry to leave? He sat down and once again guided the two poisons to fight against each other. However, he immediately found that the soul-parting pill seemed to have analyzed the composition of the bee venom. At first, both sides were annihilated, but in the end, it was actually fusing with the bee venom to strengthen itself. Ling Han gritted his teeth and hurriedly swallowed the 100 transformation pill. Then he used his own secret power to snipe the bee venom and quickly dissolved it. Even so, the soul-parting pill poison was still a tenth stronger. Thankfully he had stopped it in time. Otherwise, it was very possible that the soul-parting pill would return to its original peak strength. In fact, after fusing with the bee venom, its toxicity would mutate, and then it would be even more difficult to dissolve it. He came out of the gourd. This place had already become incredibly quiet. Aside from some corpses of bees, there was nothing else. Ling Han walked over to the side of the vermilion fruit tree. He wanted to see if he could move the tree away. Although he could not count on eating any more fruits for the time being, the Empress and the others still needed a large amount of treasured fruits to come out. When Ling Han was observing the vermilion fruit tree, he actually discovered that there were formation patterns on the mountain wall behind this tree. Could it be that there was an ancient ruin behind this tree? Ling Han was instantly moved. If he could obtain some ancient treasures, to say nothing of anything else, he only had to discover a medicinal garden, and he would have made a huge profit. This formation pattern was very complicated. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Ling Han to decipher it, but the problem was that too much time had passed, and more than 90% of the formation pattern had already been worn away, causing its might to no longer recover. Ancient formation patterns really are awesome. Even if they're broken, they can still display their might, Ling Han sighed. He began to deduce how he could break this formation pattern and open up a corner that would allow him to enter. Ling Han tried all sorts of methods, but he discovered that this formation pattern did not seem to suppress him at all. It was as if he was a small shrimp, and the formation pattern was like a net that had been laid out for a big fish. It was not targeted at him at all. This was easy to deal with. Because the formation pattern was broken, he could use some violent methods to forcefully break it down without worrying about any backlash. Just like that, a day later he finally completely destroyed this corner of the formation pattern. In fact, he had a feeling that this formation pattern itself was also being worn away. Thus, the combination of these two methods caused the speed at which it collapsed to increase. Kikik, how many years has it been? Grandpa Shu has finally escaped. A voice suddenly rang out from within the mountain. Chapter 3294. Ling Han cursed in his heart. He didn't seem to have unearthed an ancient ruin but rather a cage. Now the thing trapped inside was about to escape. Even though there was a mountain wall between them, he could still feel that this existence was ridiculously powerful. Bang! Before he finished his thought, the cave wall had already broken open and a head popped out. It was the head of a rat, but it was ridiculously large, no different from a human's head. Instantly the pressure was like a mountain. Ling Han felt like he couldn't breathe. This rat was too powerful. It was definitely not in the extreme bone realm or even the engraved pattern realm. It seemed like it could kill him with a single thought. This meant that this rat not only had a high realm, but its spiritual energy was also terrifying. Wait a minute, how can this demon rat speak? Ling Han had only seen one beast that could speak, and that was the Monkey King. Otherwise, even the strange little perverted pig wouldn't have such an ability. Without hesitation he flipped his hands. Pa pa pa, he threw out 3 pillars locking the entrance of the cave that the rat had opened. Ha, little human boy. The rat revealed a look of disdain. Kid, you think you can trap me with 3 broken iron pillars? You're too naive. It sniffed and muttered to itself, why is the mystical energy of heaven and earth so poor? It seems like those people weren't able to destroy the foundation of the formation. However, since I can come out, it means that the formation is on the verge of collapse. Damn it, with this kind of environment, how long will it take for me to recover to my peak condition? It looked at Ling Han and revealed a sinister expression. I haven't had a sumptuous meal in a long time. I want to taste the taste of the human race. Since I'm free today, I can taste human flesh on such a good day. Human. Hurry up and stick your head over. Ling Han used the Monkey King's technique several times and finally calmed down. He smiled faintly. Come out first, I don't have time to play with you. He turned around and ran. This rat's realm was unimaginably high. It was at least in the engraved pattern realm or even the enlightened aperture realm. From the rat's tone, it seemed to have come from the ancient times and had always been suppressed. Now that it had finally broken free, its strength was naturally terrifying. The current martial art was only in its infancy, but the martial art of the previous civilization had definitely reached a peak. If the two clashed, the contemporary martial art would definitely be crushed. You want to run? The demonic rat said disdainfully. It struggled violently and drilled out of the mountain wall. The strange thing was that the mountain wall behind it seemed to be made of water. The hole rippled twice and actually closed up. The demonic rat discovered that when it landed, there was actually a vast expanse of white fog in front of it. There was no sign of Ling Han. It's actually a psychedelic array. The demon rat gave an "oh," and then coldly snorted. It's just 3 array bases. How can it trap Lord Rat? Its eyes shone scarlet like flames, directly illuminating the mist. With a single leap, it jumped out of the encirclement of the array base. Then it opened its mouth and inhaled, immediately forming a terrifying gale. Ling Han only felt his feet float and he was almost sucked back in. He was shocked and hurriedly threw out another weapon-nurturing leaf, slashing at the demonic rat. He fought for this sliver of an opportunity and once again broke into a mad sprint. He used the shuttle steps and ran without any care. The demonic rat stretched out a finger and slashed, and the seal soldier was instantly pushed back dozens of feet. Lord Rat's strength has actually fallen to such a level. Even an extreme bone realm seal soldier cannot destroy it. The demonic rat let out a cry of surprise. Damn it, I actually let that human escape. Forget it, I will first recover my strength. Once I recover with the current environment, what existence can be Lord Rat's match? At that time, that human will not be able to escape either. Lord Rat's innate ability is to dig holes. I was the first one to escape, so all the fortunes here are Lord Rat's. In the past, there was an incomparably powerful dynasty here. Although it has been destroyed, I believe there will be many good things left behind. If Lord Rat can obtain even a tiny bit of fortune, even if it is just a cultivation technique, it will be enough for Lord Rat to rise. As Ling Han ran, he did not know how many stone pillars he had crashed into along the way. Fortunately, his skin was thick and his flesh was thick. In the end, the stone pillars were always broken, but he was basically unharmed. After running for a long time, he was finally sure that the demonic rat did not chase after him. He slowed down his pace and did not use the shuttle steps again, but his speed was still very fast. Countless questions surged in his mind. The most puzzling was that he had clearly broken through an array, but why was it that what he obtained was not a treasure, but a demonic rat that had escaped? Most importantly, this demonic rat was not the only demonic beast that had been suppressed. There were more inside, but this demonic rat knew how to dig holes, so it was the first one to escape. No wonder when he was breaking through the array, he felt that the array itself was collapsing. So this demonic rat was working from the inside. In other words, even without Ling Han's help, the demonic rat would have escaped, but it would have taken a little longer. In that case, no one would have known about it. Ling Han ran out of the cave and began to speed up, running as fast as he could. However, before he reached the airship, the sun had already risen. As a cultivation maniac, Ling Han immediately stopped in his tracks and began to cultivate. He believed that he had already lost the demonic rat, so he did not want to waste half an hour. When he was about to stop, he absorbed another strand of purple qi. This time, Ling Han could be sure that purple qi could only be absorbed in the mountains, because he had not absorbed this kind of high-quality energy when he was cultivating in the cave. Why not in the city? In ancient legends, immortals all lived in the mountains. Was it to absorb this kind of higher-level energy? Ling Han thought for a moment, then took out a few pieces of honey and carried them on his back. He pretended to be fine, then continued forward. Not long after, the airship was in sight. Ling Han. Xianyuan Dinghua immediately called out when he saw him, a look of relief on his face. Of course, he did not want to help Ling Han. Although this would allow him to monopolize the 3 improved pill recipes, he believed that working with Ling Han would yield more benefits. Ling Han leapt onto the airship. Let's go, let's go. We're already back. What's the rush? Tang Yu smiled. Ling Han said seriously, let's set sail first. I'll explain later. A single person was a small target, but an airship was huge. Xianyuan Dinghua and the others shivered when they saw how serious he was. They hurriedly ordered their men to set off. What happened, Ling Han? Qin Xingho asked. Ling Han looked down and said in a low voice, I think I released something terrifying. What do you mean? The 4 asked. Ling Han briefly explained what had happened over the past few days, but he did not reveal the secret of the energy-fostering gourd. He only said that he had been lucky enough to sneak into the depths of the cave and pluck a few cinnabar fruits and some honey. Of course, he had relied on the leaves of the energy-fostering gourd. It was no secret anyway. Then he said that he had broken a formation and released a demonic rat. You know formations too? Chapter 3296. Yang Bai was currently looking at something, and did not pay any attention to Ling Han. After a while he finally raised his head and looked towards Ling Han. Shua, it was as if 2 bolts of lightning had flashed past, so piercing that it was painful to look at. You are Ling Han? Yang Bai stopped what he was doing. I am indeed Ling Han. Ling Han bowed slightly in greeting. This was respect towards an elite. There was only him and Yang Bai here, and there was not even a servant. Yang Bai paused and then said, Tell me in detail again about the matter regarding that demonic rat. Ling Han nodded and began to recount from beginning to end. He had already recounted this matter once, so it would naturally be smoother to recount it again now. Moreover, this was a true matter in the first place and he had merely concealed some details. Yang Bai showed a solemn expression. Are you really sure that the aura of that demonic rat was not weaker than mine? Hong, he released his own aura, and it was as if he could overturn the sea, incredibly frightening. Ling Han's expression was deathly pale. The aura of the engravementeer was really too powerful. However, he had withstood it. He nodded and said, That's right, that demonic rat's aura was definitely not weaker than Milord's. Furthermore, it was still in a weakened state, and after it recovered, it should be even stronger. Yang Bai tapped his finger on the table and said, His Majesty the Saint Emperor had long since prophesied that there were powerful demonic beasts suppressed in the various mountains and abyss, but he had not thought that there would be one that had escaped so soon. It's too early, His Majesty the Saint Emperor has not completed his breakthrough. He paused and then said, Ling Han, though it was you who destroyed the seal, your discovery of this matter is also a great merit. I will remember this for you. Ling Han nodded. Thank you, my lord. Go. Yang Bai waved him off. Ling Han left. He returned to the academy. There were only a few short days until the new year. He had already celebrated countless New Years, but the significance of this one was obviously different from the previous ones, because this was the first New Year that he had celebrated in the New World. Unfortunately, he didn't have the company of the Empress and the others. Shenyuan Dingwa gave Ling Han a few pieces of honey. This was his harvest from the first level, but Ling Han didn't accept it. First, he had more honey and the quality was higher. Second, he didn't want to owe Shenyuan Dingwa a favor. However, he still had a good chat with Shenyuan Dingwa because the improved versions of the Qi Replenishing Pill, the Secret Power Pill, and the Pulse Exploring Pill had entered the normal sales channel and business was booming. Aren't you afraid that those alchemists will set up their own shops with the pill formulas? Of course they weren't afraid. With Marshal Xuanyuan's reputation, which alchemist would dare to go against the agreement? Ling Han began to earn a lot of money every day, which also gave him enough money to buy materials to make intermediate and advanced array formations. He wanted to improve his array Dao level. He had bought a few sets of intermediate array formations on the trading platform, and Niu Huaqing had already imparted all the basic, intermediate, and advanced array patterns to him. Now he only needed to learn how to fuse the array patterns. This was the most difficult part. There were endless changes, and a person might not be able to deduce all the changes even if they exhausted their entire life's effort. However, this was a piece of cake for Ling Han. It was one thing that his spiritual power hadn't improved, but his memory was shockingly good, and his deduction ability was extremely strong. It was just that he couldn't do it for too long. With his current spiritual power, he couldn't support it. Of course, among the intermediate array formations, there was one that could help in the blood transformation realm's cultivation. This was called the 100 Celestial Array, and it also consumed jade seeds as an energy source. However, it was far less helpful than the Nouveau Riche Array for the Meridian Opening realm. After all, the higher the realm, the harder it was to improve. Even the blood transformation realm was still at the initial stage of martial art. This required the combination of elementary and intermediate array patterns. It could be a one-to-one fusion, a one-to-many fusion, and even a many-to-many fusion. The difficulty of inscribing increased drastically. It had only been 3 days and Ling Han had already completely mastered this formation, and had even created the foundation of the formation. He had already started using this array formation to cultivate. On the other hand, there were pills that could help speed up the blood transformation realm's cultivation. They were similar to the Mystic Energy Pill. At the blood transformation realm, they were called intermediate Mystic Energy Pills. However, the materials needed to refine them were completely different. As usual, Ling Han started to improve the intermediate Mystic Energy Pills. If he wanted to eat, he definitely wanted to eat the best. As he worked hard, the new year arrived as scheduled. The capital was bustling. It was the new year. Whether it was officials, nobles, or ordinary citizens, everyone temporarily put down the burden of life and enjoyed a few rare days of celebration. However, during this new year, many terrifying incidents happened. A few small towns were razed to the ground, and not a single person was left alive. Because these incidents happened before and after the new year, everyone only knew that the internet was down. It wasn't until the nearby townspeople went there that they discovered the tragedy. The news spread back to the capital and created an uproar. The Saint Emperor's might dominated the world. Even the most powerful beasts could only retreat from the nation's borders and didn't dare to invade. So many years of peace had passed. First, the crouching tiger city was destroyed by the beast tide. Now such a tragedy happened. What was going on? Without a doubt, this affected the atmosphere of the new year. But very quickly an exciting piece of news spread. The Saint Emperor had exited his isolation. Had he broken through? Nobody knew. The Saint Emperor didn't speak, so who dared to ask? At once, everyone calmed down. In everyone's heart, there was an unbreakable thought. That as long as the Saint Emperor is here, no evil can invade the Xianbei nation. Ling Han didn't pay much attention to this. After the new year, the Array Masters competition would begin. He decided to get certified as an Array Master. Out of his expectations, this trip went very smoothly. He didn't encounter any ignorant second generation, nor did he encounter any arrogant geniuses. He successfully passed the test and became the 4,200th official array master in the Xianbei nation. Alright, next up is to prepare for the array master competition. Theoretically, each city can only send one array master to the competition. However, the emperor has no such restriction. As long as one is certified by the array master, then one has the right to participate. Of course, there is another important condition, and that is, one must be below the age of 30. The 1-month deadline that Ling Han gave to Huanxue had passed. The little servant girl had no hope of finding the hidden pulse. So Ling Han allowed her to break through to the realm of blood transformation and gave her 2 cinnabar fruits. For someone with 12 pulses, 1 cinnabar fruit was enough. But who told Ling Han to be so rich? He gave her 2. 1 was good enough, but 1 more was just in case. Every now and then, news of villages being destroyed would spread. Based on the distance, the culprit seemed to be heading towards the emperor's direction. This infuriated the Saint Emperor. It just so happened that the heaven-traversing general returned to the emperor's capital to report on the investigation of the hidden Tiger City. The Saint Emperor then sent the heaven-traversing general to quell the chaos. On the 6th day after the new year, Ling Han once again headed towards the array master's headquarters. He had already signed up and was here to participate in the competition. Ling Han. A shocked voice arose from behind Ling Han. Yanjun. Chapter 3297. The world is so small. Ling Han immediately understood. Yanjun was the array genius of Hidden Tiger City, one of the 3 heroes along with Tuoba Tianhuang and Zhong Yangbi. Therefore, he should have been sent out by Hidden Tiger City to participate in the array competition. What he didn't know was that because of Niu Huaqing's interference, Gu Tianhua had the intention of letting Ling Han replace him. But before he could report it, a beast tide occurred in Hidden Tiger City. Yanjun snorted and said, "What are you doing here?" Ling Han smiled faintly. Yanjun had hired someone to kill him. He still hadn't settled the score with the other party. It was just that he didn't care about Yanjun at all. Therefore, there was no need for him to be so fierce. In the future, he would just find a chance to stomp him to death. "What, does your family own this place?" he said indifferently. "Don't think that just because you have some achievements in martial art, you can come to the headquarters and behave atrociously." Yanjun snorted. He looked disdainful, but in reality he was very jealous. Back then, Ling Han had driven Tuoba Tianhuang off the altar and replaced him. That person was just as famous as him and Zhong Yangbi. After all, the 3 of them represented different directions. But after coming to the capital, although he could still be considered a talent, he had lost the halo of a genius. The capital was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. His talent could not be ranked in the top 10 in his age group. But what about Ling Han? He defeated Hu Yang 3 times and rose to power. He already had the title of second in Hongtian Steppes. Hongtian Steppes, that monster. Facing that person, even Yanjun had to kneel down and write the word respect. Because Hongtian Steppes was an array genius, he had long obtained the qualifications to become a high-level array master. It was very likely that he would improve in a short period of time and become a grandmaster. In the whole of Xianbei country, how many array grandmasters were there? 2. Therefore, you deserve to be called second in Hongtian Steppes. Ling Han looked at Yanjun and naturally knew what he was thinking. In reality, if his current position was 100, then Yanjun would at most be 7 or 8. The 2 were not on the same level. He didn't need to be angry at all. He just needed to find a chance to kill him. "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to stop me?" he asked calmly. Today is a big day for my headquarters. What is an outsider like you doing here?" Yanjun coldly said. He knew that the distance between him and Ling Han had already been shaken off, but to be able to say something to Ling Han at this time, it would make him feel better. "What's all this noise about? Don't you know what day it is today?" A middle-aged man walked over with a displeased look on his face. "Greetings, Grandmaster Zhou." Yanjun hurriedly bowed respectfully. The other party was a mid-level array master. Although he would definitely be able to surpass him in the future, he had just arrived and was afraid that others would make things difficult for him. Thus he was very humble. This middle-aged man was called Zhou Shen. Although he was an intermediate array master, he was very narrow-minded. He nodded his head and smiled at Yanjun. This young man would have great achievements in the future, so he didn't want to offend him. This guy wants to force his way in. Yanjun immediately turned around and pointed at Ling Han. Zhou Shen looked at Ling Han and sneered, "Young man, Do you think this is a place for you to watch a show? He thought that Ling Han came because he heard that the headquarters was going to have a competition today. Ling Han shook his head. You two are talking to yourselves. Why didn't you consider your own intelligence? Previously, when he came to become an array master, he didn't encounter any trouble at all. That was inconceivable to him. Could it be that his halo of hatred had disappeared? But today he could prove that his ability to attract hatred was still top-notch. He didn't even need to open his mouth to make people attack him. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Thus Ling Han retorted back. Zhou Xin's face couldn't help but darken. He felt his chest becoming a little stuffy. Those words were too vicious, it made him feel uncomfortable. You. He pointed at Ling Han, wanting nothing more than to rush up and strangle Ling Han's neck. Ling Han smiled faintly. His fighting ability was still the same as before. Should he consider learning a roaring technique in the future? That way he could shout and shout at the opponent right away. He didn't even need to make a move to make his opponent lie down. Move. He dusted his hands and continued to fire. A good dog doesn't block the way. Don't not know the basic rules. How dare you? The veins on Zhou Xin's forehead were throbbing, and his nostrils seemed to be spewing fire. Who are you? Tell me, who are you? I will kneel for you for a day and a night. He's called Ling Han. Yan Jun took the chance and immediately jumped out. Ling Han? Zhou Xin was startled. He seemed to have heard of this name somewhere before. Whatever, he didn't care. A young man who wasn't even 20 years old, what kind of reputation could he have? I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down or I will make you regret it, he threatened. Ling Han didn't try to defend himself. He just quietly turned on the optical computer's recording function and said, Grandmaster Zhou, right? You don't distinguish right from wrong and you immediately threaten me. Is this befitting of your status? So what? I don't like you, so I want to step on you and suppress you. What can you do? Zhou Xin said arrogantly. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Aren't you afraid that I have some shocking background and will trample you into shit? Damn, what a vulgar fellow. Zhou Xin did indeed reveal a trace of hesitation. There were many rich second generations with shocking backgrounds in the capital, and he seemed to have heard of the other's name. Could he really be a descendant of some rich family? He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He didn't want to offend any rich family. However, which rich family had the surname Ling? Grandmaster Zhou, this guy is a refugee from the tiger's den. Yan Jun exposed him. How could he let Zhou Xin be scared off? Although they hadn't spent much time together, he knew that Zhou Xin was incomparably fierce when he met someone weaker than him. As long as the other party had a bit of background, he would immediately cower. He was a classic example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When Zhou Xin heard this, he immediately felt humiliated. Fuck, a refugee from the tiger's den actually dared to boast in front of him. His legs almost turned to jelly. I won't kill you today. So you're a refugee from the tiger's den. I was almost scared by you. Zhou Xin laughed coldly. There was a hint of anger in his embarrassment. So what if he's from the tiger's den? Are you looking down on him? Ling Han deliberately asked. As expected, Zhou Xin immediately said, a bunch of lowly commoners. They should all die in the beast tide. Living is just a waste of food. Enough. Ling Han nodded. Just this sentence alone would be enough to make this guy suffer the consequences. Pack, he suddenly reached out and slapped Zhou Xin's face. Although Zhou Xin was a mid-level array master, his strength had only just stepped into the blood transformation realm. How could he be a match for Ling Han? Under this slap, his entire body was sent flying. He somersaulted a dozen times in the air before falling down in a graceful posture. Fuck. Yan Jun was dumbfounded. Ling Han was still as ferocious as ever. He even dared to make a move in the array headquarters. But he immediately smiled. In this case, Ling Han would definitely not be able to escape death. Chapter 3298. Rebel, you want to rebel. Zhou Xin jumped up. Ling Han didn't use much power in this strike, or else he would have turned Zhou Xin into dregs with one slap. Ling Han dashed over and slapped him again. Zhou Xin was sent flying again. You insulted the refugees of Hidden Tiger City. Hitting you is already a light punishment, he said indifferently. Zhou Xin was about to go crazy. Although Ling Han controlled his power very well, one slap after another still made him feel pain. He felt his teeth shaking. The key was that this was the entrance of the headquarters, and there were so many people coming and going. How was he going to live in the future? You're dead. He gritted his teeth. If he didn't kill Ling Han today, he wouldn't be surnamed Zhou. Yan Jun was quick-witted and had already gone to call people. Wave after wave of people walked out. There were young array masters who came to participate in the competition, old array masters who accompanied them, and array masters from the imperial capital. Today was the busiest day in the headquarters. It's this brat. Just because he has some ability, he came to our headquarters to be impudent. Yan Jun pointed at Ling Han and shouted. Instantly, all the array masters felt the same hatred for the enemy and revealed their anger. Who is so daring to bully the head of the Formation Dao headquarters, not to mention Ling Han? Even Hong Tianbu wouldn't dare. Ling Han saw that it was about time and smiled. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm also an array master. Yan Jun immediately choked. This guy was also an array master? What kind of joke was that? What did he think array masters were? Did he think he could become one just because he wanted to? So what if he was talented in martial art? Did that mean he had some achievements in the field of arrays? There was indeed such an example. Hong Tianbu, his talent in martial art made all the other geniuses pale in comparison. He even reached a high level in the field of arrays. He was so monstrous. However, Ling Han definitely couldn't be a second Hong Tianbu. Just say that you're an array master. Yan Jun shouted. Ling Han smiled and said unhurriedly, if you say I'm not, then I'm not giving you anything. He paused for a moment and then continued, this is a very simple matter. Won't you know once you check? That's right, someone went immediately. My name is Ling Han, Ling Han kindly reminded. Even if you're a formation master, this is too much, someone criticized. Ling Han shook his head and said to the man, if someone cursed the entire city you came from to die, what would you do? That person was stunned for a moment before immediately saying, I'll definitely slap that bastard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he naturally had to straighten his back and not say anything cowardly. Ling Han nodded and said, well said. He pointed at Zhou Shen and said, this fellow actually dares to spout such filthy words. He turned on his optical computer and started playing the recording. When the crowd heard this, they all shook their heads in their hearts. Zhou Shen was trapped in his own cocoon. He actually said such words, no wonder he got beaten up. At this moment, the person who went to check on Ling Han's background also returned and said with a strange expression, he's indeed an array master. Since Ling Han was also an array master, then it wasn't a conflict between the martial art world and the array world, but an internal conflict. And obviously Ling Han was in the right who asked Zhou Shen to say those words. So what? Yan Jun woke up from the shock of Ling Han being an array master and shouted, just because he's an array master he can go against his superiors and beat up an intermediate array master? The crowd couldn't help but nod. If everyone didn't follow the rules and went against their superiors, then wouldn't it be a mess? Ling Han shrugged and said, can't help it, I'm just a hot-tempered person. He looked at Yan Jun and grinned, you have to be careful. This was an undisguised threat. Yan Jun couldn't help but be stunned. Ling Han clearly had an attitude of stepping on him, and he really didn't seem to have any other way. He was an array master, so was Ling Han. In terms of talent and martial art, Ling Han was hundreds of streets ahead of him. If the two of them were to have a conflict, who would the Array Association stand on? Ling Han walked over, patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, take a few more breaths now. I can see that in the near future you'll be a dead man. Yan Jun's face instantly turned pale. Ling Han was trying to kill him. To be honest, he definitely couldn't beat Ling Han. In an instant he made up his mind. From today onwards, as long as Ling Han was in the imperial capital, he wouldn't take a step out of the Array Association. Ling Han clapped his hands and said, the competition is about to start. Everyone hurry up and get ready. Don't you want to get a good result? That's true. Everyone left. As for how Ling Han should be punished, that would be decided by the elders of the headquarters. They didn't need to interfere. Ling Han, on the other hand, operated the optical computer and uploaded Zhou Shen's previous comments onto the internet. Doesn't he know that he's the ancestor of conning people? Everyone entered the headquarters of the Array Association, which was on the left side of the imperial capital map. The headquarters of the Alchemy Association was on the right side of the map. Beyond that was the vast wilderness, which was why the headquarters occupied a huge area. They came to a place that looked like a training field. The ground was filled with sand. There were many people, but none of them made a sound. This was the holy land for array masters. Now that they were going to compete here, Naturally everyone was excited and their blood boiled. Someone reported Zhou Xin's matter. The elders discussed it and decided to start the competition first. They couldn't be affected by it. As for the punishment for Ling Han, they could discuss it slowly. There was no rush. Let the competition begin. The chairman of the Array Association personally hosted the competition. He was Niu Huaqing's senior brother, Chen Hao. The competition used an elimination system. The winner would advance to the next round while the loser would have to come back next year. In a competition of Array Dao, it was a competition of Array Dao. To an array master there were two main points in Array Dao. One was to set up the array and two was to break the array. Therefore, if two array masters were to compete, one array master would lay down the array, while the other would decipher it, and then they would exchange places. Whether or not one could break the array, how long it would take, the difficulty of the array and the time needed would all affect the result. So there wouldn't be a draw, even if both sides broke the other's array or neither side broke it. There were over 100 array masters participating. Because of the age limit, they were all beginner array masters. If Hong Tianbu came, he would break the record. He was already an advanced array master. Although Ling Han had the ability of an intermediate array master, he was only a beginner array master. The reason he was willing to participate was because of Niu Huaqing. Otherwise, it would be enough for him to have the title of a pill master. Arrays could be his trump card, so there was no need for him to reveal it. Half a day later it was his turn. His opponent was a short man who looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. "I'm older, so I'll let you go first," the man said. Ling Han didn't mind. He casually waved his hand and 17 array foundations landed. Under his mental power the array was formed. Damn. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished. Chapter 3300. Under the suppression of absolute power, nothing could stand in its way. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were in the midst of an array Dao competition. You destroyed the array with a single punch, should that be considered a pass? Success or failure, the referee didn't know how to judge either. He looked at the big shots hesitantly. This had never happened before because array master's individual combat power was too weak. No one could rely on their own strength to break an array formation. However, such a freak had appeared. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see another person, a monster that should not exist in this world. Hongtian's step, outrageous. An advanced array master immediately said unhappily, "We array masters naturally have to use upright methods to break arrays. What does this mean?" "Brother Chao, I don't dare to agree with you." Another advanced array master said, "The competition doesn't have any rules on how to break the array. Since that's the case, it's within the scope of the rules. Of course it's fine." Array Master Chao couldn't help choking. Indeed, the rules didn't specify how to break the array. This was because, firstly, it was a convention and secondly, the individual battle prowess of an array master was low. Who would use such a method to break the array? He hurriedly said, "An array master uses an array to break an array. Does this need any special explanation?" I strongly disagree. In fact, I would like to suggest that this person be disqualified from the competition. Ling Han couldn't help but feel annoyed. "I have no enmity with him, why are you targeting me like this?" Since the rules didn't state it, it's naturally possible. The second array master also insisted. More and more advanced array masters joined the fray. Some thought that Ling Han could pass, while others thought that this didn't reflect Ling Han's array Dao abilities at all. How could he mess around like this? No one could convince the other, and the number of people on both sides was about the same, so it was very difficult to convince the other. The low-level array masters looked at each other and gritted their teeth. So many advanced array masters were actually fighting so hard for a mere primary array master. Just based on this point, Ling Han could be proud for a lifetime. In the end, everyone's gaze landed on Chen Hao. Chen Hao waved his hand, immediately silencing everyone. After some thought, he said, "Using brute force to break the formation is indeed not in line with the objective of the competition." As soon as he said that, the opposition immediately smiled. But Chen Hao continued, "However, since we didn't say anything in advance, we can't disqualify Ling Han just like that. Let him try again. This time only formation path methods are allowed." Since he, the president, had spoken, who would dare to disobey? Only Yin Jun had an ugly expression on his face. That was because that punch had destroyed the foundation of his formation, causing cracks to appear. This naturally destroyed the formation patterns. How was he going to set up the formation again? He had no choice but to report the matter. There was no time to remake it on the spot. Fortunately, there was an intermediate array master who was teaching his disciple the same array, so he borrowed the array base and let the array master personally lay it down. Ling Han began to break the formation. He strode in and suddenly shio, a murderous aura circulated and began to attack him. He smiled indifferently, not dodging or dodging. How could a mere meridian opening expert's attack injure him? Very quickly, he found the node and used the absolute obstruction array to cut off this killing array. The array was instantly broken. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes, which was highly efficient. It was time for Ling Han to set up the formation. With a casual flick, he still laid down an illusory array, a formation within a formation. Yan Jun entered the formation and began to break it. But very soon, cold sweat broke out on his forehead because he still could not find the location of the node. A few minutes later, his eyes lit up. He laid down the absolute obstruction array, but he discovered that the array was still operating. Another fake node. He kept trying but kept failing. After over a dozen times, he finally succeeded. The fog dispersed and he reappeared in the light of day. It was just that before he could rejoice, the judge announced his failure because he spent a full 40 minutes. Yan Jun was dazed. His greatest confidence came from Array Dao. Previously, no matter how monstrous Ling Han's performance was in martial art, he always believed that he would not lose. But now, in the field that he was most skilled in, he was ruthlessly defeated. His confidence was shattered into pieces. But Ling Han did not give him an extra glance. Why would he need to take this kind of small character seriously? It was precisely this kind of disregard that made Yan Jun clench his fists tightly, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. He was at any rate one of Tiger Crouching City's 3 great geniuses. But now, the other party could not even be bothered to give him an extra glance. How could he endure this? Ling Han, Ling Han, Ling Han, he roared in his heart, swearing to take revenge for this enmity. Ling Han overcame all obstacles along the way, finding it hard to meet an opponent. Although what he laid down were only elementary array formations, it was an array within an array. The difficulty of cracking it was 10 times harder than a single array formation. Just an hour, the number of people who could crack it were incomparably few. When it was close to evening, Ling Han also successfully made it into the finals. The finals were set for tomorrow. Although the finals were all elementary array masters, it was the annual finals after all. They could not be too sloppy. No one mentioned the matter of punishing Ling Han again. What a joke, how could they bear to punish such a monstrous genius? Moreover, who asked Zhou Shen to have a cheap mouth? What topic was the most sensitive? Demonic beasts wreaking havoc. Yet he still had to spout nonsense in this aspect. Wasn't that just courting death? It was even better now. It was already reported on the internet. Perhaps even His Majesty the Sacred Emperor would find out. Even if he did not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Under such circumstances, who would speak up for him? Ling Han did not return to the academy. Anyway, the finals would be held the next morning, so he did not have to make an extra trip. All he cared about was the prize. However, this kind of competition was more of a kind of glory, so the prize was not the treasure fruit that could increase cultivation or spiritual power that Ling Han hoped for. Instead, it was a remnant of an array formation, and it was even a handwritten copy. Although it was an incomplete copy, it still had great research value. Ling Han also learned about his opponent in the finals. It was an array formation genius from Yingfeng City named Zhong Feiyang. It was said that he was really a genius. He did not care and fell asleep. The night passed. When the sun rose, Ling Han naturally got up to cultivate. Unfortunately, when he stopped cultivating, he did not absorb any purple qi. This should only be obtained in famous mountains and great rivers. After eating, he slowly walked to the battlefield. Today was the finals, so there were naturally many onlookers. However, they were all array masters and no outsiders were invited. This was because the others could not understand it, especially the martial artists. They had been looking around and walking around for half a day, not fighting at all. Who would be interested? Ling Han entered the battlefield and saw his opponent. Zhong Feiyang was really a young man in high spirits. He was tall and slender, and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of divine light. Toss a copper coin to decide who will set up the array first, the referee said. He looked at Ling Han first. Do you want heads or tails? Heads, Ling Han said casually. The referee nodded. He tossed a copper coin and it landed on the ground with a clink. It rolled twice, but it was tails. In other words, Zhong Feiyang would set up the array first. Chapter 3301. Zhong Feiyang smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He moved his hands and threw out array foundations one after another. There were more than 30 of them, but his speed was not slow at all. In just half a minute, the array foundations were all set up. Then, the formation lines lit up, indicating that the formation was already in operation. What kind of formation needs 36 formation bases? Could it be another formation within a formation? Something's wrong. One of the intermediate array masters suddenly stood up and hissed, "This is the Wild Thunder Array." What? Those who heard his words were all shocked, because the Wild Thunder formation wasn't a low-level formation, but a mid-level formation. What does that mean? Zhong Feiyang was an intermediate array master. But in the registration of the array master headquarters, wasn't he still a beginner? It's very simple. Although he can make intermediate array formations, he hasn't been certified. Naturally, he's still a beginner array master. Someone said. This was indeed a very simple logic. However, who would be able to become a mid-level array master and not go through the certification to raise their status? It was like the blood transformation realm was completely different from the meridian opening realm. Zhong Feiyang is so young. 25 years old, becoming an intermediate array master at the age of 25. Other than Hong Tianbu, who else could compare to him? Even Qin Hao nodded his head. Such a young intermediate array master was really rare. It could be said that it was hard to find one in 100 years. Forget about Hong Tianbu, that person should not even exist in this world. I really didn't expect there to be an intermediate array master below 30. Ling Han didn't lose unjustly. He met an array genius. Everyone sighed. Intermediate versus beginner, this was an absolute suppression. Do you still want to break the formation? Asked Zhong Feiyang indifferently. The wild lightning formation possessed terrifying killing power. Even blood transformation experts would be killed if they were trapped within it. The difficulty of breaking it could be imagined. Ling Han smiled and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." Everyone was speechless. Was this really something that could be tried? Once you entered the formation, as long as the formation didn't stop, the lightning would continue to strike. It would be extremely difficult for you to escape. Although the individual strength of the array master was not as good as that of a martial artist, once the array was set up, the result would be different. Ling Han strode forward and took the initiative to enter the formation. Immediately, lightning flashed and jumped between the foundations of the formation. Then, a bolt of lightning quietly formed and fiercely struck towards him. However, Ling Han was already prepared. He raised his right hand in front of his body. The lightning struck. Although there were dazzling sparks, it did not hurt him at all. This could injure someone at the 3 changes of blood transfusion, but Ling Han's strength had long surpassed the 3 changes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lightning was still shooting out from every corner. Ling Han casually waved his fist and blasted the lightning into sparks. He captured the pulse of the formation, which could restore the position of the nodes. Currently, there were not many intermediate spirit arrays, only 17 of them. Ling Han had dabbled in all of them, so he naturally understood the violent thunder array. It was just that every person who set up the array formation would make changes. 1,000 people setting up the array formation meant that there would be 1,000 nodes. Therefore, this needed to be deduced from the operation of the array formation. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Han threw out the blocking array. He did not expect to have an opponent who was an intermediate spirit array master. Therefore, he did not prepare an intermediate blocking array. Instead, he used a beginner array. However, as long as he found the right node, he could completely block this array formation for a few seconds. This was enough. It meant that he had found the node. Chua, the 3 foundations fell and were activated by Ling Han. Instantly, the violent thunder stopped, but only for a moment. Lightning flashed again. Pa pa pa. The 3 blocking array foundations were blasted until they were full of scorch marks. The entire place was silent. What? Ling Han actually broke the violent thunder array? A beginner spirit array master could actually break an intermediate spirit array? Indeed, breaking the array formation was easier than creating the array formation. However, it could not be so easy that it was a level higher. Unless, a thought flashed through everyone's mind, but they immediately shook their heads. That was impossible. You're also an intermediate spirit array master. Zhong Feiyang exclaimed. If not for that, how could Ling Han possibly break his array formation? Moreover, it was only 3 minutes. Even most intermediate spirit array masters could not do that. Ling Han smiled and said, "Probably. I didn't deliberately study this problem. This was an act. Everyone wanted to ridicule him. There was actually someone who didn't know his own strength and wholeheartedly focused on the array Dao. Then one day he suddenly wanted to go out for a walk, only to find that he was already invincible. How low was the possibility of that?" Zhong Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "All right, it's your turn." Ling Han nodded and went to the side to retrieve his own array foundations. There were quite a few of them, and it was naturally not convenient to bring them along when breaking the array formation. However, he had to change his strategy. Zhong Feiyang was actually an intermediate spirit array master. If he used a primary spirit array against him, it would probably be broken in 2 or 3 moves. He reached into his bag. Actually, he had used his consciousness to communicate with the Qi nurturing gourd and retrieved many array foundations. Intermediate spirit array, raging flame array. With his own strength, he no longer had to fear anyone in the blood transformation realm. Thus, he naturally had no interest in offensive intermediate spirit arrays. However, he had still created them in case of emergencies. He had not expected that they would be put to use so quickly. Ling Han returned to the battlefield with the array foundations. Then he waved his hands repeatedly. Instantly, like a goddess scattering flowers, 36 array foundations were inserted into the ground at the same time. Then he used his psyche power to activate them, and the array formation was immediately formed. "Please," he said to Zhong Feiyang. Zhong Feiyang was naturally not afraid. He strode into the array formation. Instantly, raging flames burned, turning the area enveloped by the array formation into a sea of fire. He waved his hand casually, and immediately 5 array foundations appeared beside him, protecting him. This could only last for a short period of time, but Zhong Feiyang believed that this short period of time was enough. He immediately began to break the array formation, searching for its nodes. Time passed bit by bit. Zhong Feiyang kept trying, but he failed again and again. He was indeed a genius in the art of arrays. He had only tried 11 times and he had already broken through the blazing flame array. However, the time he had used was as long as 13 minutes, so he naturally lost to Ling Han. Ling Han's victory was indisputable. Chen Hao was overjoyed. 2 geniuses had appeared in the array Dao. As the president, he was naturally happy that there was a successor. After a while, he would bring Ling Han and Zhong Feiyang to find Old Man Qi from the Alchemy Association headquarters. He would let that old man see that even without the Hongtian steps, there were still countless geniuses in array Dao. Ling Han had originally wanted to return to the academy immediately, but the Array Dao Association headquarters still had to issue him and Zhong Feiyang proof that they were intermediate array masters. Thus they stayed here for another day. At night, he flipped through the prizes he had received. This remnant array was called Precipice. The array foundation was very special. It was not made of stone or metal. Instead, the array patterns were directly carved onto clothing. After wearing it, the array formation would automatically activate when it was attacked, forming a powerful defense. Chapter 3302. A formation worn on the body could be played like this? Ling Han's thoughts immediately diverged. Since that was the case, then he could naturally carve formation patterns on armor and create an invincible army. The upper limit of the Precipice formation's defense was as high as the opening aperture tier. However, because the formation was broken, the defense naturally decreased, and it could only display the power of the engravement tier. This was extremely shocking because there was only one opening aperture tier now. But looking at the requirements to draw the formation patterns, Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless, because it required the blood of an engravement tier as ink. Could be a beast or a martial artist. Did Ling Han have to find Heaven Traversing Commander or King Kong Commander and ask them to give him some blood? No matter if it was formations or alchemy, after reaching the high level, the biggest difficulty was how to get the materials. Ling Han put away the formation, not thinking about it for now. He'd think about it after he got the blood of an engravement tier. The next day, just as Ling Han was about to return to the academy, Zhong Feiyang came over and chatted with him for a while. Zhong Feiyang was full of admiration for his formation abilities, and wanted to discuss formations with him. Ling Han really didn't have the time, so he politely declined, making Zhong Feiyang very disappointed. Ling Han couldn't care less, he had too many things to do now. Returning to the academy, Ling Han continued to cultivate diligently. On the way to pick the red fruit, Ling Han had already deduced the indestructible heaven scroll for the blood transformation tier. Limited by his tier, it might not be the strongest body refining technique in the world, but now that martial art was in the early stages, the indestructible heaven scroll shouldn't be a match. He ate honey every day to increase the strength of his body, and his stamina also increased crazily. Normal 5 changes secret power should be around 2 million kilograms, but Ling Han estimated that his limit should be able to reach 5 million kilograms, and adding on his stamina, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 10 million kilograms. This power was too terrifying. At that time Ling Han could even lift a medium-sized warship with one hand. He already had a lot of money in his hands, so Ling Han started to buy medicinal ingredients to cure the poison in his body as soon as possible. If the poison was not cured, he would feel as if someone had placed a knife on his neck. Some students came to visit, hoping that Ling Han could make a rallying cry and establish a new faction. With his current reputation, he believed that many people would be willing to join him. However, Ling Han was not interested at all. After experiencing so much in the Yuan world, would he still be attached to power? After becoming a gang leader, a lot of his energy would definitely be taken away. How could he be as free as he was now? The little maidservant was still in seclusion trying to break through to the blood transformation realm. She didn't even have time to serve him. Not only was Ling Han not used to it, even the perverted pig was the same. He stared at Ling Han. The perverted pig snorted at Ling Han, which meant that Lord Pig was hungry and that he should go and get some food for him. Ling Han chuckled. Roasted suckling pig. Do you want to eat? The perverted pig immediately became furious. Its 4 legs were flying and it was about to rush over to fight Ling Han. However, it only ran a few steps before it slowed down. It panted heavily and then lay on the ground, paralyzed. Ling Han shook his head and smiled. Who asked you to eat so much? Look, your 4 legs are so short. The perverted pig rolled its eyes at him. It was just so lazy. What could it do, bastard? However, Ling Han was indeed a little hungry, so he took out a goat from the essence-nourishing gourd. This was a demon goat that he had killed in the mountains. It had the cultivation of the blood transformation realm. Not only was it delicious, it was also very beneficial to martial artists. He had already eaten half of it before and now there was still half left. After starting a fire, Ling Han started to roast the leg of the goat. This was the most fragrant thing. Smelling the fragrance, the perverted pig immediately started to drool. Look at you. Ling Han shook his head. The perverted pig pointed at Ling Han with a hoof and grunted. It meant to say, look at yourself, you are not much better than this Uncle Pig. The sound of a stomach rumbling could be heard, but it was neither Ling Han nor the little perverted pig. The man and the pig turned their heads at the same time. They saw a person lying on the wall of the courtyard. Her eyes were fixed on the roasted goat on the fire and she was very focused. That person swallowed her saliva, making a very loud noise. Ling Han was surprised. This person whose stomach was rumbling with hunger and who could not help but swallow her saliva was actually a young girl. She looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. However, the problem was that Ling Han did not notice when she appeared on the wall. If not for the rumbling stomach, he would still be in a daze. How did a 14 or 15-year-old girl walk so close to him without his divine sense? Focus on roasting, don't burn it, the young girl suddenly said, her voice crisp. Ling Han's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this what you should be thinking about? Shouldn't you first explain why you are lying on the wall of my house? He had countless points to complain about, but he did not know where to start. Okay. Ling Han nodded and focused on roasting the leg of goat. After a few more minutes, the smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. It was even more tempting. The young girl couldn't help but stretch her neck. Her entire upper body was in the air and then with a bang she fell from the wall. She patted her butt and got up. Nothing happened. She was not afraid of strangers. She strode over and sat down, reaching out to grab the goat. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Where are the adults? Dead. The young girl said expressionlessly. She had already taken the leg of goat and started to eat it. The little perverted pig immediately became angry. He stretched out his hoof and pointed at the young girl, looking like he was going to risk his life. You dare to steal Lord Pig's meat? You must be tired of living. Most importantly, your breasts are so small. This is what Lord Pig hates the most, you bastard. Ling Han looked at the young girl and frowned. This young girl gave him an unfathomable feeling. He couldn't tell the level of her cultivation at all. If she was just a normal person, how could she sneak up on him without him noticing? But if her cultivation was above Ling Han's, then that was even more inconceivable. She was only 14 or 15 years old and was already at the ultimate bone realm. Wasn't that even more monstrous than Hong Tianbu? If there really was such a monster, wouldn't her name have already shaken the world? He looked at the young girl who was wolfing down her food and said, "Little girl, what's your name?" "Little girl?" The young girl put down the leg of goat and tilted her head to look at Ling Han. "I'm more than enough to be your mother." What an unlikable girl. Everyone said that one's mouth was short after eating from others, but she was actually taking advantage of him. Pa, the perverted pig, tried to jump up and take a bite of the goat meat, but the force of his jump was too gratifying. He was only 3 inches from the ground when he fell, far from touching the meat. The young girl seemed to be interested. She lowered the meat a little, and when the perverted pig was about to take a bite, she raised it again, causing the perverted pig to bite empty air. She was so happy that she laughed loudly. She still said she wasn't a child? Ling Han didn't ask any more questions. He just watched quietly. She couldn't have just run over to eat a meal of goat meat, right? After a while, the young girl seemed to be tired of playing with the pig. She casually threw the leg of goat that was left with only a bone on the ground. She said, "Little brat, that weapon-nurturing tree was planted by me." Chapter 3304. Ling Han pressed his finger on it, but a red light flashed. This meant that he did not pass and was forbidden to enter. The guard immediately snorted and said, "Don't cause trouble and leave immediately. Otherwise, I will inform the Imperial Guards to arrest you." The Alchemy Association headquarters was one of the most important places in the Imperial capital. Anything that happened here would definitely alert the Imperial Guards. Ling Han frowned. After the incident at Hidden Tiger City, his identity was indeed not properly sorted out. He did not have the habit of venting his anger on others, so he settled for the next best thing. "Then I will certify as an alchemist." The guard looked at him with an expression of guarding against a thief. One moment you said you were an alchemist, and the next moment you said you wanted to certify as an alchemist. Wasn't this contradictory? However, he could not prohibit others from certifying as an alchemist. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, register here and I will report it for you." He operated the optical computer and had Ling Han enter his information. Ling Han filled it out truthfully. There was no need to hide anything. After the guard entered his information, he immediately checked Ling Han's information. Emperor Capital Academy student. He heaved a sigh of relief. Since he was a student of Emperor Capital Academy, the possibility of him harboring evil intentions was almost zero. He gave Ling Han a temporary certificate and pinned it to his chest. Then he allowed Ling Han to pass. Ling Han entered the Alchemy Association headquarters. This place was naturally astonishingly large, and there was even a large forest behind it. He came to the front desk and entered his purpose for coming here. Certifying as an alchemist. The receptionist glanced at him and couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. To be certified as an alchemist at such a young age, his future was boundless. The receptionist was a rather beautiful woman. She was originally very cold, but when she heard that Ling Han wanted to be certified as an alchemist, she immediately became extremely enthusiastic. Alchemists had a high status and could earn a lot of money. Which woman didn't want to marry an alchemist? Thus, seeing how young Ling Han was, this receptionist's heart was naturally moved. She served tea and water, trying her best to leave a good impression on Ling Han. Of course, Ling Han was unmoved. After a while, someone came to inform him that he could proceed with the certification. However, because low-rank alchemists needed to prepare their own ingredients, Ling Han first went to buy a set, and then followed. This naturally caused the 3 primary alchemists in charge of being witnesses to be extremely displeased. One of them was a bit more unkind, and immediately expressed his displeasure to Ling Han. Ling Han didn't pay any attention to him and only looked at him a few more times. "What are you looking at?" "Remember, I'm called Lu Bu," said the low-rank alchemist. He was extremely arrogant. Because his uncle was a mid-rank alchemist, he had always been very arrogant. He didn't even care about other low-rank alchemists. Ling Han smiled faintly and began to concoct pills. 2 hours later, the pill was done. Lu Bu's expression was somewhat unsightly. He had hoped that Ling Han would fail, but the other party had succeeded. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face. "Congratulations." The other 2 cupped their fists towards Ling Han with smiles on their faces. Ling Han nodded and said, "I want to continue to be certified as a mid-rank alchemist." The 2 alchemists who had been congratulating him couldn't help but be stunned. Was there such a certification? There had indeed been such pretentious people in the past, but they had never been certified as low-rank alchemists. Only when their strength reached the mid-rank did they amaze the world with a single feat, and they were viewed as the model of pretentiousness. But how many people could endure this kind of loneliness? They could clearly enjoy the treatment of a low-rank alchemist, but they had to endure it for 10-odd years or even dozens of years. Furthermore, Ling Han was too young. He looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. How could he possibly become a mid-rank alchemist? However, the certification of a mid-rank alchemist was the basic right of every alchemist. As long as one was a low-rank alchemist, it was fine. So the two naturally had no reason to refuse, and could only report it to their superiors. Haha, someone like you wants to be certified as a mid-rank alchemist? Lu Bu couldn't help but mock. Ling Han swept a glance over him and said, "Whether you're despicable or not, what does it have to do with you whether I'm certified as a mid-rank alchemist or not? There's no need for you to be a witness, and it's not up to you to agree or refuse. Why are you jumping around so happily?" The veins on Lu Bu's forehead bulged. He swore in his heart that he would definitely make Ling Han suffer so much that he would wish he was dead. Of course, he didn't even think that Ling Han could possibly become a mid-rank alchemist. With his uncle's reputation, it was still rather easy for him to deal with a low-rank alchemist. Very soon, 3 mid-rank alchemists arrived. This was the imperial capital, and though the number of mid-rank alchemists could not be said to be overwhelming, it was at least 10 times more than in other cities. Now that they were in place, Ling Han took out his own ingredients. In any case, the pill refined was his. He skillfully picked through the ingredients, then activated the formation and began refining. 2 hours passed and he naturally succeeded easily. The 3 mid-rank alchemists appraised it, and all revealed shocked expressions. Not only did he succeed, but the quality was also shockingly high. Such a young man who was not even 20 years old had actually become a mid-rank alchemist. Look at them, which one of them was not in their 50s or 60s. Comparing oneself to others would only cause one to die of anger. Meanwhile, Lu Bu felt a strong chill. He had never expected that Ling Han could really become a mid-rank alchemist. This was too outrageous, too outrageous. He naturally regretted it. Why had he gone to provoke Ling Han? He really had a foul mouth. However, he could not lower himself to beg for mercy from Ling Han. In any case, his uncle was also a mid-rank alchemist, and was not weaker than Ling Han. Moreover, he was much more senior, so as long as he did not provoke Ling Han in the future, the latter would not dare to do anything to him. Ling Han smiled and said, "I want to continue to be certified as a high-rank alchemist." No one spoke, but everyone looked at Ling Han as if they were looking at a madman. Was this not a joke? This kind of gaze, this kind of reaction, Ling Han had already seen it many times. Who asked him to be the alchemy emperor? He could always create miracles. Nobody could stop an alchemist from getting certified as long as it was within the rules. Therefore, someone immediately went to invite a high-rank alchemist. This required some time. Even the headquarters only had about 10 high-rank alchemists, and all of them were researching alchemy. They were the kind that would lock themselves up for days and nights at a time. After an hour, 3 high-rank alchemists finally came over unwillingly. If that mid-rank alchemist did not succeed, they would definitely give him a good beating for daring to interrupt their research. "Pre-president?" someone suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, everyone turned to look at a short old man. This person was the president of the Alchemy Society, Qi Liandong, the only alchemist in the capital, and also in the entire Black North country. Qi Liandong nodded slightly at the crowd. When he heard that someone was going to be certified as a high-rank alchemist, he was naturally alarmed. Especially since this was a youth that was not even 20 years old. He was filled with anticipation. "Greetings, President." The 3 high-rank alchemists also bowed respectfully. It could be said that every high-rank alchemist in Black North country had received Qi Liandong's guidance. Without his selfless guidance, they would not have their current achievements. Therefore, Qi Liandong's reputation was very, very high. "Young man, do you have confidence?" Qi Liandong asked Ling Han. End of chapter. Chapter 3305. Good story. Ling Han gave an "oh" and said, "It's nothing." This was a big deal. Everyone shook their heads. There were only over 40 high-grade alchemists in the whole of Black North country, and which one of them wasn't an old man over 100 years old? It was already inconceivable that a young man like him could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, and he was still so nonchalant? Qi Liandong's gaze shifted and he said, "Are you Ling Han from Hidden Tiger City?" He finally remembered that before Hidden Tiger City was destroyed, they had once sent an application to the headquarters to apply for a young man named Ling Han to become a high-grade alchemist. However, after the news was sent back, no one dared to believe it, and only thought that the Hidden Tiger City branch had made a mistake. However, before the two sides had finished communicating, Hidden Tiger City was finished, so this matter became an unsolved case. With a flash of inspiration, Qi Liandong immediately connected Ling Han with that person from Hidden Tiger City. Ling Han smiled and said, "I indeed came from Hidden Tiger City." When he said this, the three high-grade alchemists all gave an "oh," and looked enlightened. Of course they had the right to know about this matter. The others didn't understand and didn't know why Qi Liandong would suddenly say such a thing. "Let's begin." Qi Liandong waved his hand. At first, he didn't believe that a young man in his 20s could become a high-grade alchemist, but now he was at least 90% convinced. However, just his belief was useless. Ling Han had to prove it with action, or else he wouldn't be able to convince the others. Ling Han set up the array and immediately began work. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that alchemy was something that took a lot out of one's mind. Normally, one could only concoct one cauldron a day, but Ling Han not only concocted 2 cauldrons in a row, but also wanted to concoct a 3rd cauldron. If he could succeed even like that, then there really was no justice in the world. But the justice in the world was playing out right before their eyes. Ling Han controlled the array precisely, and there was no sign of the cauldron exploding. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. What kind of monster was this? Even Qi Liandong was a little moved. Although he already believed that Ling Han had this kind of ability, it was really inconceivable that he could still concoct such a high-grade alchemical pill so easily. 2 hours later, the pill was ready. The 3 high-grade alchemists appraised the pills one by one, and very quickly came to a conclusion. Not only had Ling Han successfully concocted the pills, the quality of the pills he had concocted was also very high. Immediately, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Heavens, the Alchemist Society actually produced a high-grade alchemist that wasn't even 20 years old. This time they were not weaker than the Array Dao Association because they had Hong Tianbu. He was only 23 years old, but he was already a high-level array master. In comparison, the Pill Dao Association was simply trash. However, the appearance of Ling Han changed everything. A high-level alchemist who was not even 20 years old, even Hong Tianbu had to be ashamed of his inferiority, though the two of them were completely not in the same realm. The corners of Rubel's mouth twitched as he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Around him, everyone deliberately maintained a distance of at least 10 feet. Many people saw it. Lu Bu was shouting at Ling Han. Would Ling Han not settle the score with him? Putting aside the fact that Rubel was only a mid-grade alchemist, even if it was a high-grade alchemist, everyone would still lean towards Ling Han. It couldn't be helped. Ling Han was too young and his future was limitless. If they really had to bet on one person, it would definitely be Ling Han. Everyone looked at Rubel as if they were looking at a dead man. After offending a high-grade alchemist, could he still mingle in the Alchemist Association headquarters? Ha ha ha. Qi Liandong laughed loudly. He was too happy. He personally walked over and held onto Ling Han's hand. The importance he placed on Ling Han was obvious. He made a speech that made everyone's blood boil. The gist of it was that the Alchemist Association had a Ling Han, and they no longer had to worry about being mocked by the Array Dao Association for not having any prodigies. Ling Han couldn't help but grimace. If Qi Liandong knew that he was also a prodigy of arrays, what kind of expression would he have on his face? Forget it, it was better not to say it. Ling Han didn't just want to obtain the title of a high-grade alchemist. He also wanted to obtain more pill formulas. After becoming a high-grade alchemist, Ling Han obtained a huge amount of authority. He could browse through all kinds of high-grade pill formulas. In reality, there were only 7 types of pill formulas that he currently couldn't see. 5 of them were at the Grandmaster level, while the other 2 were high-grade. He would need to stay in the Alchemist Association for many years, or make great contributions before he could unlock them. Ling Han didn't need to use high-grade pills for the time being. Thus, he wasn't in too much of a rush. He could take it slow. After staying in the Alchemist Association for a day, he memorized all the pill formulas. He wasn't allowed to use his AI to record them down. If it was discovered, he would be severely punished. He could only memorize them in his mind. If he forgot them, he could just look at them again when he came back. Ling Han returned to the academy. His focus was still on the academy. He hadn't even warmed his seat when Shenyuan Dingwa came to visit. Ling Han, did you receive any notice? He asked. What notice? Ling Han asked. Huh? You haven't received any notice? That's impossible. With your strength, you should have received the notice, Xianyuan Dingwa muttered, clearly confused. Ling Han laughed. What exactly is it? Don't just tell me half of it. Xianyuan Dingwa nodded. Yesterday, His Majesty the Sacred Emperor decided to hold a grand hunting competition. Apart from the young princes, there will also be the descendants of the various ministers, as well as the most outstanding students of the academy. His Majesty the Sacred Emperor will personally select a martial technique most suited to the person who takes first place. Xianyuan Dingwa's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to start the competition right now so he could seize the initiative. Ling Han, did you hear that? The most suitable martial technique for you. He shook Ling Han's shoulder, almost causing Ling Han's bones to fall apart. All right. I understand. Ling Han nodded. It's a pity that you didn't receive the notification, so you won't be able to participate. Xianyuan Dingwa sighed, then smiled. That's fine. I'll have one less competitor. Ling Han rolled his eyes. Don't you think it's too much to say that in front of me? Haha, if worst comes to worst, I'll treat you to a drink after I win first place. Xianyuan Dingwa laughed heartily, then frowned. However, there will definitely be countless competitors this time. Although the young princes aren't as talented as His Majesty's first few sons, they are still the sons of the Holy Emperor. Their bloodlines are clear for all to see, and their strength cannot be underestimated. There's also Qin Xingho and the rest. It's not just these guys. I think even my brothers will participate. Who can resist the temptation of the Elysian Emperor's personal inheritance? Although Hong Tianbu had the reputation of being a heaven-suppressing monster, no one had ever believed that he would one day surpass the current Saint Emperor. In everyone's eyes, His Majesty was no longer a human but a god. Chapter 3306. Ling Han also felt that it was strange. Since the outstanding students of the school were also qualified to participate in the hunting competition, why hadn't he received the notice? Was he not outstanding? Or was it that someone was deliberately trying to disqualify him? I'll help you check, Xianyuan Dingwa said immediately. He valued this business partner very much. If he wanted to achieve great things in the future, he definitely could not do without Ling Han's help. An outstanding alchemist was the world's strongest support. He left in a hurry. Ling Han had nothing to do, so he began to concoct pills. After concocting 2 batches, he suddenly received a message on his optical computer. He looked at it and saw that it was from a seller. There was bitter bone skin for sale. This was one of the 8 ingredients needed to concoct the antidote for the soul separation pill. Ling Han asked for the price and the seller offered 4 million. It was very expensive or even not worth it. Bitter bone skin was rare, but it did not have much use. Ling Han did not care. The last thing he lacked was money. He made an appointment with the seller. Because the seller was also in the capital, they decided to start the transaction the next afternoon. At noon the next day, after Ling Han had his lunch, he set off with the little perverted pig. He had to be prepared. What if the person had dug a trap for him? Although the pig did not have much combat ability, its defense was very strong. It could block a bullet for him. Of course, the pig did not know what he was thinking. Otherwise, it would definitely go berserk. However, even if it went berserk, it would be useless. Could it resist Ling Han? Ling Han took a car and arrived at the place they had agreed on. Why was he so careful? Because the other party only allowed him to decide the time, but insisted on him deciding the location. This was a bit inappropriate. Other than the pig, Ling Han had 4 weapon-nurturing leaves and the spirit-nourishing gourd. This gave him enough confidence to make this trip. Half an hour later, he arrived at the place. It was very remote. The buildings were very low and dilapidated. The people walking on the road were also very shabby. It gave Ling Han the first impression that this was a slum. "Young man, do you really want to get off here?" the driver asked. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's quite chaotic here. Theft, robbery, and even murder happen often." Ling Han smiled. "It's all right, I can protect myself. Thank you, uncle." He used his optical computer to transfer the money and got out of the car. The driver shook his head and hurriedly drove away. It was dangerous to stay here any longer. Ling Han carried the little perverted pig and strode forward. This was his first time here, so it was naturally unfamiliar. He had to find a place to stay. His attire was out of place in this place and attracted the attention of many people. However, most of their gazes were fixed on the little perverted pig, their eyes flashing with the light of hunger when they saw food. Gulp gulp. The little perverted pig was enraged. You actually dared to treat this Lord Pig as food? Are you tired of living? After searching for a while, Ling Han finally found the agreed place. There was a huge white poplar tree at the entrance. Its crown was at least 10 feet wide. He came to the door and knocked. Soon the door opened a crack and a head popped out. He first looked left and right before saying to Ling Han, "You are Han Lin?" This was the name Ling Han used on the internet. Ling Han nodded and said, "Yes. Come in." The person retracted his head and then opened the door for Ling Han to enter. "Hey, so polite. You even brought a little suckling pig." The person glanced at it and couldn't help but lick his lips. He was a little drooling. This was the slum. It was not easy to survive, let alone eat meat. Moreover, it was a little suckling pig. Who would be willing to take out such a small pig to eat? They definitely had to raise it. The little perverted pig immediately became anxious. Have all of you not eaten meat in 3 lifetimes? Those people just stared at it, could be ignored, but now this guy actually dared to say it? Shall I jump? The fat pig struggled and jumped out of Ling Han's arms. With a thud, it landed on the ground and ran with all its might to the person's feet. Then it opened its mouth and bit at him. Hee hee, we haven't eaten it yet, but it has already started biting. The person laughed. The perverted pig's defense was invincible, but its combat power was only 5 points. It didn't hurt at all. He reached out to grab it. "I'll send it to the kitchen immediately. Wash it clean and put it in the pot." The little perverted pig became even more furious. "Bite, I'll bite with all my strength, you bastard." Ling Han laughed and reached out to snatch the little perverted pig away. He said, "Let's talk business first." The person glanced at Ling Han and revealed a look of displeasure. However, he pressed it down and nodded. "Okay." After entering the door, there was a small courtyard. After passing through the courtyard, there was the lobby. The lobby was also dilapidated. Even the roof was leaking. If it rained, some of the water would definitely leak into the room. The furniture in the room was very simple. There was only a square table and 4 chairs. A man in his 40s was sitting behind the square table. He was barefooted and had one of his legs placed on another chair. What a ruffian. Ling Han looked at the man and said, "Wolf 7. Did you bring the money?" The middle-aged man asked instead of answering. Ling Han took off the bag on his back. It was full of jade seeds. The other party had made it clear that he would only accept jade seeds for transactions. This was also another reason why Ling Han didn't trust the other party. He didn't complete the transaction on the platform. It was obvious that he didn't want to leave a record. Ling Han was willing to come because the other party had taken a photo of the bitter bone skin. Beside it was the Imperial Daily that had just been published yesterday. Therefore, it was true that the other party had the bitter bone skin, but the possibility of him wanting to murder for money was also very high. "Where's the bitter bone skin?" he asked. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Han, took out a black thing from his pocket, wrapped it in a cloth and put it on the table. The person who had led Ling Han in began to inspect the jade seed. Ling Han took the black cloth and after unraveling it, he saw that there was something that looked like a bone inside, but the veins were like pig skin. When he sniffed it again, there was a sweet and bitter smell. It was the real thing. It was indeed the bitter bone skin. On the other side, the person also finished checking the jade seeds and nodded to the middle-aged man. "Okay, you can go now," the middle-aged man said. This attitude was not very good, but Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He put away the bitter bone skin and turned to leave. "Leave the bitter bone skin behind," the middle-aged man said behind him. Ling Han stopped in his tracks and turned around. "Oh, why?" "Leave the bitter bone skin behind and you can walk out alive. Otherwise, you can only leave horizontally," the middle-aged man said lightly. Ling Han sighed and said, "I actually don't like fighting with people." "I don't like it either." The middle-aged man smiled. "It's good that we can reach a consensus. Hee hee, you can save your life and we can also save some effort. All right, don't forget to leave the pig behind." He looked at the little perverted pig. I've only heard that roasted suckling pigs are very delicious. Today I can finally have a feast." Chapter 3308. In the face of Ling Han's words, the 9 people didn't know what expression to make. "You really know how to act pretentious. However, Ling Han really did have the qualifications to act pretentious. He made them shiver all over. This person was really too terrifying. It was over. They seemed to have insulted the wrong person. Don't come over. Don't come over. The gun-wielding man pointed the muzzle at Ling Han. Although Ling Han's speed could reach twice the speed of sound at such a close distance, the speed of a bullet fired from the barrel could reach 3 times the speed of sound. The difference was not big and there was no way that Ling Han could dodge. Although this was the logic, the gun-wielding man's hands were trembling incessantly. He was really afraid. Beat him to death. The middle-aged man shouted. Ling Han glanced at him. Noisy. Xiao, his figure moved, and he had already appeared in front of the gun-wielding man. He stretched out his right hand, and everyone only saw a blur before they saw that the gun had already landed in Ling Han's hand. The 9 people's Adam's apple involuntarily moved, and they swallowed with difficulty. Right now, the formation was useless and the gun had been taken away. What else could they do? The middle-aged man immediately knelt down and said, Bro, we were just playing with you. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, Open your mouth. The middle-aged man didn't dare not open his mouth. He immediately felt a cold sensation in his mouth, and a cold gun barrel had already been stuffed into it. Instantly, his legs went weak because he knew the power of this gun. If he were to shoot at his throat like this, his entire head would explode. Pa! Ling Han suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man's legs immediately went weak, and he fell to the ground. A fishy smell wafted out. He had actually been scared to the point of peeing his pants. Oh, I was just joking with you, Ling Han said with a smile. The middle-aged man was about to collapse. He looked at Ling Han with a resentful gaze. Bro, you're going to scare people to death like this. Ling Han grabbed the gun with both hands and with a twist, the gun made of fine steel became a lump. The 9 of them felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at Ling Han's hands in disbelief. If their arms or necks were to be twisted by these hands, what would happen? Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Come, tell me all the shady things you've done these past few years. If anyone lies, I'll wring his neck. The 9 of them did not dare to keep silent and spat out all the evil deeds they had done over the years. They were originally hooligans here, and they usually did some shady things like bullying people and taking advantage of women. It was nothing much. 7 years ago, the middle-aged man stole a martial art master and was counting his spoils of war in this courtyard. He didn't expect the man to track him down. He begged for mercy but to no avail. He was slashed by the other party, but he accidentally triggered the formation buried underground, turning the expert into an ice statue. After disposing of the expert's corpse, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of bitter bone skin. He originally wanted to sell it for some money, but then he had an idea. Why not buy on the online platform and then use the formation to trap and kill? If he sold the bitter bone skin, it would only be a one-time gain. If he could use the bitter bone skin to attract rich people, it would be an endless source of income. Unfortunately, the market for bitter bone skin was too small. After 7 years, including Ling Han, there were only 2 people who had made a deal. Usually, they would also use the formation to harm people, but it was a small business and the income was not high. Even if they added up the money they made today, it would not be as valuable as what Ling Han had made today. Of course, it seemed that today's deal would not be completed, and they would definitely lose money. As Ling Han listened, the killing intent in his heart gradually grew. Although these 9 people did not have much strength, they had done a lot of evil. Because this was the slums, no one cared if people died, so they often killed people for fun. Moreover, the number of women they had defiled was not small. Now 2 of them were still locked in the backyard. Tell me, why should I let you live? He asked. Spare me, spare me. Someone only cared about kowtowing and begging for mercy. This answer does not satisfy me. Ling Han pointed his finger and the force passed through. The person's head immediately exploded, and the headless body fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Of the 9 people, only 8 were left now. What about you? Ling Han looked at the second person. Grandpa, I'll be your little brother. I'll hit whoever you tell me to hit, that person said. Ling Han pointed his finger again, and the person's head also exploded. I'm still not satisfied. Ling Han shook his head, then looked at the third person. What about you? The third person was so scared that he wet his pants. His lips trembled, but he could not speak at all. Ling Han pointed his finger mercilessly, and the person immediately became a headless corpse. What about you? He asked the fourth person. Ignore him, he's completely fooling us. The middle-aged man could tell. No matter what, he will kill us. Ling Han clapped his hands and said, "Finally, there's someone smart. Don't kill me. I don't want to die." Someone broke down and collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. Ling Han looked at him and said, "I believe you've heard these words many times, but who did you spare?" Even though the strongest among them did not surpass 10 meridians, there were at least 90 people who had died at the hands of these 9 people. They were truly evil. "Do you have any last words?" Ling Han asked. "Spare me, spare me." Unfortunately, there were not many people who were unyielding. Apart from the middle-aged man, the others were only begging for mercy. Ling Han did not have the slightest bit of sympathy, and pointed his finger again and again. Pu piu piu, the 6 people fell one by one, all turning into headless corpses. He came to the rear courtyard and saw that there were 2 beds inside, and 2 naked women were lying on them, their hands and feet still tied up. Seeing him come in, the 2 women did not have any reaction at all, as if they were already numb. Ling Han sighed and walked over to cut the ropes binding their hands and feet with his broken sword. Then he said gently, "It's fine now, go home." He left some jade seeds for the 2 women, and then walked into the courtyard and began to dig. He was very interested in the formation in the courtyard, so he wanted to dig out the formation base. After a while he showed a look of surprise. Because not only was there only one formation base, it was also pitifully small, just a small disc. Many formation patterns had been worn off on it. Another one passed down from the ancient times. Ling Han took out the disc. He did not know what it was made of, but it was very heavy. He did not stay here for long and put the disc into the Qi nurturing gourd and immediately set off for the academy. Returning to his own courtyard, Ling Han finally took out the disc to study it. This material was like metal but also like stone. When it was exposed to light, it had a kind of beautiful jade luster. It seemed that high-level formation patterns all needed to be inscribed on special materials. Ling Han looked at the formation pattern again. This was definitely not drawn by blood. If he had to guess, it was more likely to be the juice of a kind of plant. Interesting. He stroked the disc, and deduced the combination effect of the formation pattern. After a while, he showed a look of surprise, because even if the large number of formation patterns on this disc had been worn off, the remaining formation patterns were still enough to unleash the power of the engravement realm. It was completely because the method of activation was wrong, which was why it could only unleash the power of the extreme bone realm, and it was only the power of one bone. Chapter 3309. Ling Han was secretly thankful for his luck. If those ruffians were able to display the full power of the formation, then he would have a headache. But if that didn't work out, he still had the energy-nourishing gourd, and the perverted pig could also block the knife for him. Umph. The perverted pig seemed to have sensed his thoughts and rolled his eyes. Ling Han continued to study the formation. He believed that if he was given a few more days, he would definitely be able to grasp it. That night, Xinyuan Dinghua came again. Ling Han. He strode in, his face full of anger. "What is it?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "I've already investigated. Someone has indeed removed your qualifications," Xinyuan Dinghua said. The current Saint Emperor had personally issued an order, yet someone dared to act recklessly? Xinyuan Dinghua shook his head. If the Saint Emperor had personally spoken, then naturally no one would dare touch your name. More importantly, His Majesty the Saint Emperor still doesn't know of your existence. Who can participate in the grand hunting competition is completely up to Lord Yang. Lord Yang can be said to have power over the entire court, but if a few princes were to interfere, it would be a simple matter to remove a name. I believe that Lord Yang wouldn't deliberately pay attention to your matters. The Lord Yang he spoke of was obviously the current Minister of Imperial Affairs, Yang Bai. Ling Han was baffled. I haven't met any of the princes yet, why would any of them target me? Could it be that his title of second place in the Hongtian steppes had provoked some of the princes? To tell the truth, he didn't like the title of second place in the Hongtian steppes. He was himself and didn't need anyone to help him gain fame. Moreover, he believed that he could definitely surpass the Hongtian steppes. Xinyuan Dinghua shook his head. I was also very puzzled, so I went to investigate a bit more. Only then did I find out that there was another person behind this matter. Who? Feng Ruoxian. Damn, it was actually this woman? Ling Han was startled. He only owed Feng Ruoxian a favor and did not owe her anything, but the latter repaid his kindness with enmity, and was now dragging him down. He had the urge to beat someone up. This woman was too disgusting, what a waste of her pure appearance. Ling Han, didn't you and Feng Ruoxian both come from Hidden Tiger City? How did you become enemies? Xianyuan Dinghua asked. Ling Han shook his head. I just didn't agree to be her subordinate, and she already hates me. Xianyuan Dinghua's jaw dropped. She's so vengeful. He had seen Feng Ruoxian before. This girl was gentle and graceful, making people feel extremely comfortable. How could her heart be so ugly? Yes. Ling Han nodded. Although he already knew that Feng Ruoxian would be unhappy after being rejected, he never thought that she would bite the hand that fed her to this extent. The princes have joined hands to blacklist you. That won't be easy, said Xianyuan Dinghua. Ling Han nodded. Although Feng Ruoxian was the driving force behind the scenes, and she was nothing in the imperial capital, but with the princes stepping forward, who would dare to stand up for Ling Han? Although these princes were not strong contenders for the throne, they were still of the Saint Emperor's bloodline. Who would dare to openly disobey them? Forget it, it's just a matter of one martial technique. Xianyuan Dinghua patted Ling Han's shoulder and comforted him. If he was Marshal Xianyuan, there would be no need for him to care about these low-ranked princes. He could say whatever he wanted. However, he was only one of the many children of Marshal Xianyuan, and not the most outstanding one at that. How could he dare to stand up for them? Moreover, even if he was willing to stand up for justice, those princes wouldn't need to give him any face. Ling Han nodded to Xianyuan Dinghua. Thank you. He was holding back his anger. The more someone wanted to mess with him, the more he would retaliate. No, he definitely couldn't let this matter go on like this. The next morning, Ling Han went to the Formation Guild headquarters. Formation masters weren't like alchemists. They also had combat abilities, so they had the qualifications to participate in the grand hunting competition. Of course, they had to be outstanding. They couldn't use any random cat or dog to make up the numbers. Ling Han came to find Chen Hao and asked him to help him get a qualification to participate in the competition. Chen Hao was the president of the Formation Guild headquarters. The only person who wouldn't give him face was the current emperor. It wouldn't be a problem for him to suppress a few low-ranked princes. Kit, come, let's go to the Alchemist Guild headquarters. Chen Hao was very excited. Zhong Feiyang stood beside him. This old man couldn't forget to go to the Alchemist Guild headquarters to show off. Ling Han gritted his teeth. This was going to be very awkward. Forget it, he was both an array master and an alchemist. So what? President, I want to ask you for a favor, Ling Han said. What is it? Chen Hao nodded. Ling Han smiled. I want to ask President to help me get a qualification to participate in the grand hunting competition. You're an array master. Why do you want to join in the fun? Chen Hao was a little curious. Although array masters had strong combat abilities because setting up an array required time, they were only suitable to be used as support. Or they could be protected by martial artists during the empty period of setting up the array. But during the grand hunting competition, everyone could only rely on their own strength. Who would help you? I'm just going to take a look. Ling Han smiled and didn't say much. All right. Chen Hao agreed. He really admired this genius array master. Anyway, this was just a small matter. He just had to ask for it. He still had this little bit of face. Let's go. He waved his hand and brought Ling Han and Zhong Feiyang out. Naturally, there was a special car to send them to the Alchemist Guild headquarters. The distance between the two headquarters wasn't too far. It only took them about 20 minutes to reach the place. Chen Hao was the first to get out of the car. Looking at the Alchemy headquarters building, he couldn't help but chuckle. Today he was going to completely convince Qi Liandong that Hong Tianbu wasn't a true array master. Greetings, Grandmaster Qin. The president of the Formation Guild headquarters personally came. The guard at the door hurriedly bowed respectfully. Such an important person was naturally known by everyone. Moreover, it wasn't the first time the old man came here. Qi Liandong was the same. He had been to the Formation Guild headquarters many times. The two old men had been fighting for half their lives. Chen Hao didn't bother and walked straight in. The guard didn't dare to stop him. He was very familiar with the place. Very quickly he brought Ling Han and Zhong Feiyang to Qi Liandong's study. He didn't even knock and directly pushed the door open. Old man Chen. Qi Liandong's back was facing them, but he immediately revealed Sun Hao's identity. Other than Chen Hao, no one else would be so rude. Old man Qi, I'm here today to convince you, Chen Hao said proudly. With his position he was already below only one person. Even the Grand Elder, the four marshals and Grand Tutor Hong couldn't control him. Moreover, he didn't like power. The only thing he cared about was the status of researching Array Dao and Array Dao. In Shen Bei country, Array Dao and Pil Dao were both powerful aids. However, Chen Hao naturally wasn't convinced. He felt that Array Dao was more outstanding. Thus he had always disliked Qi Liandong and the Alchemist Guild. Qi Liandong immediately turned around. When his gaze swept past Ling Han, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 33:10. When Qi Liandong saw Ling Han, he was naturally startled. Why would he appear here? Could it be that Ling Han was about to ask him for a pill recipe and ended up meeting Chen Hao? Who cares, he was going to show off Ling Han in front of Chen Hao anyway, saving him the trouble of calling for more people. Old man Chen, where did your courage come from? Qi Liandong asked coldly. Hee. Chen Hao laughed. He was waiting for Qi Liandong to ask. If he didn't, how could he act cool? He cleared his throat and said, Old man Qi, let me ask you, does your alchemy association have any mid-rank pill refiners below the age of 30? No. Qi Liandong said without hesitation. Indeed, there wasn't any. There was only a high-rank pill refiner below the age of 20. Hee, you'll be shocked to death when I tell you. Coincidentally, our Array Dao association has one. Chen Hao entered the stage of acting cool. Qi Liandong sneered in his heart. A mere mid-rank array master? I thought it would be some big move. Let this old man introduce you. Chen Hao pushed Zhong Feiyang out and said, this kid is called Zhong Feiyang. He's only 26 years old this year and is a mid-rank array master. Qi Liandong took another look at Zhong Feiyang and nodded. Indeed, a 26-year-old middle-level array master could be said to be extremely freakish. However, he could not compare to Hong Budian, nor could he compare to Ling Han. Not bad, he said. At this time he naturally had to show off. The next slap in the face would be even more painful. Chen Hao chuckled and said, Old man Qi, you also think this kid is not bad? There's more. He pushed Ling Han out and said, this kid is. Old man Chen quickly let go. Are you going to attack a junior? You're too shameless. Qi Liandong saw this and immediately panicked. He was afraid that Chen Hao would harm Ling Han. Chen Hao was startled. This is my Array Dao Association's genius. Why would I attack him? What's wrong with old Qi? Is he out of his mind? This is my Alchemy Association's genius. Qi Liandong shouted again. These words immediately stunned Chen Hao. What? Ling Han is a genius of your alchemy society? Old Qi, aren't you being too shameless? Even if you are jealous of my Array Dao Association's geniuses, you can't turn white into black and say that they are from your family. Old man Qi, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a member of my Array Dao Association. He emphasized. Bullshit. Qi Liandong was infuriated. This was clearly a high-leveled alchemist of the Alchemy Association, and he was only 19 years old this year. He was an unimaginably talented genius, and yet he dared to say that he was from the Array Dao Association? This clearly belongs to my Alchemy Association. He roared. You're the one who's farting. This belongs to our Array Dao Association. Chen Hao didn't hold back. It wasn't like he hadn't done so before. The two old men, whose ages added up to more than 200 years old, shouted with flushed faces and raised their necks, wishing they could strangle each other. Zhong Feiyang was dumbfounded. In his opinion, this was a farce. Because this was something that couldn't be more obvious, and the truth could easily be revealed. Why did Qi Liandong say that? He would be exposed in an instant. Let go. Only now did you let go. The two old men each pulled on one of Ling Han's arms, wanting to pull Ling Han to their side. Zhong Feiyang said, Ling Han, why don't you explain? This was a very simple matter, but the two big shots didn't think of it. Ling Han bared his teeth and said, how should I say this? I am indeed a mid-level array master of the Array Dao Association. What? Qi Liandong jumped in shock. Was this a joke? Weren't you a high-leveled alchemist of my family? Why are you a mid-level array master? Old man Qi, did you hear that? Chen Hao was very pleased. He really didn't know why Qi Liandong was arguing with him. Wasn't this a very obvious matter? Ling Han chuckled and said, President Qin, I am also a high-leveled alchemist of the Alchemy Association. When he said that, Chen Hao's mouth was wide open and he looked like an idiot. The two big shots had seen all kinds of situations, but now they were both stunned. They really didn't believe that someone could have shocking talent in two aspects at the same time. Although they ridiculed, undermined, and compared each other after so many years, How could they not understand each other? Although they fought, they actually appreciated each other and believed that the other was not a liar. Zhong Feiyang was also dumbfounded. What was going on? His intelligence seemed to be a bit lacking. You really are a mid-level array master. You really are a high-leveled alchemist. The two old men asked at the same time. Ling Han nodded and said, I am both a mid-level array master and a high-leveled alchemist. Both are correct. Qi Liandong and Chen Hao exchanged a look and said at the same time, let go. Only now did you let go. This is a genius of my family's Array Dao Association. Get lost, Ling Han is a high-leveled alchemist. Why the hell would he care about a mid-level array master? Nonsense, I will personally nurture him next. I guarantee that in 3 years, no, in 1 year, I will make this kid a high-leveled alchemist. Boast, you can boast as much as you want. In 3 years, I can even make him a grandmaster alchemist. The two old men fought with no regard for their image, both wanting to pull Ling Han to their side. What a joke. A young man who was not even 20 years old was able to achieve such achievements in both the Array Dao and Alchemy Dao. If he focused on one of them, his future would be limitless. Perhaps there would be a grandmaster below 30 years old. Don't you already have Hongtian steps? Go find your Array Dao genius, Qi Liandong said. Qin Hao rolled his eyes. Hongtian steps was infatuated with martial art, and he only focused on the Array Dao to make it easier for him to explore ancient sites. How could he possibly put all his energy into it? Hongtian steps is Hongtian steps, Ling Han is Ling Han, why should I give in to you? Qi Liandong sneered and said, just because Ling Han is a high-leveled alchemist now, it means that he has a better future in the Alchemy Dao. So, it's better not to waste time with you. Bullshit, if Ling Han put all his energy into the Array Dao, he would naturally have become a high-leveled alchemist long ago. Qin Hao naturally could not back down. The two old men once again blew their beards and glared at each other, as if they wanted to kill each other with their eyes. Zhong Feiyang felt as if he was dreaming. These two were the most powerful people below the Saint Emperor, and yet they were arguing so fiercely. Where was the modesty of important people? And all of this was because of a young man who was not even 20 years old. He was also extremely shocked. Ling Han was actually a high-leveled alchemist? To be honest, he was still a little unconvinced that he had lost to Ling Han before, thinking that he might not have adjusted his condition to the best. But now he was completely convinced. Probably anyone would be convinced. Was there such a monstrous guy? Ling Han smiled and said, Presidents, there's no need to fight. I'm an alchemist and an array master. There's no conflict. What do you mean there's no conflict? The two old men shouted at the same time. Chapter 33:12. For things like weapons, it did not matter how expensive the materials were. As long as one was willing to pay, they could definitely be obtained. This was not a magic tool. Thus, Summon Snow quickly returned and told Ling Han that the weapon shop had already accepted his order. They would get to work overnight and would definitely receive it by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Ling Han nodded. Then he could only wait until tomorrow. He continued to comprehend the formation patterns. This was really broad and profound, making him feel like he needed to study it for a lifetime. A night passed. After Ling Han finished his early morning cultivation, he found that he could no longer advance. He really had to cultivate to the end of the first transformation. Ling Han was not in a hurry to break through. His realm was rising too quickly. He needed time to stabilize his foundation, but this did not require too much time. Originally, he planned to break through to the second transformation before participating in the big hunting competition. He did not expect to develop the trump card of mental power. This made breaking through to the next realm not so urgent. It was better to completely consolidate the realm before breaking through. This was the safest way. In the afternoon, Summon Snow went to get the weapons. She quickly brought back 9 shining small swords. They were only the length of a finger. The swords were extremely slender and light. The overall shape was completely streamlined. If they flew in the air, it would greatly reduce the resistance. Ling Han tried to cut with the tip of the sword. Sparks immediately appeared on the stone, and he easily cut a shallow mark. Young master, the shop said that this is made of Xuanhe gold. It is a special metal. The little maid said, I took a look. Only this meets young master's requirements. The material itself is light and hard. After polishing, it is incomparably sharp. But it's so expensive. She immediately revealed a pained expression. 9 swords actually cost more than 2 million Xianbei coins. This was simply robbery. However, Ling Han revealed a smile. Worth it. This money is worth it. Ah. He used his telekinesis to grab a small sword and threw it out. It continuously accelerated. 2. The speed of the sword skyrocketed. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The small sword shot into the wall and directly broke a small hole. With a thud, it stabbed into the opposite wall and then it stopped. Ling Han leaped over and pulled out the small sword. The tip of the sword was still intact, without the slightest bit of damage. It was indeed hard. He was very satisfied, but it was not easy to test it in this group of houses, so he went to the forest behind, where there were many stones. Xiao, the flying sword, rose again, reaching 3 times the speed of sound, and instantly pierced through a rock that was more than a foot thick. What terrifying lethality! He would slap anyone who told him that he couldn't kill people with his mental power. Is 3 times the speed of sound the limit? Ling Han muttered. Although this power was not weak, as long as a Paramount Bone Realm martial artist could react in time, they would still be able to send the flying sword flying with a single punch. The speed of the attack was definitely faster than the movement speed of the body, so being unable to dodge the attack didn't mean that it couldn't be sent flying. There's a saying that lightning strikes the ears. If this sword's speed can be so fast that even if the eyes can see it, they won't be able to raise their hands in time. Then even if it's a direct attack, how can the opponent block it? Ling Han muttered. His eyes brightened, and with a wave of his right hand, the small sword flew out again. His telekinesis continued to propel it. This was the fusion of his secret power, physical strength, and telekinesis. The most unique aspect of mental power was that it ignored distance. As long as it was within the range of telekinesis, it could reach with a single thought. Thus, under the propulsion of telekinesis, the flying sword, which had already reached 2 times the speed of sound, began to accelerate. In an instant it reached 3 times the speed of sound, then more than 3 times the speed of sound, and finally, it reached 4 times the speed of sound. This was the limit. Unless Ling Han's mental power increased again, or he was able to obtain lighter materials, he would not be able to continue increasing the speed of the flying sword. Even a Paramount Bone Realm martial artist would find it difficult to block a frontal attack at 4 times the speed of sound. Ling Han nodded, very satisfied. He also tried to shoot all 9 swords at the same time. However, even shooting 2 swords at the same time would greatly reduce the power, and was far less threatening than shooting 1 sword at the same time. Forget it, before his telekinesis reached its peak, he would just use 1 sword first. He returned to his residence and calmed his mind to prepare. It was not for hunting but to stabilize his foundation. When he felt that it was complete and flawless, he would attempt to break through to the 2nd level. Time passed quietly, and it was already the day of the hunt. Naturally, he would not walk there but instead called for a carriage. The palace was at the head of the dragon in the capital city, and the royal hunting ground was at the tail of the dragon. It would take some time to rush there from the Imperial Capital Academy, and even driving there took more than 2 hours. The carriage could not get too close, so it stopped at a distance. The royal hunting ground was a restricted area, and even the 4 marshals could not barge in for no reason, let alone the commoners. Ling Han walked leisurely and soon arrived at the entrance of the hunting ground, which was heavily guarded. Before he could enter, he saw a carriage driving over, overtaking him and stopping at the entrance. The door of the carriage opened, and a servant girl in green came down first. She took out a ladder and placed it on the ground, and only then did a beauty in white walk out. The mountain wind blew, and her white dress fluttered as if she was dancing, and there was a kind of ethereal air about her. However, when Ling Han glanced at the woman in white, he instantly revealed a displeased expression. This was because this woman with an extremely dense ethereal air was Feng Ruoxian. She slowly descended to the ground, and the soldiers in front immediately cupped their fists and bowed to her, appearing very respectful. This was a countess personally conferred by the Saint Emperor, and was the only one in the capital city. Although she did not have any real power, in a sense she was a relative of the emperor. Feng Ruoxian was gentle and tactful to everyone, and she responded with a smile, causing those soldiers to feel flattered. How could there be such a gentle and amiable woman? She really knew how to act. Only now did Feng Ruoxian take a glance at Ling Han, and her charming face was filled with astonishment. What was going on? Why did she meet Ling Han here? Didn't she already ask the princess to disqualify Ling Han? Why was this guy here again? Did he think that he could enter just by coming here and pleading with someone? Naive. She really wanted to walk over and mock Ling Han. Back then he had rejected her recruitment and now he knew how to suffer. However, in front of everyone she had the appearance of a gentle fairy. How could she destroy her image and reveal her vicious side? Little sister Xian was right here. A young man walked out from the hunting ground. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old and he was very handsome. His entire body was surging with vitality, and he gave off a kind of oppressive feeling. All the soldiers immediately bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness." Feng Ruoxian also revealed a smile and said, "Big brother Diang." This young man was the current emperor's 94th son, and his name was Qin Diang. Qin Diang was very arrogant. He walked over and first glanced at Ling Han and then asked Feng Ruoxian, "Who is he? Why are you looking at him?" He was extremely jealous. Chapter 33:13. Feng Ruoxian purposely said, "Big brother Diang, he's Ling Han." Qin Diang looked at Ling Han with a sharp glint in his eyes and a murderous look on his face. He had heard from Feng Ruoxian that there was someone from Hidden Tiger City who had been harassing her all this time. She didn't make a fuss about it because he was one of them, but she was still very vexed. Now, this person actually dared to come to the Imperial hunting grounds? How audacious of him. He smiled at Feng Ruoxian and said, "Sister Xian, leave this matter to this prince." After saying so, he strode towards Ling Han. Because he had the status of an imperial prince, there were immediately 4 soldiers following him to ensure his safety. "You kneel." Qin Diang pointed at Ling Han when he was less than a meter away from Ling Han, his face full of disdain. Ling Han thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "94th Highness." No matter who it was, even if it was the 4 marshals or the chairman, they had to call Qin Diang Your Highness. This was etiquette. Etiquette couldn't be lacking or it would give others a bad impression. He then asked, "There is no such thing as kneeling in the Empire's etiquette. Even in front of the Sage Emperor one only needs to bow. Does Your Highness want me to kneel because I want to be above the Sage Emperor?" Although the current Sage Emperor's martial arts were outstanding, he didn't practice personal worship. No one needed to kneel when they saw him. This was also something that Ling Han admired greatly. Qin Diang couldn't help but be startled by this question. If there was really a rumor that he wanted to surpass the Sage Emperor, he wouldn't be able to raise his head from the condemnation of the ministers. In this world, anyone who wanted to surpass the Sage Emperor would be guilty of the most heinous crimes. The Sage Emperor was a god. He hurriedly said, "Nonsense." "Oh, so that's not what Your Highness meant. In that case I misunderstood." "I won't kneel," Ling Han said coolly. Qin Diang stared blankly once more. If he had to kneel, then he would have to surpass the Saint Emperor. But as soon as he denied it, the other party would completely erase the matter of kneeling. Something didn't seem right. When Feng Ruoxian saw this, she couldn't help but shake her head in her heart. Qin Diang was completely defeated in this first exchange. "Brother Diang, didn't you ask him to kneel because he trespassed into the hunting ground?" She couldn't help asking. Otherwise, Qin Diang would be led by the nose by Ling Han. "That's right." Qin Diang immediately nodded, regaining his arrogance. "This is the imperial family's forbidden ground, it's not a place you can trespass. Hurry up and kneel before this prince and await punishment." Ling Han did not even look at Feng Ruoxian. It was just a clown, why should he care? He smiled and said, "Your Highness must have misunderstood. I received a notice and came here to participate in the hunting meet. Why would I trespass?" "Nonsense." Qin Diang immediately jumped up. "You're not on the list at all." "Oh, how did Your Highness know?" Ling Han spread his hands. "It's very simple. Your Highness just needs to check and you'll know. There's no need to check. If this prince says you're not on the list, then you're not on the list." Qin Diang said resolutely. Ling Han ignored him and looked at one of the soldiers. "Logically, you should verify the identity of the visitor, right?" That soldier couldn't help but look at his 3 companions. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes." "Then come and check my identity," Ling Han said with a smile. Qin Diang still wanted to say something but he was stopped by Feng Ruoxian. This woman said, "If you let him try, he definitely won't be able to pass. It'll also prove his crime of deceiving the emperor." Qin Diang nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, not bad." This was the logic. Why didn't he think of it? He didn't stop them. Instead, he nodded towards the 4 soldiers. After obtaining Qin Diang's permission, the 4 soldiers brought Ling Han to the checkpoint in front. There was a fingerprint scanner here. It was the same as the entrance of the Alchemy and Array Dao headquarters. After verifying his identity, the person who entered would naturally be displayed. Ling Han walked over and pressed his thumb on it. Instantly a green light flashed. This was entry. Qin Deyang and Feng Ruoxian's mouths were wide open in shock. What was going on? Your Highness, will meet again later. Ling Han walked past the checkpoint with large strides. He even waved towards the back. In the second round of confrontation, Qin Deyang lost again. Stop. Qin Deyang immediately jumped up after being stunned. He chased after him and said, You must have done something. It's impossible for you to appear on the list. Ling Han pretended to be surprised. Why would your Highness be so sure about the list? This matter was single-handedly handled by Lord Yang. Qin Deyang panicked and blurted out, Because it was me and 97th brother who personally deleted your name. The moment these words left his mouth, he instantly realized something was wrong and hurriedly covered his mouth. Feng Ruoxian couldn't help but sigh. The current Saint Emperor's prestige shook the entire universe. He was almost like a god. How could he have such a son? However, the 9 sons of a dragon were all different. His Majesty the Saint Emperor had over 100 sons. It was normal for there to be a few good-for-nothings. Ling Han chuckled and said, So my name was actually crossed off by your Highness. I wonder what I did wrong to cause your Highness to be so angry. Qin Deyang stammered. Could he say that the 4 of them, in order to compete with each other to perform well in front of Feng Ruoxian, had specially made a trip, threatened and enticed her so that he and the 97th prince could personally cross off Ling Han's name? If he really said that, he would definitely be punished by the Saint Emperor. Although he was the son of the Saint Emperor, the person he respected the most was this father of his. He feared him to the bones. Your Highness was just joking. Feng Ruoxian walked over with a smile that made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, this prince was just joking. Qin Deyang hurriedly said. He wasn't stupid enough to not take advantage of the situation. Ling Han also laughed and said, Haha, it's good that you're joking. Otherwise, if rumors spread that your Highness secretly tampered with the list, it would be very detrimental to your Highness's reputation. Qin Deyang could only swallow his pride. At this time, even if he was a prince, he could only admit defeat. Just wait, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. They actually dared to scheme against him. Ling Han turned on his photon computer. After fiddling with it, a voice immediately came out, Because it was me and the 97th brother who personally deleted your name. It was Qin Deyang's voice. Fuck. Qin Deyang immediately wanted to rush up and kill him. This guy actually recorded it. He immediately had some misgivings. If he didn't delete the recording, then Ling Han could leak it at any time. It would be very disadvantageous to him. Ling Han smiled at Qin Deyang and said, Then your Highness, this one will take his leave first. Qin Deyang was like a defeated rooster. He could only watch as Ling Han left. After 3 exchanges, Qin Deyang was completely defeated. End of chapter. Chapter 33:14. Ling Han strode forward. He didn't hate Qin Deyang. This kind of hedonistic son wasn't qualified to be in his heart. What he was angry about was Feng Ruoxian. She killed without spilling blood and kept causing trouble. He had originally only hated Feng Ruoxian and planned to never see her again. But now he had the urge to beat this woman up. After the checkpoint was a long stone road. Both sides were planted with large trees. The green leaves did not seem bleak even though it was winter. Ling Han followed the road for about 10 minutes before a huge plaza appeared in front of him. It was really big, around 1,000 feet in length and width. To the north was a tall platform with a canopy to block the rain and sun. There was no one on the platform, but there were many people standing in the plaza below. They were all young people. Ling Han, why are you here? Xinyuan Dingwa walked over. He was nearby. Ling Han smiled. I got someone to pull some strings, so I'm on the list again. Xinyuan Dingwa was surprised. Ling Han's name had been crossed off by the princes. Who would have the face to add Ling Han back? Wouldn't they be afraid of offending them? No matter what, they had to be at the level of the 4 marshals and Grand Tutor Hong. But the problem was, which one of them would be willing to stand up for Ling Han? The difference in status between the 2 sides was too great. Ling Han didn't even have the right to let them know his name. Your connections are really strong, he said sincerely. Ling Han chuckled. The chairman of the headquarters. Of course his connections were strong enough. Even the four marshals had to give Chen Hao face. Seeing that Ling Han didn't say who this person was, Xianyuan Dinghua didn't ask. Although he was curious, he wouldn't lose his sense of propriety. So many people came today. Xianyuan Dinghua changed the topic. Although the Elysian Emperor said that those in the extreme bone realm shouldn't come and give the opportunity to the young, many people still came. Let's not talk about anything else. My seventh brother is here. He pointed at a man not far away. This seventh son of the Xianyuan clan looked to be in his 30s. He still had a beard and looked very rough, very different from Xianyuan Dinghua. They probably didn't share the same mother. Xianyuan less we reached the fifth transformation 10 years ago, Xianyuan Dinghua whispered. Although he hasn't reached the extreme bone realm, he's been at the peak of the fifth transformation for too long. He's cultivated powerful techniques and won. He's not much weaker than Igu. Ling Han nodded. Though it was difficult to break through to the next major tier, the people here were all descendants of engravement tier and even breaking aperture tier, so they naturally had other methods to increase their own abilities. He could not treat them as ordinary cultivators of the 5 changes. Then, are you confident? He asked. Xianyuan Dinghua chuckled. Originally I was indeed no match for him. After all, he must have refined his mystic power to an even purer level and cultivated some special techniques. However, after obtaining so much purple-yellow honey, my body and stamina have both improved tremendously, so I'm definitely no match for him. Ling Han nodded. That's good. What are you two whispering about? A sweet and charming voice traveled over. An enchanting beauty also appeared, swaying her hips. It was the seductress Yin Xiujing. Xianyuan Dinghua took a step back and maintained a safe distance. This seductress could charm people to death. Provoking her would only bring bad luck. Ling Han smiled and said, I was just saying that Miss Yin has become even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days. Oh, little brother Ling is getting better and better at talking. You make big sister so happy. Yin Xiujing's eyes narrowed into slits, causing people's hearts to flutter. It looks like it'll be very difficult to become the champion of the grand hunting competition this time. Qin Xinghe walked over. Although they were of different generations, their ages were similar, so they walked very close. Who would have thought that our brothers and sisters would also participate? Tang Yu also walked over. This time, it'll be good if we can enter the top 10. Xianyuan Dinghua, Qin Xinghe, and Yin Xiujing all laughed. They didn't dare to be too confident, but they definitely wouldn't just aim for the top 10. After all, only the champion would receive personal guidance from the Sage Emperor. Apart from the champion, there was no difference between 2nd and 10th place. Ling Han. 4 men walked over. Ling Han didn't recognize 3 of them, but one of them was Chen Diang. He walked at the back as if he didn't want to meet Ling Han face to face. This was very normal. After all, Ling Han had something on him. Greetings, your highnesses. Xianyuan Dinghua and the other 3 bowed in unison. The 4 men nodded. Other than Qin Diang, the other 3 were Qin Jingye ranked 89th, Qin Xingjie ranked 91st, and Qin Lixing ranked 97th. I really didn't expect that you would appear here. Qin Jingye said coldly. Ling Han smiled. What's so strange about this one appearing here? Humph, it's fine if you didn't come. Since you're here, then be careful. Qin Jingye revealed a cold expression. Hunting is a dangerous thing. An undisguised threat. Ling Han smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, your highness. This one will be careful. Qin Jingye snorted. He was a little resentful. He originally wanted to scare Ling Han into begging for mercy, but he didn't expect this brat to be so calm. No wonder he dared to pester Feng Ruoxian. His skin was thick and his guts was big enough. He snorted and didn't say anything else. Qin Xingjie continued, I'll give you a piece of advice. It's better to leave immediately. Qin Lixing smiled. I think it's better this way. Everyone says that this person is the second Hong Tianbu. This prince would like to experience it for himself. From his expression, it seemed that he didn't think highly of Hong Tianbu. Ling Han shook his head. These 4 princes were spoiled rotten. That's why they were so arrogant. Since Hong Tianbu was hailed as a heaven-suppressing monster, then he must be the real deal. You're the only one who's awesome, not the 4 of you. His desire to fight instantly dropped to the bottom. He couldn't be bothered to mock these 4 anymore. It was too embarrassing. A Hong Tianliang is here. Xianyuan Dinghua suddenly said. Even Qin Jingye and the other 3 princes looked over. Although they spoke with disdain towards Hong Tianbu, the truth was that Hong Tianbu was the strongest genius of the younger generation. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he became a true giant. In terms of strength, he would be comparable to the 4 great commanders, the Grand Elders, and other veteran experts. Some even speculated that he already had such strength, but he just didn't show it. Thus, as Hong Tianbu's younger brother, Hong Tianliang also received a lot of attention. Ling Han also took a glance and couldn't help but be surprised. Because Hong Tianliang's aura was very unstable, leaking out from his body from time to time. It was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago. This wasn't strange. What was strange was that this guy's aura was actually black and purple. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.